Then our usual seasoning.
I see you don't use too much seasoning.
No. I'm putting the whole of this because we just have enough quantity. So I'm putting the dry pepper now. The fresh pepper is there already. Then the onion.
But to really bring out the spiciness and not change the color.
Yes. That's it.
Okay. You said this is a mix of various local spices.
Yes. Then
I see you have little water there.
Okay.
Any reason?
yes, I want to know the quantity of water that you want to come out from the fish before I can add another one.
Okay.
Yeah. And when you put too much water at the same time, it can scatter the fish.
Okay. Wow.
So you allow the fish to bring back itself. Then before you add water.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, fresh fish does not take time to get done.
That's right.
Yeah. So I will cover it a little bit, like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay.
What are you doing, chef?
Why I'm doing that is to separate them.
Okay.
So that they don't stick. Yeah.
So you pick it and shake it up?
Yes. You shake it to separate the fish.
Wow.
So that they don't gum or stick together. Yeah.
And then you don't use a spoon so it doesn't scatter it.
That's it. When you finish doing that, then you can now check with the spoon whether they are okay. They are on their own.
Yes.
We'll add a little more water.
Okay.
Then
the final
ingredient.
Don't
which
spill
is
it out. Don't spill it out. Aww. Wait for it.
I have to add the last ingredient,
which is the
simply done.
Now you know.
My own dialect.
Okay. Last but not the least, and what does this do to the pepper soup?
There is this aroma that comes out of it.
Wow.
And it's medicinal. You know, you just want to have balanced diet. Anytime you cook or you prepare something, you just have to balance it. This is part of vegetable.
That's true.
Add to protein.
That's true.
And you know, the other things that you put like pepper and all that gives you other things also.
Exactly.
You know, so you just try to balance it. At the same time, you want to have a good aroma.
That's right. And also the taste, most important.
Yes. I just want it to steam out. Maybe for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Or 60 seconds.
Okay. We move it.
Take it to the table.
Okay. Steaming hot.
You have to steam the meat first with the water from the meat. You don't put water right away when you are steaming the meat. Then you put pepper, onions. I'm putting onions now because I cannot put the onions inside the soup. I put it to steam the meat. That's it for steaming of the meat. That's all you need. Onions, salt, pepper, seasoning. The palm kernel. That is the main ingredient for the soup. That's what we want to make the soup cooked. And we are going to pound it now to extract the water and the oil.
Okay.
Bring the okay, you can assist me.
So what do you want to achieve with this now?
Oh, what you're going to get out of it, extract from it, is what you call banga.
Okay. But is this banga soup?
It's the same way, but it shows that others, like the Delta people, they eat a lot of it. But they don't add the atama leaf.
Okay.
But they do it the same way. They pound it the same way. It's the same pampana.
But their mode of preparation is different.
It's different.
Oh, fantastic.
They only use this. They don't add any other thing to it
Okay.
apart from the ingredient made.
Okay.
But you know, the atama leaf, they don't. I think it's only the people or people from Cross River and Ibibia, as a Bible, that really eat this atama. So many people don't have it, and so many people don't know about it.
You see how united we are as a country.
Yeah.
This is a popular delicacy, so to speak, but different parts of the country have different ways of preparing.
Yes.
So we're going to see, for the purpose of this production, how the Efik and the Ibibio people prepare theirs.
Yeah.
You need a bowl, right?
Yes. Let me do it the right way.
Of course, your hands are washed.
Yeah. I will need those ones. I will need that.
Okay.
Again. All I need is this water.
Okay. So it will be pounded again.
No. This one can be used for something else.
Wow.
When it's dry, you can break it and eat.
Okay, that's right.
The nuts inside.
That's true.
Now I have to filter it.
And there goes the banga.
Yeah, this is what you have from it. Yeah. To start cooking the soup,
Yes.
already I have my goat meat that is boiled already.
Yes.
Then the stockfish, you know. All these things are optional. Some people use only dry fish to cook it. Also. Then I'm going to add the Banga water.
Okay.
If I need it, I will add more.
Okay.
I'm using cow leg here too and shake.
Okay.
And dry fish, I'm going to use snail.
Should I come with the snail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that is the dry fish. That is the snail. And shake.
Yeah. All parboiled already.
Yeah, optional. All these things are optional.
Okay.
You can decide to use only one thing. You can decide to use cow leg. You can decide to use dry fish only. Like in the village, we use dry fish only.
Okay. Yeah. And see, periwinkles and the likes, right?
It's not everybody. It's not compulsory. You understand? It depends on what you want.
Okay.
Like what I'm using now in the place of periwinkle, because I know that because based on my experiences, over years, a lot of people don't even like it. Except they happen to come from Akwa Ibom or rivers or Delta and all that. So I use this in place of periwinkle.
Okay.
Yeah.
The snail.
The snail. So that's it. We're going to
But like
steam
you
it.
rightly said, it's a matter of choice.
Yeah. It's what you want.
You can either use what's accessible to you or what you like, what your taste buds can take.
So we're going to add pepper to it and salt. I had already added salt when I was steaming the meat,
yes.
so I have to wait until it steams. Then I now do the testing if there is
To correct seasoning.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's dry pepper.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we are going to steam that for a while, maybe for 10 minutes. or thereabout.
Okay.
Then we now add atama leaf.
So now you're putting the
atama leaf.
okay.
It's dry. You know, when it is dry, it brings out the aroma.
Better than the fresh one.
Yeah. Like the fish and the seasoning. You see that watery something? It is.
Becoming thick already.
It's now thick. You can add water when it's too thick.
Okay.
Yeah. If I add this one, it will still give me the same result.
Wow.
So I better add water. Okay, that's it.
But what's the best?
Because the soup actually is not supposed to be so thick. You understand? So we let it steam for 7 minutes.
Okay.
It's done.
Wow. Well done, chef.
You steam the water to boil. You bring it to boil. Then we're going to remove it. Then
okay, this swallow.
The swallow
you're about to
make
is prepared off the fire.
Yes.
But the water is made to boil first.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So like this is gari flour.
Yes.
It's so fine.
Okay. As you put it, you stir it.
Good thing. Can I try to turn?
Okay. Are you strong?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try.
If you're strong, turn it.
I'll try.
This one you're doing ethics woman style.
Oh, that's how they. Wow, you also
I'm
have
not women style.
Okay. So the ethnic women hold pots.
They do it, you know, with style. Gently. You're turning it well.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad.
Okay, let me help you now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've done so well. It's not difficult to make it. Very easy to make. Very smooth.
And it's
Nice.
gari. Well
That's
done.
it.
Well done.
Done.
Alright, it's my favorite time of the program, which is that point when we get to taste what our guest chef has prepared for us for the day. I'm not going to do this alone. I have with me Nana on the dining table to also get to taste and give us her opinion about what our lovely chef Topsy has put together for us today on the program.
Yes.
So before I even get to taste this, I think we should
Cheers.
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 Okay, so let's dig in, Nana. We're beginning with the starter. So let's taste.
Yeah, go ahead so that you can give me the credit.
You know you're eager to hear. And it looks like you're going to make a pass mark.
Oh, really?
Already.
Oh. I'm happy already. Good.
Wow. This is excellent. Honestly, this is excellent. You see, I have to make a little confession here. I used to prepare pepper soup in a very, very different way. Honestly, but I've learned from you.
Okay.
I always try to achieve this color,
Okay.
but I never get it right.
Really?
Yes.
Did you see what
I've
I've done
seen
today?
what you've done, and you've taught our esteemed viewer also.
Okay.
If you followed closely the program today, she said it, she let it out. How to do it, how to help you, women like myself alike, with the preparation of peppered soup to get the right color. Look at the vegetables.
Are you sure it's good?
Yeah, it's really good, man.
Okay.
I love it. Well done, chef. Yes. So we're done with the starter. It's now time for us to taste the main course. Okay, we're about to taste the efere abag. Yes, and we're going to eat it with
Gary.
So let's begin. Look how.
Can you see?
Yes. It's unbelievable. Gary can be this soft.
Yes.
It's palatable. Honestly, very tasty.
This is really nice. This is the first time I'm tasting gravy like this.
How about the soup? Have you tasted the soup before?
No.
A tama soup.
No, I've never.
With an assortment of meat
Yes, I can tell.
and fish.
Anything you want to put inside.
It's a
If
matter
you
of
want to
choice.
put everything. If you want to use only dry fish to cook it, fine. You want to use only stockfish? Whatever you want to use.
Only seafood. Wow.
You can use fresh fish to cook it too. Yeah.
This is impressive. I love it.
This is my own traditional soup. I can't forget it. When I used to stay with my grandmother, this is the soup she used to cook on and on and on. If we want a change, we all have to come
Begin with
together
ourselves.
and change.
Exactly.
It's not one person.
Exactly.
Me, Saratu, and Anna, and our camera person cannot change it.
Exactly.
Everybody is collective effort.
That's right.
So
That is
I want
right.
every one of us to sit down and think that we have to do our best to change, to
Move
change things
Nigeria
and move forward.
That's right. Thank you
With
so
love.
much. Exactly. So with so much love from here, we are all saying
Hi, enjoy yourself.
thank you so much. Nigerian food is generally very rich and is as diverse as the country. With over 300 ethnic groups in Nigeria, the country stands as one of the most culturally diverse in Africa. While many dishes have managed to transcend ethnic borders, they are still known to be indigenous to particular areas. Calabar delicacies are among such. It will tease your appetites and leave you wanting more. It's been Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. Please send in your comments and suggestions on our social media handles popping right now on your screens. Next week, God's willing, I'll be here with another package.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico,
Use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
To prepare this delicious quick treat, we'll require the following ingredients: 2 3/4 cup of desiccated coconuts, which is about 250 grams, 1 can of condensed milk of about 395 grams, 1/4 cup of almonds, about 40 grams. Now to the preparation. In a clean bowl, pour the 2 3/4 cups of desiccated coconuts. Empty 1 can of condensed milk into the bowl and mix properly. Cover the mixture and set aside for about 10 minutes. In a milk pot, pour a 1/4 cup of almonds and pour in some water. Then boil over a high flame for 5 minutes. Drain the almonds immediately and rinse with cold water to cool. Use your fingers to gently squeeze the almonds and loosen the skin from them. Blot the almonds dry with a paper towel. In a dry bowl, pour 1/2 cup of desiccated coconuts. Uncover the mix which you set aside earlier. Fetch some of it and form a ball. Insert one of your almonds into the middle of the dough ball. Roll the coconut ball in the desiccated coconuts. Continue the same procedure for all the remaining coconutty dough and almonds. You see, it's easy peasy. Within 10 to 15 minutes, you are done and it's ready. It just melts in the mouth. Yummy! Enjoy it with your family and friends.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Renewed Hope Initiative empowers 1,000 women in Kwara State with cash awards. Nigeria gets support from the United Nations to combat terrorism as correspondent examines the issues and gaps in rebuilding the lives of victims, and also legal framework to stop the exportation of timber to protect forests and wetlands in focus. We are glad to welcome you to the correspondence this week. Our package today will show, educate, and inform you. Thanks for always being there. I am Zenret Dingmun. Let's begin with women empowerment. For the small and medium enterprises in Kwara State, their lives have taken a new dimension as 1,000 women who are petty traders received 50,000 naira each to support their businesses and also overcome various economic challenges. This gesture is courtesy Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu through her Renewed Hope Initiative Economic Empowerment Program. Correspondent Aisha Abubakar tells us more.
The population of women in Nigeria, according to World Bank's collection of development indicators, was reported to be between 45 and 49% in 2024. Many Nigerian women contribute to the country's gross domestic products through petty trading in various markets. It is in the bid to grow their businesses and allow them to overcome various challenges that the Renewed Hope Initiative Economic Empowerment Program of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is giving 50,000 naira each to 1,000 women petty traders in Kwara State. Represented by the wife of the Kwara State Governor, Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazak, Senator Oluremi Tinubu told the market women that the Renewed Hope Initiative Economic Program will continue to support them and their businesses through timely cash intervention and food palliatives to cushion the effects of the current economic challenges in the country.
By empowering women economically, it's not just a moral imperative, but a strategic one. When women thrive, their families thrive, and by extension, our communities and nation prosper.
A lot of petty traders are finding it very difficult to sustain their business in this current situation that we are in. This 50,000 will allow them to pull this money into their working operational costs.
Go a long way in assisting our market women, especially traders in the States, most especially PWDs, women with disabilities in the States.
Some of the beneficiaries were presented with checks of 50,000 naira to kickstart the payment.
We are not done with the First Lady's nationwide Renewed Hope Initiative Economic Empowerment Program as State House correspondent Adeni Taiwo joins us to speak further on the program. You're welcome to the correspondence, Adeni.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you, Zinret.
All right. Now, as a reporter covering the activities of the First Lady, let's share in your perspective of the Renewed Hope Initiative's Economic Empowerment Program of the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, and its objectives, of course.
All right. The economic programs of the First Lady is one out of the 5 key pillars of our intervention. We talk about health, education, social investment, and of course, agriculture. All these key focal areas put together, they speak to our intention to use the initiative as a special purpose vehicle to drive, engagement with the vulnerable groups in the country, and of course ensure that they have better welfare. Now, zeroing down on economic empowerment, of course, we've seen the First Lady, come up with different interventions in this area. We can talk about a program to equip women with digital skills by, of course, offering them ICT training and with starter packs to ensure that they are players in the digital world. And also, we have also seen her, do so many other things, particularly the last one where she doled out 50,000 naira each to 37,000 beneficiaries across the country. All this put together, they speak to one thing, and that is the fact that she has recognized the place of women and youth in Nigeria, in the economic, in the economic scheme of things, to ensure that they are players in this sector. And that is why she's taking some of these interventions, putting resources in their hands directly to ensure that they can play, in the informal sector of the economy. The latest intervention, which is empowering women petty traders with 50,000 naira, one can say, how much is 50,000 naira? But to this category of people, it means a lot. They know what they have to go through to ensure that they have resources to do business. And having recognized that in doing their businesses, they have challenges that they face, particularly with resources. She deemed it fit to go around the country. Of course, she flagged off the program in Delta State, in Asaba Delta State, where 1,000 beneficiaries got this grant that she called Business Recapitalization Grant, to ensure that they can plow these resources into their business and, of course, have that leverage to play in the economic sector of Nigeria. So the objective is to ensure that these people have the resources to do business. If they have business already, they can recapitalize. If they don't have business already, but they have ideas, they can play. Instead of, taking other options. And when we say options, what options do they have? To go for loan, to get loan, you have to come up with collateral that they do not have. So doing this ensures that they can also do their own bit to contribute and expand the economy of the country.
Okay, let's talk about the beneficiaries. What reactions are we getting from them across the nation?
All right, when we talk about beneficiaries, of course, the first impulse is to look at beneficiaries from the point of view of women or those who collect money. But I would rather first look at beneficiaries from the point of view of the system itself. The fact that these people have been acknowledged by, someone in the with the status of Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, shows that, the government or the society sees them. Society recognizes their place. So the system is the first beneficiary. To know that when you equip these people, it is for the betterment of the country. That is the first beneficiary. They will now go down to the beneficiaries, as in the individuals who have taken this grant. They are happy. In Yoruba language, one option, there is a word that we always bandy around. They call it Bomule Lantern. That is the extent to which people will go and get money. The conditions are not that favorable to them. But with this opportunity that they have, they don't have to do that. So the beneficiaries are happy that, one, they are recognized in the scheme of things. Secondly, they are happy that resources are being given to them directly, put into their hands directly. And in some cases, for example, what we talk about, Women Agricultural Support Program, of course, this is in agriculture, but the end game is to have them, to give them economic empowerment. And it comes with training by NALDA, it comes with training, by all these agencies that are there to ensure training. So they have access to these federal government agencies, and it's good for them. So it comes with training, and they're happy about that. Then when you imagine a woman farmer who cannot struggle with men taking delivery of 500,000 naira, to plow into the agricultural business, that is good. And the feedback is that they are happy. I'm sure that the program is not a one-off program, and that means that more people can, come into this bracket, and beneficiaries, the scope will increase for them, and the condition is also easy for them.
Okay, let me ask this, Adini. Is there any way that the program would seek to sustain, these people's business? Because some of these people, when you give them these monies, they don't use it for the business. But we want to see where people get these monies and actually invest in something so that they don't go back to that former lifestyle where they have nothing and they now become a burden to the society. Is there any system to make sure that they are held accountable for the money?
Okay, in answer to that question, I think I would like to start by talking about the structure of Renewed Hope Initiative itself. At the helm, at the top of it, we have the First Lady, who is the national chairman of the initiative. At state level, we have state coordinators. Of course, these are wives of state governors. Among them, when you talk about zones, we also have among them who are zonal coordinators. Then it percolates down to the local government level. What this does is that it helps in, selecting those who will be beneficiaries. And for grants, the condition is that you have business that you are already doing. That's why it is tagged business recapitalization grant. It is expected that you have a business. It is expected that you plow this money into that business. So in doing this, we expect that at all these levels, from the federal to the subnationals, that they are screened. You talk about 1,000 in each state. There are conditions to select them, which include the fact that they have businesses that are already there, established. So the grant is coming for them to have more resources that they can plow into it. Of course, we expect that for business people, those who are business-minded, those who know that the other alternative is to go, after loans that are not so favorable, they are expected to do the right thing. This is something that is meant to help them overcome their challenges, that is meant to help them expand, that is meant to help them, increase their investment. So we expect that as Nigerians, when the alternative is not so good, when you have this opportunity, you do right by yourself, you do right by, the RHI, you do right by the First Lady who is bringing this largesse to you.
And also the country.
Of course, the country.
Okay, now let's talk about the wives of the governors now. You did mention that they are the, subsidiary chairs of this program in their states. Now, we have seen the passion of the First Lady. Can you tell us how they are also keen in and showing their own passions, in the grassroots, because they are closer to the grassroots than the First Lady is. So can you tell us some of their own activities too?
Yeah, of course. A bottom-top approach has always, been good, for development that is meant to be sustainable. And the First Lady, through our initiative, recognizes that. And that is why every quarter, the old meeting, of course, to take stock of what they have done in the past, then of course to talk about the initiatives that have been lined up. So through this particular structure, the First Ladies are on board. They are taken along by the First Lady, so they know what is coming to their state. And of course, they've seen the template. I can give one or two examples where, for example, when the First Lady doled out money gave out money to the aged across the country, we saw states, for example, a state like Ebonyi, adopting that same template, to reach out to the aged in that particular state. And in this particular one, when she was in Asaba, we saw the government of, Asaba, of Delta State, adopting that same template to reach out to women petty traders in that state. So, that tells us that this is what she's doing, and they are trying to, copy her. They are trying to, jump on that same platform to ensure that they cater to those who are in the state.
Okay. Now, Adeni, let's talk about your personal growth and experiences covering the First Lady. We've talked about her activities, and it's quite a lot. So what are your experiences? What have you learned? What are some of the things the areas you've grown throughout the time you've covered the First Lady? Share with us, please.
Well, I wish I can say it's fun. Well, because it's lots of work. But this is what we are trying to do, and we do it with joy. Working with the First Lady, on this particular, our campaign, our initiative, has been a quite high opener for me. Going around the states, seeing, the people, the vulnerable. Our focus has always been the vulnerable. And by, working with her, I've been able to see the depth of what we need to do as a country to actually bring these people, along. to ensure that there is social inclusion. So it has opened my eyes, to the country, the state of things, and I've also seen her passion. If you want to work with her, you have to recognize that she's passionate about these people. She's passionate about women. So as a journalist, as you write, as you do your bit, you have to be a he for she, because you have to see things through her eyes and her passion. And I think we've been able to do that. It's fun, and it makes one to be able to, empathize, not just with women, because I use that word guidedly. They are not to be pitied. They have potential, and she has seen that potential. And we have been, you don't have a choice other than to see the potential and just walk along that line. So it's been a very good experience. I think I understand women better. I see their potential better, and writing about them, pushing their cause along with the First Lady is a good thing for me.
Quite insightful contributions. Thank you so much, Ideni Itaiwo, for sharing your thoughts on the correspondence this week. We hope to see you again sometime soon.
Of course, it's been a pleasure, like I said earlier on. Thank you.
Now, still to come, Nigeria to ban exportation of timber. Find out after this break. Don't go away.
Fellow Nigerians, this period may be hard on us, and there is no doubt that it's tough on us. But I urge you all to look beyond the present temporary pains and aim at the larger picture. All our good and helpful plans are in the works. More importantly, I know that they will work.
You're still watching The Correspondence. Let's now talk about agriculture. Lagos residents are now enjoying the reward of bumper harvest of the rainy season with an increased supply of farm produce at relatively low prices compared to the exorbitant prices of major staple foods. Experts say to sustain this narrative, government and other relevant agencies must address challenges of logistics and other obstacles hindering all year-round farming in the country. Correspondent Joel Popola was at the popular Mile 12 market and now reports.
Like the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, the unwanted narrative of scarcity and astronomical increase in prices of farm produce has paved way for a new era of abundance. The popular Mile 12 International Market in Lagos is now a beehive, unlike the lull experienced in the past. For months, the high cost of pepper, tomatoes, onions, and other cooking condiments forced many households to cook their favorite delicacies with unhealthy processed condiments.
Before, where they sell them 75, now it starts to sell them 50, 52. This is small one. Where they sell them 35, 40, now it's 25.
Before for shampoo, 120, 110. Now they sell them 30,000, 25.
General Secretary, Vegetable and Foodstuff Traders, Mile 12 International Market, Idris Balarabe says the gains of this farming season is sustainable.
We want federal government to help the farmers on security matter. Federal government are starting helping to the farmers, give them some certain amounts to go and farming. Then after then, the state government, governors, they're giving them the fertilizer.
Stakeholders urge government to maintain consistent agric policies that will support local production.
The route to sustainability is to move past this seasonality in our agricultural production and be able to have a more stable and level production. Commercial farming, irrigated commercial farming.
The price of yam has also continued on its downward slide with about 30% reduction, but traders say the demand is still low.
And that's the point, Joel. All year-round farming is the answer to food security in addition to paying attention to improving preservation mechanisms and other new techniques of modern farming. Many thanks. And now to issues relating to the environment. Nigeria is set to end the exportation of timber in order to protect its forests and wetlands, as a legal framework is in the works to achieve it. Correspondent Charles Alpha reports that the Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, gave the hint when he received Forestry Association of Nigeria in Abuja.
Only 3.7% of forest cover, the minister said, is left in Nigeria, as against the 25% required for any nation. Moved with the alarming rates of the ongoing logging and conversion of forest reserves in states for development, Balarabe Abbas expressed the fears that if no concrete measures are taken, even the few reserves left will disappear.
I met the president, and after I've told him the press we're facing, after all these pictures, the videos that have gone viral, on the logging that was taking place in Cross Rivers, Benue, and Taraba. So I was able to commission, look, there's the need for us to review that earlier unbanning of the ban for export of wood from Nigeria. And I want to get your support, and I really want to support that. We are also thinking of temporarily banning export of trees from Nigeria very soon. And that, I think, is because we are trying to see and assess ourselves. I say we must take an audit of all the trees that we have across the entire states.
If you fell trees, you are depriving the animals of their habitat. You are changing the ecosystem. And once the animals do not have anywhere to stay, they become vulnerable. The poachers will come in and they will kill them. So we need to sustain them, we need to protect them. And the present pronouncement by His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on the Green Project Initiative is a laudable program, and whatever the association can do for them to promote more trees to be planted in Nigeria, in the state, we need to do it. And I think we've had a very good, robust with the Honorable Minister. He has given us a listening here, and he has promised us that we'll be in partnership with him. And he has asked us also to please come up with ideas. What we think the government can do to sustain the forest. And definitely this we'll get back to him and do.
He said government is fine-tuning plans to audit its forests to ascertain its true condition, while also putting necessary mechanisms in place to set up an environmental crime tribunal to try cases of illegal logging, poaching, as well as other environmental crimes. He tasked the Forestry Association of Nigeria to come up with plans that can help President Tinubu's greening initiatives.
Globally, there is a problem. But I'm saying that in Nigeria, our problem is far more than what is at the global level. So we need to do more than we are doing. We need to redouble our efforts in trying to address the issue of forestry. So that's why you are coming here. To me, is very important, and you are coming at the right time. Why I say at the right time is this is the time we are rolling out our forestry and afforestation policies, programs, and projects.
The minister also received in audience women in energy, oil and gas who came seeking ways to collaborate in the decarbonization drive of the federal government by ending energy poverty, pollution, and promoting clean cooking initiatives as it affects women.
I was very excited, particularly to hear that the ministry has so many national policies that focuses on decarbonization and how we can ensure sustainable exploration, production, and usage of our natural resources. It's also very amazing to meet with the different director generals of the different parastatals and agencies under the ministry, the NESRA, the NOSDRA, all the different agencies we met today, the climate team, and so on. We are excited, and particularly the commitment of the minister to collaborate and see how we can partner and work together to actually see that Nigeria and Africa at large, even the entire world, is clean. You know, we love the initiative around climate and clean cooking that was recently launched. launched by the ministry, and we look forward to really collaborating with the ministry to achieve its set target.
That's true, Charles. Deforestation has a negative impact on the environment, and apart from loss of biodiversity and the effect on climate change, it also causes soil degradation, and government needs to take proactive steps to tackle it. Many thanks. And with this, we conclude the correspondence this week. Thanks for sharing your time with us, and we hope to see you again. From all of us, it's bye for now.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
Together, no matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. Let's stop fighting each other. Let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, your tribe or religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are. Put Nigeria first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
How can we develop when we're always in crisis? Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding.
No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
My name is Nando Jamda
Muhammad.
Stevita
Hussein Musa. Roguna Joel Tinji. Said Musa. John.
I'm a carpenter. I've been doing this for more than 8 years now.
And I said that plantain. Na kai kimamin shekara uku.
I've been selling my tomatoes for about 10 years now, and I do it for a better Nigeria.
Ina wannan sana'ar lemu ne domin Najeriya ta ci gaba. Ina sa domin Najeriya ta kyau.
And you can see how we are doing our small little work to make Nigeria great.
As you can see, I'm a technician and I'm doing it to help myself and to help my generation.
Ina zaune ne a plateau na business. Kuma ina yin wannan domin ci gaban ƙasar Najeriya.
For a better Nigeria.
This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
Nigeria is a country of many cultures, languages, and beliefs. But despite our differences, there is one thing that unites us all: our love for this great nation. Sometimes we may feel that we need to go fast and go alone. But when we come together and work as a team, we can go far beyond what we ever thought was possible. United, we can create thriving businesses that benefit our communities and in turn our nation. It is said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's understand our differences and come together to build a better Nigeria. When we work together, there is nothing we can't achieve. Nigeria, better together.
Allah gives power. He endowed the people with knowledge and capacity to think for our people. We must not fail, and we will not fail. your children will get more rewards than what you have, because they have a future in this country now.
My name is Vicky. Years passed. All I wanted was to leave Niger. Anyhow, this very urge pushed me to Libya.
President Tinubu directs ministers to propagate activities of the administration.
Some people feel the government is not doing anything, and government have been doing a lot. And he believes that it is up to them to go out there and blow their trumpets.
Senate confirms Justice Kudirat Kekereekun as Chief Justice of Nigeria.
The nomination of Honorable Justice Kudirat Moton Mori Olatogumbo Kekereekun is hereby confirmed as the Chief Justice of the Federation of Nigeria.
And House of Representatives begins second session of 10th Assembly with security and well-being of Nigerians topping priority.
We remain committed to enacting laws that will positively impact the lives of all Nigerians.
On Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall review President Tinubu's address to the 79th United Nations General Assembly.
All right, you heard it. We are reviewing the Nigeria's outing at the Banga Assembly, of course, where President Bola Tinubu, representing the ECOWAS community, called on world leaders to deepen relations among UN member states. Of course, that should be in line with the principles of inclusivity, equality, and cooperation.
Well, in a passionate plea to world leaders, President Tinubu called for debt forgiveness for Nigeria and other developing countries, emphasizing the crippling burden of debt that's hindering sustainable development. He was represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima.
Absolutely. And of course, in the same vein, the president also speaking again, not just for Nigeria, but also for the West African sub-region, urged creditors and multilateral financial institutions to prioritize debt relief, enabling developing countries to also focus on vital projects for their citizens.
He stressed the importance of cooperation among nations, warning that individual national interests are undermining global cooperation and threatening the UN's existence.
Indeed, and the president also advocated reforms in the international financial architecture and the transparent multilateral trading system to promote fair and inclusive economic growth.
But President Tinubu also highlighted the devastating impact of terrorism, insecurity and climate change on Nigeria, emphasizing the need for collective action to address these pressing challenges.
So we beckon on you this morning to join us as we again look deeper than the surface of the presentations of our own president at the Banga summit. We'll be analyzing implications of his proposals or his prayers to the assembly and what specifically they portend for Nigeria, and then of course we'll extend the conversation to the larger ECOWAS community and of course the regional community. We will explore the potential outcomes of this very important moment in our international diplomacy. So on this note, I warmly welcome you to Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service. I am Claire Adilabu Abdul-Razak, and Victor is here.
Well, Claire, this year's address delivered by Vice President Shettima outlined Nigeria's stance on pressing global issues such as climate change, terrorism, and economic development, as we had mentioned earlier. I am Victor, as I join Claire in welcoming you to the program. Of course, we are reaching you on the network service of the NTA. Soon enough, we will have Chukwudi join us for the newspaper review, but not until we get highlights of the morning news from Comfort and Mode Looking Good. Good morning, Comfort.
Good morning, Victor and Claire. Good morning, Nigerians. President Bola Tinubu has directed his ministers to embark on propagation of the activities of the administration, including the policies and programs aimed at transforming the country for the good of all. And the presidential media team revealed this at the maiden periodic media briefing at the State House.
Some people feel the government is not doing anything, and government has been doing a lot. And he believes that it is up to them to go out there and blow their trumpets. They should not even wait for people to blow it for them. They should go out and talk about what their ministries have been doing.
The government is actually quite positive and happy that a lot of its programs are achieving desired results, especially in some sectors. For instance, agriculture expanded by 3.2%. We're seeing more enhanced local production. We're seeing a lot more exports. The same thing with the telecommunications industry, which was expanded by about 9.1% because of new investments in both digital infrastructure. For instance, they're laying fiber optics across the country.
And the president has cautioned against the consequences of Africa's long-standing profile as a supplier of raw materials to countries of other continents. Extracting raw materials in Africa, he said, has continued to keep the continent in a state of poverty, making it even more undeveloped. The Nigerian leader made the observation while delivering keynote address during the African Minerals Strategy Group meeting on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, United States. Represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima at the global event, the president highlighted the urgent need for the continent to break free from his dependence, stating that the extraction of raw materials without local processing only deepens Africa's underdevelopment and prolongs its economic challenges. Our Nigerian's Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, who also spoke at the event in his capacity as the chairman of the African Minerals Strategy Group, said out of the group's vision to transform Africa's mining industry through local value addition and industrialization. The First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, has bid farewell to visiting First Ladies from other nations, including the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Jill Biden, who hosted the First Ladies to a lunch, described her interactions with them as impactful. And the lunch, she notes, will be the last she will be hosting as the First Lady of the United States during the Banga. She, however, says the bond they have forged over the years in their struggle to promote peace in the world and attract development to their respective countries will continue beyond next year, January, when she's expected to vacate as the First Lady of the United States.
So those are the kind of friendships that this group forges. These powerful connections we carry with us wherever we go. And as I look around today at all of you, I feel so much gratitude. In your homes and your cities and at summits, you've shown me your hearts, and I hope that you've seen mine in return. Being a first spouse is a unique experience, and I'm honored to have walked this journey with all of you. So as I begin to build my next chapter, I hope that we can stay in touch. And when there are ways that I can help lift up your work or be your partner, please don't hesitate to call me. To our partnership, may it continue to help all people flourish in the world. To our friendships, may they shine no matter the distance between us. Make us smile even when we're apart. And may their warmth remind us that on the path of peace, we never walk alone. Cheers. I love you all.
Analyzing or passing judgment on cases that are sub judice on conventional and social media will henceforth not be tolerated. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kekere-Ekun, who got confirmed by the Senate, told the legislators during the screening that she intends to deploy technology in Nigeria's judicial space for efficiency.
Moton Mori Olajukumba Kekerekun is hereby confirmed as the Chief Justice of the Federation of Nigeria.
And the security and well-being of Nigerians are top priorities for the House of Representatives as lawmakers in the Green Chamber commences legislative business for the second session of the 10th Assembly. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, in a resumption speech, commends President Tinubu for signing the counter-terrorism bill into law, but advocates greater executive legislative synergy to overcome internal security challenges.
Laws that will positively impact the lives of all Nigerians. The House will prioritize several key bills to address critical national issues across security, governance, and environmental protection. The Armed Forces Act Amendment Bill and the Police Act Amendment Bill focus on strengthening Nigeria's security apparatus by enhancing the operational efficiency of the military and reforming the police to improve internal security.
All right, good morning, Nigeria. We'll review Nigerians' participation at the 79th Banga this morning. Stay tuned for this conversation. Good morning.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, Senator George Akume, FNIM-CON, wishes to announce the programs lined up for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary with the theme, Reflecting on the Past, Inspiring the Future, as follows. World Press Conference, Thursday, 26th September 2024. Venue, National Press Center, Radio House, Garki, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Special Juma'at prayers, Friday, 27th September 2024. Venue, National Mosque, Abuja. Time 1 p.m. Interdenominational Church Service, Sunday, 29th September 2024. Venue, National Christian Center, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Presidential broadcast, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Time 7 a.m. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Venue, Presidential Villa. Time 10 a.m. All invited guests are to be seated by 9 a.m. Announcer Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee.
From the Atlantic across the Savannah to the Sahara, We rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree. We sway in colors, we thunder in timber. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we are more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
It created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. Go TV. Love it.
You have to move from the point where you protect and defend your religion to a point where you also recognize the rights of the other person, of the other religion, and protect it. So if I am protecting my own territory and my own people and trying to emphasize their rights and protect their rights, I should also be thinking about how to protect the rights of the others.
Both Islam and Christianity recognize and defer to God, and both recognize the temporariness of the life of this world, and that ultimately we all go back to God for the day of reckoning, when everybody will render an account of his life on this temporary abode.
This Saturday, FC Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen. Watch live FC Bayern Munich versus Bayer Leverkusen on Sporty TV.
Sporty Bet sponsors coverage of the German Bundesliga.
All right, welcome back to the program. Good morning, Nigeria, live on the network service. Coming up next is newspaper review. Please do stay with us.
And Chukwudi Okolobaja is here in the studio. A pleasure to welcome you.
Victor, yes, I am here, and it's a pleasure to accept your welcome.
All right.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Claire?
Yes.
A little proximity in terms of the colors you've done this morning.
The ladies are always spying on me. They're always doing that, all of them.
Yes, we have become spies. Naturally, we are very intuitive. So
yes.
Well,
we have
let's.
It's a natural gift.
Whatever you say is correct.
Let's get to business.
Let's get on with it.
I will begin with the People's Daily, and it leads with this major story. Some ministers, appointees to go. Presidency confirms in imminent cabinet reshuffle. That story is on page 3. And then you see the picture story, which shows Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa in front and others at the graduation and badging of Defense Headquarters Special Force ceremony in Abuja. Well, there are other stories just below the nameplate. Flood, 3 million children in Borno without school. That's according to Save the Children, page 22. Strike looms as ASU issues 14 days ultimatum to FG. That one is on page 4. And reps turned down 300 billion allocation for Borno flood relief. That story is on page 5. 18-year-old boy sets house ablaze after stealing foodstuffs in a lorry. Interesting. Page 7. And extracting raw materials in Africa has kept continent in poverty. That's according to Tinubu. I believe that's part of the UNGA speech. And then, still on UNGA, 79, Tinubu urges world leaders to deepen ties among member states. That one is on page 20. And finally, from the People's Daily, Pengasan, why marketers can't lift petrol directly from Dangote refinery. That is on page 19. Let's move on to the blueprint. The blueprint leads with the story, 79th UNGA, Tinubu urges world leaders to deepen ties as way out of global challenges, insists on UN Security Council seat for Nigeria. Well, that begins on the front page and ends on page 8. Above that story and below the nameplate, EFCC tackles Bello as ex-governor takes case to Supreme Court. Page 9. In business, average price of 1 kilogram of beans increased to 2,574.63 in August. That's according to MBS. Page 20. And in sports, 100 primary schools to participate in Headmasters Cup soccer tourney. Page 32. As CJN, I'll be remembered for integrity, zero tolerance for corruption. That's according to Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, warns judicial officers against frivolous ex-parte orders, injunctions. 6 end to pre-election matters at appeal court. And the parrots in the cartoon beside me say, well, I'll be remembered for integrity, zero tolerance for corruption, CJN. The other says, let's wait and see. And finally, Tinubu orders rehabilitation of office for Ministry of Livestock. Page 15. Claire.
I like the story you read about Headmasters Cup. You know, it takes us down memory lane. But I know Chukwudi will speak to that later on. But let's quickly take a look at the Daily Trust and give you other stories that you haven't heard from Victor. And Daily Trust has quite interesting piece. Okay, it starts with hardship. Civil servants go to work twice a week, and the trending riders there, even feeding is difficult. Only Lagos, Ogun, Osun approve off days. And we pretend we don't know what's happening, director. It will lead to low productivity, analysts. And you can read up this story on page 4. Now, just below the nameplate, why Tinubu can't intervene in Dangote NNPC fuel price feud, and that's coming from the presidency. Now, MSMEs can't survive on current interest rate. That's Fidelity Bank MD. That story is captured on page 23. And if you look at the the picture story there, below that, you find published investigation report, discharged female soldier tells the army. And we did talk about this yesterday. That story again is captured on page 10. Now, Kekereekun confirmed, okay, we read this earlier on, 2009 agreement, salaries ASU gives FG 14-day ultimatum on page 8. And Bob Risky, FG probes allegation against prison CJ. Details of that on page 9. Chukwudi, I'll just allow you to take your lead this one.
When they say CG, prisons, it is correctional service. It's been like that for years now, no longer prisons.
Thank you, Victor. Yes. I hope it actually corrects its inmates as they return to society. I hope they don't get worse.
Those who want to, because you have PhD candidates behind bars now, masters, PhD, some have graduated, you have them who have their PhDs, who have their masters, and they had nothing when they got behind bars. So if you want to, you get involved. Some have learned trades.
Yeah.
And so if you want to, really, you learn.
This will make for a good special report. Because,
I agree
follow up. Because if we do
you.
have people who have, graduated from behind the prison walls, I mean, we need to follow up.
I've done this.
Yes.
I've done this a number of times. I've done it.
Yes, but I think we really need to do
I can see ultimately it has led to Victor beating his chest over reportage. No problem.
Yes,
God did.
But well done.
Anyhow,
if you have.
Well done, Victor, but it's a good
humanized.
Oh my! Yes. I mean, it can't all be condign punishment for that criminal. Blah blah blah. When you get into the
we
prison,
need to follow up. Even follow up on them. Rehabilitation. Reintegration into the system, because it's always very difficult. Once you go behind the bars, it's a tag. It becomes there's a stigma, and we've been trying to fight the stigma,
particularly on our shows,
exactly.
on the shows of Africa.
It would be also good to
it's
know.
a good one.
Yes,
it's really a good one.
Yes, please go ahead.
Civil servants go to work twice a week, as if we don't know this. Some of them get in my car when I do come over here, and I say, "How do you manage to keep going to work?" They say, "Okay, you can see the roads are dry." It's just a few of us that actually... It's an open secret. When was it Ondo and Edo that started 3 days a week? And we said it will lead to less productivity, a real decrease in what at the end of the day, it is the reality the civil servant faces that would inform how he or she lives their life.
I think we should also not generalize, because when we say civil servants, now you have grouped all civil servants. There are some civil servants who still do.
I was going to say that when Claire was reading it, and I was wondering, am I really a civil servant?
Those are not the civil servants we're talking about.
The core civil servants.
And their percentage is quite minimal compared to the workforce that generally gets called the civil service. Well, of course, they're affiliated. But on the whole, the point we're making is that they simply do not have the means to go to work on a daily basis anymore. Let's not pretend about it. Actually, 3 states, is it Lagos, Ogun and Oshu? They've actually approved off days, both for senior and lower categories. That is facing the fact of your life, you understand? But the point at the end of the day is, if prices have gone up so much that the civil servant feels hemmed in by unnatural circumstance, what is coming to alleviate the hardship? Where is the minimum wage, for instance? Let us hasten its implementation so that people would really feel a reprieve. It's very important. I know it's not easy for government. It's quite obvious it's not easy for them.
I just imagine a civil servant in Lagos living on the mainland, maybe because houses on the island are expensive, and then you have to work on the island because that's where a large chunk of the industries are. You can imagine going from mainland to the island.
You can.
What it will cost you per day.
We're talking the civil service now. I went to teach English phonetics at a school, and I found out some of the pupils were not there anymore. They said their parents had decided to relocate them in schools that are closer, nearer to their homes, as a way of tackling the transportation problems.
I've had to do the same.
Well,
that's it.
Well, they say when the going gets tough,
the tough gets going. We're not going to give in. I will be remembered for.
And we have weathered the storm so far.
we'll finish the
the
job.
resilience, we'll finish
God
the
willing.
job. Yes, we will.
I will be remembered for integrity, zero tolerance for corruption. I like that coming from the new CGN. What do you think? I think it's a good one. Chief Justice,
the parrot here says we should wait and see.
we should wait and see. Let's not be cynical.
Well, actually, we wish her. Someone remarked about her countenance, her composure, and her intelligence. The intelligence she displayed while responding to the questions, put across to her by the Senate, and of course how intelligently she answered, the questions. And so, if that is so, then we might see some changes. But again, we've had many women come, as Chief Justice of Nigeria, take up that position, and then they've also gone.
But it's not so difficult to decipher. I mean, to tell whether she's going to do what she says. What is her track record? People don't suddenly become crusaders against corruption. It's always a DNA thing. It's always something that they are known for.
But even her predecessors,
that's the point.
Equally have track records.
Exactly.
So what I think what
sometimes
we need to,
office changes.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes the
pressure of office, perks of office,
could be overwhelming.
Office changes you. It's a different thing. When you say you sit out there, it's a different thing when you sit in.
Precisely, precisely. And I know somebody who said that to me. In fact, on this Good Morning Nigeria, before the person got into the the other side, I don't want to call the person's name. The person was very vocal. Yes. When he crossed over to the other side, he was on Good Morning, and I put a question across. He was all cold and warm, and I'm like, "What happened to you?" When we got out of the site, he said, "Claire, you don't want to know what happened to me."
Politicians will say you're observing table manners.
What?
Table manners.
So, okay, let's leave it. But we must say this before we go. The issue Bobrisky, Idris Okuneye, the allegations is making, and again, Victor, this is your bit. You cover this area for us.
Well, the Minister of Interior had released a statement, a very tough sounding statement yesterday to say this will be investigated, set up a committee headed by the Permanent Secretary, and that if anyone is found guilty, it will not go unpunished. So we just wait and see.
I mean, but, well, Chukwudi, you are the reviewer.
I'm the reviewer, but actually I'm not very deep in this story. Yes, when I saw it, maybe it's my old-fashioned, attitude to life. There are some people I read about and I say they does not quite add value to the things that I want to prepare for myself. But as you said, I'm the reviewer, I should get to know about it. At the end of the day, we are saying all these traits being shown by some people, do they add value to the kind of life we want to be associated with? That is what the question Africa keeps asking in the face of the turbulent change in attitudes, Because what you get to see, read, and hear from the social media, they are simply dumbfounding. They're just dumbfounding things. It's as if it's no longer our lives. You understand? So Bobrisky matter and his Corey is something that we should always put a mirror on and say, do these attitudes reflect our character? If anybody has deviated from whom we have always been known to be, can we please?
But it's no longer about Bobrisky now, but the fact that, well, I'm not saying facts now, but the allegation that people could be sent to jail and they don't actually go to jail. They don't actually go to jail.
It's actually become a very big story.
Yes.
I promise to look more into it because now you are making me feel that it is a newsroom matter.
Chukwudi,
properly.
I'm going to set it off the set with the question. Did you visit the bakery while coming to the studio this morning? Because I see a moustache painted with.
Well, we're sure it's not a kiss.
They have to reissue.
Did the camera get his moustache?
She's seeing the wrong things.
Did you see the camera?
I think the person who makes your glasses will need to revisit the laboratory.
The camera won't do you the honors.
We'll see you tomorrow. All right, let's go for a short break. We'll be right back.
Vocals for us.
It could be one of your songs, by the way.
People fall in love in mysterious ways.
So why did they call you Able Child?
They called me that when I was in school. That was my nickname then in school.
Any reason in particular why they called you Able Child?
Yeah, because I was actually one of the brilliant students.
Oh, say over me! That answer right there. You must be, if it's not this boy, problem. That means people that answer this service, they have body odor. Hey.
NTA Television College Jos, with a pedigree of producing indelible professionals in the media space and an affiliate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, for the award of degree in mass communication, calls on prospective candidates to leverage on the following courses it offers for 2024-2025 academic session. BSc Mass Communication, those with minimum admissible score of 180 and above who sat for the 2024 JAMB/UTME and direct entry, while 100 to 179 minimum admissible score can apply for the National Innovation Diploma NID in Film and Television Production, Broadcast Journalism and Television Engineering. For more inquiries, visit our website or call 0803-383-4343. Announcer, Registrar.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. Go TV. Love it.
The counsel of our fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
We must all join hands to work hard so that we build a country for our grandchildren.
My hope is that we develop this nation where every citizen is given his due right. There is transparency, honesty, and integrity.
Put the interests of this country first and foremost. Interest of Nigeria is being one nation, one people.
We need, if I mean, to put things right, things that have gone wrong before, to try and put right, for this, for the love of country.
This Saturday, Chelsea.
Jackson, 1-0. This is Matoma.
Brighton.
And well there. Madueke, Chelsea looking for another early goal in this half. And they've got it. Big chance. Big goal. João Pedro.
Chelsea versus Brighton. Live on Sporty TV.
Sportybet sponsors coverage of the English Premier League.
Okay, this is Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA, let's remind you. And to begin our conversation on the 79th ONGA review of President Tinubu's address, here is a background report put together by State House correspondent Abdurrahman Usman Jubrila.
This is the climax of the annual global event, countries giving their national statements. Vice President Kashim Shettima standing in for President Bola Tinubu with a well-scripted national statement and a rich content focusing on contemporary global challenges and practical recommendations. First, Nigeria reminded the world leaders that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights.
Addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice.
Expressing worry about the main objectives of the United Nations and how it could sustain the global body's relevance and resilience, lamenting the return of unconstitutional changes of government in some African countries.
Conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention.
Calling for reforms in the international financial architecture and a transparent multilateral trading system, hoping the adoption of the Pact for the Future will change the narrative, asking the UN to prioritize debt forgiveness for Nigeria and other developing countries from creditors and multilateral financial institutions.
Climate change is a driver of insecurity, which also poses a veritable challenge to sustainable development. A few weeks ago, large areas of my country were inundated by seasonal flood waters, including one of our largest cities, Maiduguri, in the northeast. Other parts of Nigeria also experienced similar tragedies, occasioning the loss of lives and property. We need not remind ourselves to remain faithful to the implementation of the commitments that we all gave voluntarily at the various COP meetings. Failure to do so is merely to postpone the inevitable. No country is immune from the effects of climate change.
Other world leaders at the session made statements aimed at addressing global concerns.
I stand before you in these whirlwinds, convinced of two overriding truths. First, the state of our world is unsustainable. We can't go on like this. And second, the challenges we face are solvable. But that requires us to make sure the mechanisms of international problem solving actually solve problems.
It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands.
Today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends, and it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better.
The Nigeria's statement insisted on bold reforms in the United Nations Security Council with a view to giving Nigeria and other African countries permanent seats at the council.
Well, very, very interesting and engaging outing there for Nigeria, and indeed, of course, very powerful responses coming from the world leaders. Thank you, Abdul Rahman Jibrila, for bringing us this excerpt. And once again, if you've just joined us, you're watching Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service. And our conversation is a review of President Tinubu's outing at the 79th Banga. So let me begin with our introductions. Let me welcome very warmly Ambassador Usman Saki, who is former Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations, and a familiar face, and I'm very glad that you are in for this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We also have here another ambassador, Bolaji Alade Akiremi, Director, Economic Trade and Enforcement Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We're very glad you could join us for this conversation.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Let me also introduce here in the studio Kopep Dabugat, International Development Worker, Civil Society Expert and International Affairs Analyst. He is currently General Secretary of the West African Civil Society Forum, WACSOF. Thank you again for joining us on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you and good morning.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much once again. And this is a very important conversation for all of us, given the prospects, it will have not just for Nigeria, but for the ECOWAS sub-region. And I'd like to start with Ambassador Saiki, and then we may take our turns and all that. Can you outline for us the key prayers, coming from President Tinubu, not just as President of Nigeria, but of course Chairman of the ECOWAS sub-region, and probably evaluate the strength of it, given the platform, the global platform.
Thank you, Mr. Adelabu and Chief. Thank you for this invitation to speak today. Like you say, these are very important issues, important moment in Nigeria's world outlook and engagement. And I think it's very important that we should congratulate the Nigerian delegation led by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON Vice President, who stood in for the President. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Minister, Ambassador Yusuf Maitamatugar, for leading our delegation. We have achieved some landmark, events, there in terms of the high-level activities that we engage in, and also bilateral meetings on the margins of the General Assembly. But you have asked about the significance or the high point. I think the high point in President Tinubu's statement delivered by Vice President Shettima is the idea of governance. He has emphasized in his speech about the dangers that are facing democracy today. That is, if governments, democratic governments, could not deliver the basics and essentials of life to the people, then democracy itself becomes questionable, and its utility and purpose and functions becomes diluted and really becomes rather unsustainable in terms of the perception of the people, whether in the cities or villages or anywhere for that matter. Governance is at the heart of peace and security. Governance is at the heart of development, at the heart of resolving climate change, is at the heart of resolving regional and international issues. So where governments fail, you find vacuums being created, and these vacuums continue to perpetuate themselves and to expand and to create more problems. And I think if you look at, compare the statements of the Secretary General and that of the Vice President, they are in tandem in terms of commitment and the political will to resolve issues using the mechanisms of government and also using the platforms of multilateralism to address them. Within that context, the President's speech highlighted the importance of climate change, particularly in the Sahel and in Nigeria in terms of the natural disasters that are taking place of recent, and also in terms of meeting national and international commitments towards mitigation and adaptation and applying globally approved normative processes to resolve
commitments to COP.
Commitment to COP, exactly, that is one. And the UN Convention on Climate Change also is very important. Let us note the Tokyo outcomes and others. So the third issue I think being highlighted here is the idea of collective responsibility in terms of addressing issues like the debt structure or the debt inequality or the debt trap into which developing countries of the South are falling into. Without resolving the issue of debt and capital flight from our countries, there cannot be a meaningful and sustainable question of development in our countries, simply because capital is needed to stay in our countries in order to industrialize, to address our power deficit, to address our human capital development, to reduce poverty, to create employment, and so forth. So the General Assembly offers the opportunity for engagement and creating partnerships, and also of networking with other countries, with international organizations, and even private sector. You recall Vice President Shettima met with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce where I think pledges of about, is it 200 or 300? 320 million US dollar investment was made. So these sort of outings reinforce confidence in the country and also convey the sense of purpose and deliberate action on the part of the leadership of the country towards reaching out to people and establishing the right conditions for partnership with other countries and other partners. So as you say, this is very important for Nigeria, and I think we should all collectively congratulate.
I'm sorry, are they in line of priority?
Yeah.
Did you give in line of priority?
Well, in line of, yes, first governance is critical to everything.
Yes,
and then addressing the challenges of climate change and debt, relief.
Okay.
And stemming the capital flight, I think is important.
Okay.
Yeah, very good.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador Seriki. Okay, let me let you rest a while and get to Ambassador Akinremi. We have taken what we have to the world. We have made our own statements, pitched our own ideas. But what should be the lessons for Nigeria, given after days of speeches and commitments and all of those? What should Nigeria take home from this whole process?
Well, thank you so much for inviting us. And Ambassador Seriki has said a lot about the Mr. President's speech delivered by the Vice President. For Nigeria as a whole, you must know that the UN General Assembly is a pivotal gathering of world leaders, diplomats, and representatives of different countries. And now that Nigeria has taken part again this year, because it's not every country that go to the General Assembly every year, and it's not every country that is represented even at the principal level. The UN continued throughout the year. Majority of the job is done by the expert, and then the political leaders come to give the muzzle to it. Nigeria must know that he has a global role to play, and destiny has placed upon his shoulder to be the leader in Africa of the black race, and we must always carry this with pride, with dignity, both at the United Nations and when we get back home. What is the significance of this? It means we cannot be floppy or sloppy about the governance at home if we call for governance at the international arena to be up to their duties and responsibilities and obligations. It means we must realize that whatever we say at the international stage, they are looking at us, whether we keep up to it at home. So commitment, even in governance at home, must also be adhered to by government. And this is what you take out there to show your priorities, to show that you are keeping to your responsibility at home and you are ready to align with other countries globally to fulfill international expectations. As you know, the UN General Assembly is very dynamic and is changing. Ambassador Seriki has mentioned the participation of the private sector. From Nigeria also, there is a huge private sector participation in this high-level week. And so you have a lot of side events that are organized by Nigerians. They must have taken there what they have done at home, and they are looking for collaboration outside there, back home. There are a lot of events on economic. But for now, the UN General Assembly used to, the high level particularly, used to focus essentially on political issues. But now, economic issue is the deal. So even in speeches that you hear, you heard about illicit financial flows from the Vice President's statement. It is essentially by private sector, multinational. So all of these things are linked, and it is a call to responsibility. It is a call to collaboration. It is a call to fulfillment of what you have promised the people. It is a call to development. So if you ask me about Nigeria, it is to remind Nigeria that it is not for nothing that you are the largest population in Africa, you are the largest black nation, and you are the biggest economy. You must not slide back. And our government is very aware of this responsibility. They carry it with every sense of responsibility and duty. And you have seen that in the reforms by Mr. President. All of these are gathering together because it doesn't make sense just to go to the UN platform to make so much noise.
Otherwise it becomes a jamboree.
Otherwise it becomes a jamboree. And you must note that Mr. President has paid attention to local development in Nigeria. That's why he hasn't gone personally. It's not for any other reason. You are aware of the flood in Maiduguri. As soon as he arrived, he went there personally, you know, to show solidarity with the people, you know. And when Mr. President moves, you know, the entourage is larger. And that means the budget is also curtailed. All of these are in the thinking of the government, that we need to conserve funds because people are really tightening their belt, and government must not be frivolous in spending.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador Bolaji Alade Akinremi. Thank you. Let's bring in Mr. Dabugat into the conversation. And I'd like for us to, you know, look at the points, you know, that the items, the, you know, prayers that were raised at this global, you know, platform, because the UN is a multilateral institution that brings together, you know, global minds and global interests. And Ambassador Seriki mentioned governance and the dangers of that might, you know, emanate from, you know, bad governance to democracy. And in the prayers presented by our president, there was also reference to the issue of curtailing small arms and light weapons and all that. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, can we speak to that? And it is, how do you see the response, you know, of members to the president's, you know, appeal, you know, in that regard?
Thank you so much for this question. I think from my own part, I would start by, you know, saying that I think the speech of Mr. President was very strong and very, very on point. And the fact that, you know, he stayed back to face domestic issues shows some level of commitment to the problems, addressing the problems of the country. Now, within the speech of the President at the UN General Assembly, I think some things strike me very, very much. You know, I always say, just like Ambassador has mentioned, Nigeria, you know, should take that leadership of Africa. I think in this speech, Nigeria didn't just take leadership of Africa, but of the developing world, you know, because it mentioned several things that really do not just impinge on the development of Africa, but on the development of the entire developing world. One is on the reform of the UN Security Council, which is a long-running discussion. And in this case, Nigeria went straight to say Nigeria deserves a seat on the Security Council. And I think that is really very, very important. Linking up with that also, there was a discussion of equality, fairness in the multilateral system of the world. I mean, severally across, whether it is the UN, the African Union, the ECOWAS, there is that clamor for reform, you know, also linking up with the issues of undemocratic changes of government, you know, in Africa, in West Africa particularly, you know, he harped on the need for democracy, and not just having democratic systems, but having democratic systems that deliver on economic needs. I think, thirdly, he called on the need to address terrorism and insecurity challenges. You know, and
sorry,
yes.
because I had asked, I had asked what specifically was the request in terms of addressing the issue of governance, because even within that context of prayers, the president also mentioned the incident of coup, you know, military coups, and referenced Niger, and we know that, I mean, the efforts at the ECOWAS community, yes, you know, indeed, has been trying to bring these countries together. So what was the response, or the request, the help, you know, that is being solicited from that global platform?
Yes, I think one of the things I was coming to that is the straight request for debt relief, you know, for, you know, the developing world. And that is, you know, again linking up with the fact that democracy has not been able to deliver on these economic needs. He mentioned that a lot of these countries are suffering under the debt burden because much of their resources go into debt service. So they cannot really sustain the demands of governance, you know. And so those, I think, for me, stand out as very, very clear demands. You know, this idea of Nigeria being the big brother, it's a good thing, it's a fancy thing for Nigeria. But sometimes, as a big brother, you also have to remember that you are also a human being, you know, and demand for, you know, a space to act that big brother. And I think Nigeria demanded for that space very, very clearly. Looking also at connecting this with the last year's speech at the UN General Assembly, you will see that the narrative is consistent. It's almost the same speech, but beyond that, this speech has a lot of context and has a lot of specificity as to the demands that Nigeria has. Again, linking up with the other African countries' speeches at the UN General Assembly, Nigeria clearly took the lead because a lot of the countries stopped at Africa. I mean, it was a similar, you know, narrative through the entire African countries. But Nigeria's own went to a global level to demand all these things on behalf of the global poor. So I think this was a very
So for you, that relief is core.
Yes.
Victor, you want to argue?
Yeah,
once again,
well, it's not that relief is core, but the first thing he mentioned was a seat on the UN Security Council. So I'm going to ask Ambassador Seriki, if we take this one after the other, how important, just what does it mean for Nigeria, for instance, to be on the UN Security Council? If I understand particularly that you are not going to have the veto that those on that council already enjoy.
Yeah. Well, Nigeria's position on the reform of the Security Council has been very consistent, you know, all along. And it is in line with the African position. The Azuluni consensus actually, you know, guides for the time being how Africa should respond and approach the issue of the reform of the Security Council. Mind you, the reform is not only additional membership, but also addressing the question of the veto power. What is the morality behind 5 countries holding the rest of the world, the entire world, hostage to their whims and caprices? Just by pressing the button no, you have now derailed everything, regardless of the moral purpose or moral justification of the cause. For instance, calling for a ceasefire in conflict, like Mr. Vice President, like Mr. President said in his speech, should not be normalized to say, no, you will not call for ceasefire. In fact, making a call for ceasefire in conflict to become a crime in itself is really to detract the entire world from the moral high ground of conflict prevention. And the President's speech emphasized that one of the principal purposes of the United Nations is peace and security and conflict prevention. So Nigeria's claim to a seat, a permanent seat, in the Security Council is the morality behind our foreign policy of non-interference in other countries' affairs, respect for other countries' sovereignty, independence and integrity, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. And we have demonstrated this from 1960 when we went into the Congo to lead the United Nations peacekeeping operations. And up to a few years ago, up to the time of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have consistently maintained that posture of going to other countries to restore and to keep the peace. Therefore, this flagship operation of Nigeria's foreign policy merits the consideration of Nigeria to become a permanent member. If 2 seats are to be given to Africa, there is no question that one of these seats must come to Nigeria. Now, on the question of the veto, the United States recently issued a statement that they favor 2 seats for Africa in the permanent category, but they qualified it or conditioned it again that it will not be a veto-wielding seat. Now, African countries are very reluctant to take that up because they are insisting that they also have the right. You cannot create 2 permanent categories today. One category having permanent the veto power and another not having the veto power. You either extend the veto power to all permanent members or you abolish it. And I think abolishing it will be far better for the multilateral system, for global peace and security, for achieving sustainable development, and for removing discrepancies in the international system than keeping the veto power. The veto power is anachronistic and is demonstrative of the misuse of power, particularly by 5 nuclear-wielding countries.
Can I ask you on the veto power? Because since you've been hitting on that veto power, does it vitiate the principles of multilateralism? Because that's the basis on which the UN is founded.
Yeah, it does. And consistently, since the 1960s to today, a number of issues that could not be resolved in terms of nuclear disarmament, for instance, or the conflict in Palestine, for instance, or even the issue of which country should be taken to the International Criminal Court or not, are all hindered by the use of the veto by one country or the other. Resolution of conflict is a moral duty enshrined in various chapters of the United Nations Charter. Anything that vitiates that, anything that detracts from that, anything that stops that must be regarded as inimical to the maintenance of international peace and order and security. Therefore, addressing the veto power becomes a moral duty and also a normative and legal duty for us to examine it from the perspectives of the relevance or of that prerogative to the Charter of the United Nations. Removing it will actually conduce towards a negotiated and mutually approved resolution of issues in the world today. And the other issue I think that our delegation raised in Mr. President's speech is the importance of redressing the historical injustice that is done to Africa in terms of our marginalization. Going to the Security Council is not a symbolic gesture. It is a concrete testament and affirmation of the arrival of the African continent to a level of acceptance and to a level of relevance in the international system, whereby you can sit at the table with other countries and decide on global governance matters. So it is very important, the cultural, historical, and even racial dimension of the reform of the Security Council is highlighted. You assign only 3 non-permanent positions to the entire African country. And then yet you expect us to have reliance and confidence in the international multilateral system. It's not done. And one other claim, finally, before I give you the floor back the floor, is in that speech of Mr. President, He raised the issue of Palestine, of Gaza, of the conflict in Sudan and other places. You cannot resolve conflicts when you do not address the underlying issues, social, economic, and other factors that drive conflicts. So it was a very courageous, very pragmatic, non-combative, constructive, and forward-looking statement on the issue of conflict. And I think Nigerian political scientists, the media, journalists, and others should examine that statement very carefully and bring out the nuances that it entails towards the construction of a narrative of Nigeria's return to the leadership of Africa and the developing world, as Mr. Labugat said, whereby we can now hinge Nigeria's claim to leadership of Africa, not only ECOWAS, that is chaired by Mr. President, but actually, on the larger African continent and the global south. And that is what we will carry, I think, in October to the Commonwealth. Ambassador Akin, you know that I think, we are going to Samoa for the Commonwealth meeting. And I think these are things that we could carry over to that also, the other multilateral organizations. To forcefully place our claim to have the right to speak on global issues from the perspectives of Africa and the global south.
Ambassador Seriki, thank you. And I think that I was even surprised when you didn't mention the issue of the permanent seat at the Security Council when you did it, because it was a major, headline all over Nigeria, the question, and we have been doing that, for some time to come. But there's no doubt, Ambassador Akinremi, that Nigeria is qualified, given the requirements. We participate actively in international peacekeeping missions, peace building. Of course, we are a member of the UN. UN. I don't know whether I don't know what number we are now, but we are a member of the UN Charter. We are obliged, to also be given, a space as a permanent member in the Security Council. But there are other issues that are emanating even from within our own, region, both at the, sub-region and at the African region. And these are the political and representational dynamics. Do you think that this time around, maybe our fellow African brothers will now come together, and allow Nigeria, or give Nigeria the vote, because Nigeria needs the vote, to get, to even be nominated
into the
Security Council.
Well, thank you for this point, but membership of the Security Council is not by nomination, and is not by confined on people.
But there are other countries who are also showing interest.
That's where I'm coming.
Yes.
Going by global history, over the years and century, power, or is what we call might is right. And you cannot be distracted by the discussion on the democratization of the Security Council. As a practitioner, I can tell you that the way it's going, countries need to take their mind off that for now, because the global issues are managed by those who felt that they have the capacity. And until you are able to assert yourself on the international scene, whereby you can disrupt it, they won't listen to you. So it is, I heard Ambassador Seriki mention about moral duty or moral right. That is true, but not when it comes to the Security Council. Because nations that have the capacity don't entrust, not just their foreign policy, but their defense and their livelihood and assistance just to anybody to care for. Rather, they want to look after you so that they be the one determining what you do. And it's because they felt it, and you know, it clearly mentioned it, that these are nuclear power wedding nations. So it is not what they just give to you because you say you want it.
Okay, you must show capacity.
Something must happen. And this is the reality that developing countries have to come to. Africa in particular. Everyone that has this veto power for now in the Security Council have things that make them to feel that they are superior.
Nuclear.
And Africa cannot be going to China to queue for
daily bread,
as you have said, and expect them to have the same that China. They are just going to continue, as we say in the modern language, scoping you, just making you feel it's going to happen. This is the reality that we must come to, so that as we can now focus on developing ourselves to the extent that we will be recognized and we can call for a change. Different nations have different ways of asserting themselves in the international scene. And it's because they are
but that is not a requirement. You know, that is not a requirement.
What you should ask yourself is that how does those who have veto power, how did they get it?
By force.
Might is right in the international system. We can only be gathering at the UN General Assembly. That's why they call it a talk shop. All right? And you must know that at the high level week, decisions are not taken. It is the expert who will continue at the committee level. So these 24 to 28, it's where the leaders open the discussions and give the direction to which they will go. There will be resolutions which will be negotiated and will be agreed to by consensus. Now, what veto tells you is that there is no consensus. And it says that this is the direction I will go, and if you try to oppose me, anything can happen. So a nation that will be capable of having veto power should be able to tell the whole world that if you oppose me, anything can happen. I'm capable of rocking the boat. We must tell ourselves the home truth, that it is high time that Nigeria come of age.
But Nigeria is capable of rocking the boat when you use your economic might, because these days it's not. No, I mean, we use our resources. It's
human resources.
We have our human resources.
For sure.
We have our resources. Africa is a global market.
Deputy General Secretary.
In terms of market, trade and investment, you know, Africa is a destination for the world today.
Sorry, you don't get veto power by your market. None of them had such market apart from China when they got the veto power. You know, there was Second World War.
Military might.
And you know, some countries emerge. Japan was bombed, and Japan, that has asserted itself in the whole of Asia, could no longer raise its head. All right? Now alliance is swinging. Japan and US are together, okay? But would Japan have a veto power on the UN Security Council? What will India say? All right? South Korea. So in the Asia flank alone, there are a lot of nations that are clamoring, or they are silent now. I was in the United Nations I was in the permanent mission of Nigeria, just like His Excellency. I served after him. And we know very well that there are a lot of conglomeration, nations coming together to discuss this. But we also know the reality that something like a bang has to happen.
So, I don't know. Maybe we're escalating conversation now.
I wanted to take us off course a bit. Look.
No, please don't. Let's quickly.
I'm coming.
Sorry, I hope I'm not disrupting your...
No. What does a nation lose by not identifying with the United Nations? Knowing that if it is about relations, bilateral, you can do that independent of the United Nations. Nations can do business. You don't have to go to the UN to do business. You can do business on your own. What does a nation lose? What does it gain, really?
Well, I think it's more around, being in a marketplace, and there's an association of, market women, for example, and you say you wouldn't join. There are a lot of, issues that can be negotiated through collectivity. I think it's always very instrumental, useful to come together with people. I mean, the world has become an interdependent
Even if you
world.
feel, you are not getting your fair share.
But then who do you trade with? I mean, that's where they go and negotiate, some of the things collectively. And then you go to the back and negotiate with some of them individually. It may not really work, I mean, almost all the nations of the world are part of the United Nations, So a lot of discussions happen there. And I think this is a system that has been constructed over time, over more than a century, and it has become like the norm within the international system. So it's something you can't escape at the moment, So it's only pragmatic that you just find a way to be constructive about your engagement in the multilateral system. But then I think this issue of the permanent seat on the UN Security Council is, as I said earlier, a long-running issue. I think since Kofi Annan, the idea of the need for reform of the UN has been muted. The discussions have been going on. At some point, it became very, very heated, and then it dies down. And it picks up momentum again, and then it dies down. I think Ambassador was just highlighting the fact that in the international system, it is a matter of your power gives you the space, And at the moment, there is no, overarching authority in the international system to say, okay, your power is too much, keep it aside. No. I have the power, so I can decide to act in certain ways, and there's nobody to check me. So how can you escape that? So I think the argument is very, very clear. Nigeria needs to now get down to business. Sit, build its elements of national power, build on its population, ensure that that population is driving its economic development, have control over its resources, and ensure that these resources are deployed, to drive development within Nigeria. In fact, interestingly, yesterday I had an argument with someone who was talking about Nigeria's foreign policy being anchored on Africa. It is said that Africa is the centerpiece of Nigerian foreign policy, which is true. Nigeria does a lot for Africa. That big brother, big brother thing.
We are still playing
it does a lot of Africa for Africa, But interestingly, you look at the feedback, you don't see much, gain for Nigeria. Nigeria needs to, come up with a doctrine. The foreign policy is sound, but it needs to come up with a doctrine that operationalizes development, into its foreign policy, real economic development for its people.
Thank you. Yes. Ambassador Seriki, we're back to you again. I would like you to also, while answering the question I'm going to put to you, to talk about the Big Brother aspect, because it keeps coming, recurring in conversations on international diplomacy and all that. Have we gotten to a stage where we have to review the Big Brother, diplomatic policy, our foreign policy of Nigeria? But this is my question, just before you answer. Must there be a big bang from Nigeria for her, or even Africa, to be accepted as a permanent member in the Security Council? And I'm asking because to even be accepted, you need the big five, the interest of the big five to say, okay, yes. And Nigeria now is, aligning with some of those big fives. So, yes, so are we likely to get the support of any of those members?
Yes, this is a discussion that is still continuing. It's not something that is going to momentarily happen, this year or next year or in 10 years' time or
wow.
whatever. So it is a continuous process.
For how long?
Well, that is for as long as the international community allows the issue to drag on indefinitely. And by international community here, basically you are talking of 2 or 3 countries, in the Security Council, the United States, Great Britain, perhaps China and Russia. France has indicated its commitment towards expanding the Security Council and even discussing renegotiating the veto power. When I was in New York, they have said that there is an issue of morality behind the veto power, and France recognized that. And they wanted to see if there will be a discussion around the use of the veto power, particularly the indiscriminate use to obstruct and block the cause of peace. And they raised that issue, really. But the other countries, Britain and France, Russia and China, did not actually readily come out to say, yes, we will do that. So the matter stopped there. So the onus now is on us, the other countries that want to see the global activities through a different prism, to say that, yes, we must discuss the veto power. Let us place it centrally on the agenda of the next General Assembly, for instance. Why should 4 or 5 countries determine the fate of the world? Remember, the United Nations consists of 193 member states, small and big countries. Don't their sentiments matter in the way the world is run? Because you cannot run the world by ignoring the interests, the concerns, and the needs of other countries. And that is what Nigeria is saying. So what Ambassador Kinremi was highlighting was this issue of realism in foreign policy, the doctrine of realism. But there are other doctrines also of morality, of causality, of cultural affinity and prerogative,
idealism
and so
as
different identities.
Yes.
So we can coalesce that, collapse them into a workable system to oppose it to the doctrine of reality, which necessitates that might is right. Our rejoinder should be, no, right is might. When you do things correctly and rightly, you are now actually demonstrating might without applying the instruments of violence, without applying the instruments of mass annihilation, mass destruction, which is really possession of nuclear weapons. So countries like Brazil, countries like Germany, countries like Japan, Argentina, Italy, Sweden, and others that have the aspirations to come into the Security Council are also examining their option to have the veto or not. So it is very critical, very important that Nigeria defines its interests and where it wants to go on this issue. And I think so far now we come to the big brother issue. We are working collectively within the family of African nations to find a way out. Perhaps there is a need to really revisit the Ezeluni consensus in terms of upgrading the perception based on recent developments. If the United States says they are amenable to the idea of 2 African countries to be on the Security Council, now let us refocus the argument on which 2 countries will be there.
Precisely.
And then whether we accept the position that we should not go there to expect the veto power, but to go there as non-veto members. We have to look at all these options and define them. And what sort of coalitions or affinities or collaborations will you build with other regional groupings? Because the conversation in the intergovernmental meeting on the reform of the Security Council is arranged along regional lines, including the European Union. All of them, they have opinions on the expansion of the Security Council along the lines of the number that is required, along the lines of the use of veto power, along the lines of responsibility that each member should bring, and along the line of civilizational and cultural values that the members will bring. So it's very important for us to look at all these things and aggregate our responses along clear factors that will determine the reform of the Security Council and the nomination or appointment of members into that group.
Ambassador Seki, thank you. Thank you. And when we come back from this short break, we'll also look at another very important prayer from Nigeria, well, from the ECOWAS chairman, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is on, the concern that some nations are reverting to, unilateralism rather than, the multilateralism upon which the UN, is hinged. But that will be when we come back. We'll now begin to look at it. Let's take a short break. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, Senator George Akume, FNIM-CON, wishes to announce the programs lined up for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary with the theme, Reflecting on the Past, Inspiring the Future, as follows. World Press Conference, Thursday, 26th September 2024. Venue, National Press Center, Radio House, Garki, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Special Jum'at prayers, Friday, 27th September 2024. Venue, National Mosque, Abuja. Time 1 p.m. Interdenominational Church Service, Sunday, 29th September 2024. Venue, National Christian Center, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Presidential broadcast, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Time 7 a.m. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Venue, Presidential Villa. Time 10 a.m. All invited guests are to be seated by 9 a.m. Announcer Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house.
Yes. No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever, the story of our lives.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
The race to qualify for the biggest football competition in Africa is on, the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. 48 teams in 12 groups, with only the top 2 teams in each group qualifying for the African Cup of Nations in 2025 in Morocco. Don't miss the action, suspense and unrivaled coverage on AfroSport TV and its affiliates partners across Nigeria, starting from September 2024 to November 2024. AfroSport, your freedom of sport.
This Sunday, Roma, Venezia, Roma versus Venezia. Live on Sporty TV.
Sportybet sponsors coverage of the Italian Serie A.
Thank you for staying with us on Good Morning Nigeria, where we've been having quite an interesting conversation on
the background.
Nigeria's outing at the UN General Assembly. And we've had a more robust one behind the scenes. But Claire has set us a tone for the conversation to progress. And I want to just ask Ambassador Kiremi, while bearing that in mind, would you think that Nigeria's address to the UN General Assembly positions it to make well enough, in good stead, to make the kind of demands that it is making? Or do you think that we should, shift some other time, maybe shift focus and address some other things?
Thank you so much. Nigeria's speech this year is well seated, well positioned, and I think thumb up for Mr. President, as well delivered by His Excellency the Vice President. One way I will look at this is that it is a confirmation of the direction that this administration is going on the 4D diplomacy. And this is to emphasize Nigerian strength. And if you actually wanted a seat at the table, you must speak to your strength, and you must emphasize. One key element that will help Nigeria in future, and as it is doing now, is its diaspora. And Nigerians, whether home or abroad, must continue to have their mind on their motherland, how it will emerge. And so I know for sure that in future, our diaspora, working with us at the motherland, will make Nigeria to emerge on the global scene that will be respected. What Vito gives you is actually international respect. And you can earn this respect only when you work on your strength. And Nigeria has got the strength. We've got the demography. And His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maitama Yusuf Tuga, has really steered the ship of Nigerian foreign policy in this direction to work on the strength of our nation. So if we come back to the speech or the statement that Nigeria has delivered this year, there are some elements that are different from what you have been saying in the usual year. In the years before. We now begin to say that we are not just qualified for this, but if you don't give us, or if you don't listen to us, you too will not have peace. So there is an element of we also saying that we have a position. We are not begging, it's not with cap in hand. It is more assertive. This statement is more assertive. And the delivery is super. The delivery is super. So the whole world listen. I have read online international comment about Nigeria. People are saying that, it's time to listen to Nigeria. Because we are very in the heart of the black race, in the heart of Africa. And we have played our diplomacy in such that no African country can say we're inconsequential. So when you talk about the big brother, it's not a waste. It's never a waste. So, because you must show to people that you have the shoulder that they can lean on. And you must show that you are consistent in what you are doing, not just because of what you wanted, but what you think you can render. So Nigeria has the capacity to lead the black race. Nigeria has the capacity to lead Africa, and Nigeria has positioned itself globally. And Nigerians, now I'm talking of our diaspora, are going to do us the great honor. We must not underplay that. Before I will stop on this, don't forget that Nigeria is still the largest democracy in Africa. And Mr. President said this in this speech, that we have had democracy and electoral process consistently for over 2 decades, unbroken. There are few African countries that can say this. So we are the largest democracy in Africa. Not just that. In terms of development, you still cannot rubbish Nigeria, even though we have our own domestic challenges. But the fact remains that as we are aspiring very high, and we are not doing badly at all. We are not doing badly at all. So economically, we are improving. The policies of government, the reforms, have really brought confidence, even from the international scene. You know, we are paying the price now, but very soon we'll begin to reap.
Hopefully. Hopefully, Ambassador Keremi, hopefully. Let me also ask, is the UN really a multilateral institution? I ask because, I mean, if we look back at its origin, the Westphalia Treaty, which granted those warring states the freedom to, collective interaction, freedom to have, dealings with whatever and solve issues. Today, in terms of trade, is there anything multilateral in trade, in international trade? You look at how countries are choosing what to do. Now, rather than collective response to issues of conflict and violence, some countries are choosing to fuel it. Instead of collective response to issues of poverty, the international financial system is increasing debt of African countries. So is UN still relevant as a multilateral institution?
Yes, I would say yes. Why? Because, first of all, we didn't touch much on the history of the United Nations. I think it's very important to recognize that United Nations was born out of collective effort, to stem the tide of international, bullying, so to say, by Germany, Japan, and other allies that were trying to take over other countries, And from there, you see how after the Second World War, when these countries came together, they put together the Marshall Plan, which led to the development of the rebuilding of Europe, after the Second World War. And they put in millions of money, put in a lot of expertise to ensure that that happened. We see how the European countries are continuing to develop.
Yes, which was also part of the Woodrow peace plan.
Yes, exactly. And then, of course, even within this speech of Mr. President, this issue was highlighted. Yes, the United Nations system is not perfect. It's a work in progress, so to say. Just like from the First World War, you see how the UN, the League of Nations, transformed into the United Nations. And now there is this discussion again. And this discussion is more around people. Internationally, there is a lot of shift towards, the aspiration to have people at the center of whatever nations do. The speech of Mr. President highlighted the need for countries to shun individualism and protectionism. These are narratives that can bring about discussion on a fairer system of multilateralism. If you read the UN charter and read commentaries on the different sections, you will realize that it was actually the only thing we had to do at that point, to put together this system. Now again, we are at a point of discussing the renegotiation of the system. And as my elder brothers have said, this process is currently more aspirational than something that is clear at hand. So we need to keep discussing and need to keep raising these issues. And lastly, I would draw attention to the credentials of the United Nations in driving development. Within the UN framework over the years, there has been initiatives that have mobilized resources to support less privileged countries or less developed countries.
But it's selective.
There has been...
It's been selective.
Yes, sometimes it is selective, and that is the imperfect nature of the system, But there is already something in place. What we need is to
improve it.
Yeah.
Ambassador Sereke, is our president, spot on when he raised the issue of dangers of, member countries, reverting to isolationist or protectionist, principles?
Yes, he was spot on, and I think that also was reflected in the sentiments of the speech of the Secretary General of the United Nations himself in terms of collective responsibility, collective interest, and strengthening the multilateral framework. Coming back to your question, is it necessary to have multilateralism? Is the United Nations important? I think that is a very important question, Claire, and we should address it very pragmatically. The opening statement, the opening paragraph of Mr. President's statement actually asked, should the United Nations remain relevant and resilient or not? And that depends on the outlook and attitude of member states. Let us remember, the UN is a member states initiative. Not just as an organ, it is driven by the opinions and idiosyncrasies of member states. So if they decide to act individually instead of collectively, then it defeats and vitiates the purpose of the United Nations. But if they decide to act and work in concert, united towards certain objectives of development, of peace and security, maintenance and promotion of human rights and so forth, then the world becomes a better place. So our commitment towards multilateralism, which Mr. President's statement reiterated, is actually the aspiration of the rest of the world. You cannot do today without the United Nations because countries will be talking across each other and not to each other. And you cannot have a platform whereby you can resolve global issues or global challenges like climate change, pandemics, and other things without the facilities provided by the United Nations.
But sorry, sir, in some instances, United Nations have also been silent, in dealing with countries that have, contravened the truth.
Well, that is the way the membership, is rather skewed in a disproportionate manner. Today, for instance, member states have failed to stop the killings in Gaza. Exactly. Member states have failed to really bring an end to the conflict in Sudan. Member states have failed to really restore democracy in countries where military takeovers have taken place. But that does not bring into question the relevance of the United Nations, but it just highlighted or highlights the weakness of the system, whereby there is a disproportionate, wielding of power in the system, where one bloc really insists on having its way, and the other bloc always moralizes about having a collective responsibility towards issues. Now, the President's speech, if you look at the analysis, if you do a content analysis, for the first time in many years, I can see the imprint of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I congratulate you, Ambassador, and through you, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for taking charge of the speech this year. He's very professional. It did not wander around, you know, it didn't wander around all over,
Yes,
you know,
yes.
and in a very wishy-washy manner. It went straight to the issues. And it is crafted in such a way that going through, you know that there is a professional touch.
Yes.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs sat in New York and I think insisted that it must be so. And I think that is how it should be. Allow the Minister of Foreign Affairs to take charge of foreign policy, to take charge of diplomacy, to take charge of international conferences. Any other contribution coming from any other quarter must be supplementary and also complementary to what the Minister of Foreign Affairs does. And I think Mr. President should take note from this outing that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is there to reinforce and to strengthen his office, his capacity, and his leadership position. Now, I'll give you another. If the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the initial stages had been in charge of the discussions in ECOWAS at the end of last July, August, over the issue of Niger, the situation would not have been like that. But I suspect the minister was bypassed by certain interests to establish this combative narrative about use of force and all these things. Ambassador Culinary, if you put him in a room and tell him to draw up a scenario of responses, what you will get is very professional, based on practice and precedents and antecedents.
And diplomacy.
And exactly. So he will give you stage-by-stage approach towards resolution of this issue as a career diplomat. And the last item on his list will be the threat of use of force or the use of sanction or cutting of electricity supply or closure of airspace and things like that. He will give you a graduated response in terms, and each one he will now analyze and locate them within the probability of achieving a goal and result. And that is how foreign policy diplomats are trained. So the impasse we found ourselves in Niger would not have happened. But now, I think from the benefit of hindsight, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is taking charge. And I think from this statement, you know that there is an imprint of professionalism and expertise there. So I think, you know, it's very good that we should do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Seriki. As we gradually wind up this conversation, let me quickly ask Ambassador Akinremi. Now, Ambassador Seriki has held the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so I shouldn't be asking now whether you think that this has gone in the right way it should go. Apparently, it's the right way for you. So, but do you think Nigeria should do something? You have said that to get the attention of superpowers, you have to do something, you know, or show the capacity to do something that, you know, could startle them. Could that be? I've seen in recent years South Africa take on, you know, BRICS. I've seen in recent years South Africa want to go to the international court against Israel, knowing the ties that exist, Israel, America, and the rest of them, showing itself as a force in Africa. Should Nigeria begin to consider things like that? Look sideways, for instance, away from Bretton Woods, look elsewhere, and on like that.
Thank you so much. There has been consistency in our foreign policy since the day that His Excellency Tafawa Balewa mounted the rostrum at the United Nations. And like our brother said, Africa is still the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. What thing we must know when it comes to foreign policy, diplomacy, and international relations is that it's not a dash. It's a long run. So there must be consistency, and there must be the drive. And a lot depends on your internal domestic policies, how you are able to stand as a nation. Secondly, how you are able to connect, networking with other nations. Because you cannot be everywhere at every time, but you need a lot of allies. You need a lot of collaboration where nations can have your back and where you can have other nations back, and they know that we are in a league. Nations speaks for each other once they have the confidence of each other. But the fact that you are friendly with this one does not necessarily mean that his enemy is your enemy. You must be able to play such diplomacy where you stand for your interest and you are able to show that you are reliable. So, for us, our foreign policy is moving in a direction that assures us that we are heading very well and we are heading to our target. And Nigeria will have a place of honor in the international system. And Nigeria should have confidence in their government, in their leadership, to be able to represent them very well at the international scene.
Just in less than 60 seconds, what is the follow-up that Nigeria needs to do now?
The permanent mission in New York is on standby to act on every inch of this speech through all the committees. There are 5 committees in the UN, and they will make sure that these interests are well represented and the resolutions to back them up are given to it. So we must strengthen our permanent mission in the UN. We must strengthen the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not just with money, but with a lot of training and with a lot of programs and with a lot of listening. Like the ambassador said, they must let the experts lead. When this is allowed, you see great results, just as we have seen.
All right. It's time to go.
Let me
thank you very much, Ambassador Bolaji Alade Akinremi, Director, Economic Trade and Investment Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I enjoyed your company this morning. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Let me also thank Ambassador Usman Seriki, former Nigerian Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations. Always a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Always a pleasure being with you.
And then finally, COPEP Dabugat, International Development Worker and Civil Society experts, among many other caps, including that of Waxoff. We thank you very much for your time and thoughts on Good Morning Nigeria this morning.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure sharing my thoughts.
Victor, so I told you we were going to have a robust conversation. So I've become a prophet or a prophetess?
Well, let's spend let's say 1 more hour after the program to continue.
All right. Okay, then.
That's the program. We thank you for watching. Good Morning Nigeria returns tomorrow, and God will now be here. Thank you for watching. I am Victor Azu.
And I'm Claire Adelabu Abdul Razak. I'll see you sometime next week. Bye-bye.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
It's saddening to me that our wildlife and forests are disappearing, and that Nigeria has become a hub for wildlife trafficking. But together, we can change this story. We can lead our region with stronger laws that prosecute more offenders. Let's create a future where people and wildlife can thrive together. Please report wildlife crime and help make Nigeria a haven for wildlife. Because protecting nature protects us all.
Now breathe in, raise your head up.
Welcome to Health and Wellness Tips, where we prioritize your well-being and happiness.
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
This is the network service of the NTA.
These palm trees by the right-hand side of the road, the mountains you watch ahead of you, turning your gaze towards the left as you follow the beautifully laid mountains, points to the fact that you are approaching a village of tourism significance as part of the wonders of nature in Nigeria. Indeed, you're about to enter a village called Masange. It is located in Farinruwa Development Area in Wamba Local Government Area of Nasarawa State, North Central Nigeria. The village is situated at the bottom of mountains that are beautifully laid, naturally designed and connected. Farinruwa is a Hausa word which translates to mean white water in English. The village became known and called Farinruwa due to whitish color of the beautiful waterfall which nature has endowed the Masange community with. It is also a name describing the nature of the fall. The name Farinruwa has today become synonymous to Masange, which is the abundant natural endowments in the area, and believed it was an ideal place to live in. A belief that has been justified today. Part of the natural endowments was the palm trees that abound in the area. Even today, palm trees are available both at the forest and at the surroundings of houses and are used in production of palm oil, even though in a local way. The people of Masange, since inception, apart from being farmers, are also hunters, and hunting still thrives in the community. One of the present-day hunters shares his experience with us.
My name is Husseini. I am an hunter. I am an indigene of Matinge village, which is popularly called Farinruwa today. As a hunter, I learned this act of hunting from my parents, who also learned it from their parents as well. Our ancestors were great hunters and warriors. Therefore, I see it as a good thing to follow their path. I have been a hunter since 1987, and it is really paying off because it is from hunting that I earn a living and also take care of my family. I thank God for the strength to hunt.
Prior to exploring the waterfalls fully, let's take you to some other historic sites which have played and are still playing significant roles in the lives of the inhabitants. To this end, we're led to one historic cave, which the inhabitants call Kiahun Mamule Cave. There is also the second section of the Kiahun Mamule Cave.
The meaning of Kiahau, there is a little Kiahau, you can call it Kiahau. It is a cave that's open, just a little, not wide like this one. It is Kiahau. But the reason why Mamulek, it has a curve and it's very wide that can contain many people. So that the importance of this Kiahau Mamulek to Masange community, it has a great importance. As since our forefathers told us, by their time, you know that we were having some enemies that we used to fight with them. For that, as if the enemies, if we fought with the enemies, if the fight was so very harsh, we can pack some of our women with the children, we come and hide them there, while the men would go for the fight. So that is one importance of this Kiahau to Masange community. And you know, this Kiahau that is here, you understand that it is up. Whenever you go to that certain place, you leave the Kiahau just a little, you find out that all the place is open, whereby if the enemies were coming, before they will arrive, we have already see them, so that we can pursue them whatever that you can go and hide and then pursue them.
From the point where Kiahun Mamule Cave is, a visitor is offered a chance to view the beautiful scenery towards the direction of Masange village, a wonderful sight to behold. The beauty of the scenery is, however, more heightened during the rainy season. As we move out of the second section of the Kiahun Mamule Cave, we move to the Ndai Cave. The chief priest of the community, who remains the only person who could get inside the cave, leads us in. The cave remains the point where masquerades are kept. When we arrived, however, no masquerades were found there, as they were said to have been borrowed out for the celebration of Cholera Day, one of the traditional festivals of Bokos, Plateau State. Another historic site at Masange is a stream referred to as Man Spring. The water comes out from underneath the rocks in the surrounding, while having its main source from Toff in Plateau State. The spring water is cool and nice for drinking. It also remains available all year round, as it never gets dried. Man Spring water is one of the major sources of drinking water for the Masange community. The spring water is considered a pure source of water, which not only serves as a source of drinking water, but was also used for preparation of persons, just as it was used for preparation of spears during wars in ancient times. No woman, even now, is allowed to dive in the spring due to its purity. Water from the Man Spring cascades and forms a gentle but beautiful waterfall. This results in a beautiful lake. What a beauty this lake is, and surely a delight for any visitor or tourist to watch. The beauty of the serene environment and the cool fresh air which characterize the lake environment are enjoyable. Having looked at some of the sites of historic and tourism significance, we get on our way to the beautiful Farinrua waterfalls, surely a beauty to behold. A tourist or visitor who had visited Farinrua Falls before now would have experienced the poor nature of the road leading to the waterfall, just as we did during our previous visit. But today, the road has had a facelift to provide easier access for visitors to the waterfall. As one approaches the fall from Masange village, one has a glimpse of the waterfall with varying beauty and sizes, increasing in size as one gets closer, hence adding to one's joy and curiosity. On the way to the location of the waterfall is a forest. The forest makes the area ideal for ecotourism. The area could serve as a resting place for tourists as they appreciate the wonder of nature. For the inhabitants of Masange village, however, the forest area plays more significant roles in their lives. The ancient shrine of the people, which still exists, is situated within the area.
The shrine has been here as all as the ancestors or gods of this place. The shrine is very, very important to the community. The chief priests have been down. The chief priests have been down for a number of years, but this is the man that is deputizing him. So the shrine here is very important because whenever the people of the community are seeking for any helps from the gods of this river, they must come and meet the owners of this shrine. When they meet the owners of this shrine, they are the one to lead them. After sacrifice, they are the one to lead them. When they lead them, then whatever they are asking, they will get through these people. So this shrine is very, very important to the community.
There is also a rock, which is again of great importance to the people and located naturally close to the shrine.
You see this rock, it is not just like that. If you can look up on it, you will see there is a parasitic trees and
like a leguminous grass on it. The grasses are very important. Whenever after the sacrifice, the chief priest will clamp on it. When he clamp on it, he will fetch it. After fetching it, he dry it, then mix it with the herbs that he will give it to the community, and it will help them.
All these are just a stone throw to our destination, the Farin Ruwa waterfalls. Indeed, the Farin Ruwa Fall was discovered long before the 1950s, which is the date written in some literature. It was indeed one of the major attractions that encouraged the ancient inhabitants of Masange, popularly called Farin Ruwa, to settle there.
People that serve in this community are two people by them. They are called Kyobok and Agalti. They are the first people that came from Tough Plateau to come and spy this place. When they spy this place, they discover that there is a good land, a fertile land for agriculture. There is palm trees, economic trees like palm trees. There are locust bean trees and other economic trees are naturally grown in the land. And they found out that there is a falls. When they saw the falls, they look at it, observe it carefully how it is falling down, then they call it Mayas, which the Hausa man call it Farirua Falls. So they call it Mayas. Mayas means it comes from somewhere. That is in their dialect. So when they look at it, they now say that, okay, there is something good that will come out of this place. Then they went back home. When they went back home, they got a bull. When they came with a bull, they sacrificed him. The ancestors that came here, they discovered that there are good things. After their sacrifices, they found out that there are good things here. They started showing them good things. Like if a woman is barren, when they bring the woman here, that woman will surely deliver. And if they don't have rainfall, they will come here, consult the ancestors of the river, then they will get a rainfall.
The water falling down from the height and splashing up the ground is a great spectacle, as it also steams. Farin Ruwa Falls is a spectacular sight, which is often pleasing to any visitor or tourist who visits.
I'm here in Masinge village under the Farin Ruwa development area from Banga local government for a visit to waterfall called Farin Ruwa. In fact, the waterfall is very beautiful and attractive. In fact, there is a need for government to come in because the community cannot do anything here. This is a very big place for tourism. This is something that the government is supposed to base more on it so that people in the country and even the outside country, that is the foreigner, will come in to see how this water is falling.
This place is very, very an excellent fall that it can attract so many tourists from everywhere. Because when you look at it, in fact, if only the government can intervene so that they can make this place to be a highly tourist area, I think it will attract people all over the world to come and see what the natural fall is. And that will generate revenue to not only to the community, to the state and the federal nation.
At this point, it is worthy to note that visiting the Farin Ruwa waterfalls at different times are accompanied with different experiences. A visit during the peak of the rainy season, especially between July and October, provides the opportunity to view the waterfall in its full volume and the peak of its beauty alongside its accompanying beautiful scenery at its highest greenish color level. In fact, during this period, the volume of water splashing does not even allow one to get to the bottom of the fall. A visit during the dry season would allow the visitor to get to the bottom of the fall and see the cave into which the fall enters after touching the ground before moving out to form a river. A cave which is mythically said to be a home of mighty water spirits, thus worshipped by the people. Farin Ruwa Falls are indeed a spectacular sight. 150 meters of cascading water and one of the tallest waterfalls in Nigeria. The height covered during the descending of the fall is very great. This volume of water is what appears like a water smoke when one approaches Basange village. The fall has abundant physical attractions, as could be seen in the surrounding features. The mountainous nature of the region surrounding Farin Ruwa Fall induces heavy rainfall from cloud passing around the region during rainy season. As a result, there is an increase in the volume of water during the season. The Nasarawa state government some years ago moved to develop the area into a full-fledged tourist area. This saw the building of numerous chalets to serve as accommodation for tourists and other visitors. The new zeal in achieving that is shown with opening of the road leading to the waterfall, which was hitherto difficult. The volume of water for the fall has been considered enough for generation of hydroelectric power, which would serve Nasarawa State and its environs. The water which cascades from the waterfall and forms a river moves down and meets the water source from Manspring, and they collect at the point where the main turbine for generation of hydroelectric power would be sited. Beyond the generation of power which is being intensified, the accompanying benefits in terms of irrigation, among other benefits, when the project is completed, will surely turn around the fortunes of people of the surrounding communities and beyond. And clearly, Farin Ruwa Waterfall is the main source. Farin Ruwa Falls is undoubtedly a destination to be if you want to experience wonder and the gifts of nature to Nigeria, in Africa, a country blessed. When fully developed into a tourist area, Farin Ruwa Falls will give a boost to the Nigerian government's move to diversify means of revenue generation. No doubt, Farin Ruwa Falls is another great tourist delight in our country, Nigeria, and a place to be for pleasure at all times.
jammy blender. And we are going to be adding a cup of water. Within seconds, we are going to peel the beans. As you can see, we are pouring the beans into the water to wash it off and make beans for moi moi, beans for your akara. Now we are going to be pouring the same peeled beans into the sharp kitchen jammy odogu blender. If you come to our shop or you call us, we are using beans, ginger, onions, banga, tatache, and we are using the sharp kitchen jammy. It also comes with free gifts, our executive golden spoon and our rechargeable pan. We are going to be pouring the blended beans for moi moi for your akara into a bowl. You can see how smoothly blended this beans is. Sharp kitchen jammy 6,000 watt odogu blender. Now we are going to be blending our plantain using the sharp kitchen jammy odogu blender. Plantain, your sweet potato, together is blending the plantain for your plantain swallow, for your plantain moi moi. All you need to do is buy sharp kitchen jammy blender. If it's not sharp kitchen jammy, it can never be sharp. As you can see, we are pouring the plantain, the blended plantain into the bowl. As you can see, we are going to be blending our tiger nut. We want to make tiger nut juice. We'll be using dates, coconut, acid here. We are going to be adding water, acid on TV. As you can see here, we are using the blender to blend it. Now we are going to be pouring the tiger nut juice into our cup to serve with any snacks of your choice, as seen on TV. If it's not sharp kitchen jammy blender, it can never be sharp. We are going to be blending our bambara nut. Bambara nut for okpa. We are using maize. We are going to be adding our maize to the jar. We are going to be adding millet also to the jar, as seen on TV. Now we are going to be blending our coffee, very good, and our fenugreek seed as well. We are pouring the coffee and the fenugreek seed just to it can never be sharp. Sharp kitchen jammy blender as seen on TV. As you can see, we are putting the starfish into the blender. We are going to be covering it. Watch how this sharp kitchen jammy 4-in-1 blender is going to come inside out. And we are going to be blending our crayfish. As you can see here, we are using the sharp kitchen and we are going to blend our crayfish. You can see how quickly the sharp kitchen blender to do the magic to blend the crayfish. As you can see how we blended the starfish. As you can see here, sharp kitchen jammy blender is doing the wonders. It's doing magic. Now we are going to be blending our pepper. We are using tomatoes, banga, onions, tatache, ginger, garlic to blend this pepper. Sharp kitchen jammy blender has been on TV. Now we are going to be pouring the blended pepper in.
Federal government proposes Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency (NIMASA) and the Nigerian Ports Authority (NPA) to collect fees and charges in naira rather than dollars. Federal government also to propose bill mandating National Identification Number (NIN) registration for foreign residents taxation. Plus, oil prices fall on prospects of lower Saudi Arabia price targets. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Neka Oko, your guide. The federal government has approved the increase of the monthly allowance for National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) members from 33,000 naira to 77,000 naira. A statement by the Acting Director, Price and Public Relations Unit of the NYSC, Caroline Mbo, says the development is in line with the enactment of the National Minimum Wage Amendment Act 2024. This was contained in a letter from the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission dated 25th September 2024 and signed by the Chairman Ekpo Nta. Appreciating the federal government for the timely gesture, the Director General of NYSC, Brigadier General Yushul Ahmed, said the increase will not only bring the much-needed support to the corps members, but also boost their morale and motivate them to do even more in their service to the nation. The Director General had earlier paid an advocacy visit to the chairman, where he solicited for a robust welfare package for corps members. The upward review will take effect from July 2024. The federal government is proposing that the Nigerian Maritime Administration proposal is part of efforts from the federal government to prioritize the use of local currencies in Nigeria and reduce pressure on the foreign exchange market. The challenge of access to finance by micro, small and medium enterprises may soon be a thing of the past, as speakers at the 5th annual lecture of the Development Bank of Nigeria are canvassing for the creation of a small and medium enterprises bank to cater to their financial needs. The lecture with the theme Empowering Nigerian MSMEs in a Challenging Global Landscape is to scale the hurdles faced by MSMEs. Moplank Dakog reports.
A group of enterprises that undeniably are the backbone of economies are often overlooked. But the Development Bank of Nigeria is not only recognizing and appreciating the contributions of this important group, but has also brought together various stakeholders to discuss the well-being of this group, the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The consensus is for government to establish a small and medium enterprises bank to cater to the financial needs of the MSMEs.
We all must support the government's effort by working together creatively and implement innovative strategies to empower MSMEs and unlock their full potential. By establishing loan guarantee schemes, allocating funds for innovative startups, providing targeted tax breaks, and investing in essential infrastructure, we can create a conducive environment for MSMEs to grow and prosper. and realized that the spur to create business and to do something about their personal circumstances was what set Nigeria apart. And I think Nigerian MSMEs deserve a round of applause for that.
It is a clarion call to all stakeholders to work together to ensure that Nigeria's MSMEs have the support they need to overcome challenges, seize opportunities, and contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's economic growth and development.
One of the collaborations that we'd like to see is to have private institutions, private financial institutions, shake hands with our small businesses by giving them access to cheap financing.
The DBN has so far disbursed 786 million naira loans to an estimated 500,000 MSMEs across the country and created 1.2 million jobs. In Abuja, Muplang, Dakok.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has further tightened interest rate by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75% to safeguard price stability gains achieved. The Central Bank Governor Olayemi Kadoso disclosed the position of the Monetary Policy Committee at the end of its meeting in Abuja.
Members thus reiterated the need to work in close collaboration with the fiscal authority to address the current upward pressure on energy prices. The MPC noted the continued growth in money supply, recognizing the need to curtail excess liquidity in the system as well as address foreign exchange demand pressures.
Meanwhile, the organized private sector has expressed fears that the interest rate hike by the CBN may worsen bad loans in the commercial banks. What other impact will the MPC decisions have on the economy? For this conversation, we have Professor Uche Uwaleke, Financial Economist and Director, Institute of Capital Market Studies, Nasarawa State University, joining us via telephone. Hello, Prof.
Yeah, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning, sir.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right. So, 50 basis points increase. Will the decision worsen interest rates by banks?
I beg your pardon?
The basis point increase, do you think it will increase the decision by banks? Will it worsen the interest rate by banks?
Oh, certainly yes. It is going to affect lending rates. The expectation is that the banks will reprice their loans to reflect the new increase in the monetary policy rate. Of course, you know the monetary policy rate is the rate at which the central bank lends money to commercial banks. So anytime it is increased, commercial banks will in turn also increase their own rate. So it certainly would affect lending rates, particularly so when you consider that the asymmetric corridor is additional 5%. So you have a situation in which the monetary policy rate is now 27.25%. When you add the asymmetric corridor of 5%, additional 5%, that means the banks are getting this money from the central bank at rates that is above 31%. So you should expect that lending rates will be up by as much as 35% to 40%, because the banks will also add their own margin. So ultimately it will increase lending rates and finance costs for a number of companies, and that's also one of the fallouts, or if you like, trade-off of this kind of decision by the central bank. But the central bank gave reasons why they had to do that. Central bank thinks the banking sector is awash with funds, and one way to reduce the ability of banks to inject more money into the system is to increase the rate at which they lend to them, the monetary policy rate. So essentially, what the central bank is doing is called tightening. Tightening means to try as much as possible to control the money, money supply, because central banks say money supply is on the rise, and that is causing a lot of pressure on the exchange rate and the foreign exchange market.
All right. So aside the lending rate, what other impact will this decision have on the economy?
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. If you're looking at it from the angle of the high exchange rate we have today, the pressure in the forex market, it's likely to reduce the pressure, because the less money you have out there, the less likely that money will go to chase the little dollars. So we expect that the exchange rate will stabilize. We also want to expect that if you have stability in exchange rate, for example, it can also help to reduce the inflation rate. So the central bank is thinking that this policy will help to further reduce the inflation, because that's the ultimate target, to rein in inflation. Inflation rate is today as high as 3.1%. So in the calculation of the central bank, reducing money supply, which is fueling the pressure in the foreign exchange market, is also fueling inflation, will bring down inflation, because even though inflation rate has reduced, it reduced in July and in August, it's the food component that reduced. The core inflation is still on the rise. So because of that, you should expect that the central bank thinks that if they do that, the inflation rate will come down. So that's one aspect. You expect that the inflation rate will come down. But the other aspect too is what I mentioned earlier, the cost of funds. Cost of funds will rise. A lot of companies will have difficulty accessing credit, and you should also expect that that may also lead to loss of jobs, because if many of these companies are unable to function, they may end up laying off staff or workers. So that's the adverse impact. As I said, it's a trade-off. The important thing is being able to balance it. But ultimately, if the inflation rate comes down, that means central bank has achieved it. And of course, in the longer term, lower inflation rate will help to stimulate growth. But the way it is, high inflation rate is affecting growth, it's affecting investment in the economy, and it's also affecting generally the cost of living. So the job of the central bank is to control inflation, and part of the tools that uses to control inflation is this monetary policy rate.
Okay.
I remember the central bank also increased the cash reserve requirement of commercial banks from 45% to 50%, and for merchant banks from 12 to 14%, 16%, all in a bid to control money supply.
But Prof, do you think a large part of the economy is actually being captured or affected by interest rate decisions?
Yes, I mentioned earlier, this trade-off will be there. A lot of once you increase lending rates, a lot of businesses will have difficulty accessing credit, particularly the small business, which is why I would suggest that the government should work around enabling the development finance institution, the Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, to come in and then help some of these businesses through targeted intervention, because they can't afford to take commercial loans at the rate where they are now, very high. So there has to be a deliberate attempt to support businesses so that they don't expose them to this very high interest rate environment, because they certainly won't survive. So I think that's the way out of it.
Okay.
But again, the central bank, of course, must continue to have an eye on inflation and must do everything within its power to control inflation.
Good. Talking about inflation, Prof, what kind of approach should the committee take to tame inflation? We know it is slowing, but then it is the only way that the common man can get some respite. So what further approach do you suggest in order to tame inflation in Nigeria?
Yes, I think it's not the job of the central bank alone, because if you look at the inflation drivers in Nigeria, you have majorly food. The food component is the major driver of inflation, and the solution, therefore, is to ramp up, food output. So that's where the fiscal authority, comes in. The more attention, in agriculture, more attention in the area of, fighting insecurity, to enable farmers, go to farm. And of course, the issue of power is also there. That's critical, because without power, without electricity, small businesses cannot produce. So that's the challenge that we have. So the government and the central bank must work together to bring down inflation. It's not going to be the job of the central bank alone. The fiscal side must also, be part of it.
All right, sir. Finally, sir, what further policies do you think are needed to stabilize the currency and the economy generally?
Yeah, the only sustainable way to stabilize the currency and have a strong naira is production. It's for us to diversify our export base. There's no-brainer. You can't, no doubt about that. We really have to, produce with this economy and then prioritize spending. Okay, prioritize spending to productive sectors of the economy. Then we will produce and export that we can earn forex, in a sustainable manner and stabilize foreign exchange. It's not true, really, by bringing foreign portfolio investors, because that's short term. The longer term is simply through diversifying the export base.
I must say a very big thank you to you, Prof, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks to inviting me.
All right. Moving on, oil prices dropped on Thursday, reversing earlier gains, as news of top exporter Saudi Arabia giving up its crude oil price target in preparation for expanded production weighed on the market. Brent crude futures were down 55 cents to $72.91 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell 55 cents to $69.14 per barrel. Saudi Arabia is preparing to abandon its unofficial price target of $100 a barrel for crude as it prepares to increase output. The Financial Times reported on Thursday, citing people familiar with the matter. Gold lingers near record highs. Powell's speech eyed for rate cues. Let's see how other commodities are traded. Nigeria's agriculture sector remains the country's largest employer in 2023, with over 25 million individuals engaged in agriculture, forestry and fishing activities, representing 30.1% of the total workforce. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, despite significant growth in other sectors, agriculture continues to be the backbone of the Nigerian workforce. The data shows that 25.341 million individuals are actively employed in the agriculture sector, far surpassing other industries such as wholesale and retail trade, which employs 23.133 million persons, or 27.5% of the workforce. And still on agriculture, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has estimated that the recent floods across states in Nigeria has destroyed food crops that could feed up to 8.5 million people across the country. Reports from the FAO stated the farmers across the country were expecting bumper harvests in rice, groundnuts, and vegetables, but all have been destroyed by the floods. The FAO estimated that approximately 856,000 tons of crops have been lost based on an average yield of 1.5 tons per hectare of waterlogged land. And how much is the Naira exchanging for other currencies? Let's see. President Bola Tinubu has called on world leaders to deepen relations among member states of the United Nations in line with the principles of inclusivity, equality, and cooperation. Represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, the president made the call while addressing world leaders during the general debate of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly at the UN headquarters in New York, United States. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
This is the climax of the annual global event, countries giving their national statements, and it's the turn of Nigeria. Vice President Kashim Shettima standing in for President Bola Tinubu with a well-scripted national statement and a rich content focusing on contemporary global challenges and practical recommendations. First, Nigeria reminded the world leaders that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights.
Addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice.
Expressing worry about the main objectives of the United Nations and how it could sustain the global body's relevance and resilience, lamenting the return of unconstitutional changes of government in some African countries.
Conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention.
Well, this is where we call it a wrap on the program this morning. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. Business Express returns on Friday at 3 p.m. I am Nneka Oko. Enjoy your day.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. connects great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Now breathe in, raise your head up.
Welcome to Health and Wellness Tips, where we prioritize your well-being and happiness.
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
Cholera is a serious bacterial infection. People become sick when they eat food or drink water contaminated by the bacteria Vibrio cholerae. The symptoms are severe diarrhea, dehydration, and even death if it is not properly treated. Here is how you can keep yourself and your family safe from cholera. Drink only clean, safe water at all times. Maintain excellent hand hygiene by using water and soap to wash your hands at all times, especially before you eat or after you go to the toilet. And if you don't have access to clean water when you need it, you can use alcohol-based sanitizers. Avoid eating from unhygienic food vendors. Cook your food thoroughly and, of course, wash your fruits and vegetables thoroughly before you eat them. If you or anyone you know becomes sick with diarrhea or vomiting, seek medical help immediately by going to the nearest health facility because prompt treatment saves lives. Stay informed, stay safe, and protect our communities from cholera.
This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Merci! Toby Amazon, look at the clock. I cannot believe it.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. But this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales.
I'm Comfort. I'm Madhu. Good to have you join us on the news at 10 today this morning. And let's bring you the news highlights. After executive communications, Senate confirms Kudirat Kekere-Ekun as Chief Justice of Nigeria. Federal government approves increment of corps members' monthly allowance to 77,000 naira. Federal Road Maintenance Agency scales up rehabilitation works in Bayelsa State. We'll begin from the United States of America, where First Lady Jill Biden has bid farewell to visiting First Ladies from other nations, including the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Jill Biden, who hosted the First Ladies to a lunch, described her interactions with them as impactful, and the lunch, she notes, will be the last she will be hosting as the First Lady of the United States during the hunger. She, however, says the bond they have forged over the years in their struggle to promote peace in the world and attract development to their respective countries will continue beyond next year, January, when she is expected to vacate as the First Lady of the United States.
Group forges these powerful connections we carry with us wherever we go. And as I look around today at all of you, I feel so much gratitude. In your homes and your cities and at summits, you've shown me your hearts, and I hope that you've seen mine in return. Being a first spouse is a unique experience, and I'm honored to have walked this journey with all of you. So as I begin to build my next chapter, I hope that we can stay in touch. And when there are ways that I can help lift up your work or be your partner, please don't hesitate to call me. To our partnership, may it continue to help all people flourish in the world. To our friendships, may they shine no matter the distance between us. Make us smile even when we're apart. And may their warmth remind us that on the path of peace, we never walk alone. Cheers. I love you all.
Launch events are common on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, serving as a platform for world leaders and their delegations to hold bilateral talks, forge partnership and strengthen diplomatic ties. Nigerian First Lady Oluremi Tinubu attended the lunch held at Pier 57, New York, as one of the events marking the end of her engagement and participation at the 79th session of hunger. And back in Nigeria, let's tell you that President Bola Tinubu has directed his ministers to embark on propagation of the activities of the administration, including the policies and programs aimed at transforming the country for the good of all. The presidential media team revealed this at the maiden periodic media briefing at the State House. State House correspondent Musba Wahab reports.
The Tinubu administration is over 15 months into its mandate. The 8-point renewed hope agenda of the government are gradually being translated from paper to reality. Campaign promises such as the student loan scheme, compressed natural gas CNG initiative are equally manifesting. But the administration is of the view that not so many Nigerians know about its transformative policies and programs already in the works. President Bola Tinubu is certainly not satisfied that not so much is heard about the effort of his administration, hence a marching order to the ministers to embark on a vigorous publicity going forward.
Some people feel the government is not doing anything, and government has been doing a lot. And he believes that it is up to them to go out there and blow their trumpets. They should not even wait for people to blow it for them. They should go out and talk about what their ministries have been doing.
The presidential advisor also enumerated some imminent executive bills coming to reform some critical aspects of the economy. These include the National Identity Management Commission's Amendment Bill, which seeks the inclusion of foreigners on its system.
If the National Assembly passes that bill, it provides that everybody living in Nigeria, foreigners, all of them will now be registered and be given NIN, especially once you are doing some work here and you are earning income, you will be registered and be given NIN so that you can be taxed. Your NIN will give you the kind of tax identity, and you can also be taxed. You come under our tax structure.
The government is also aiming to lay emphasis on the national currency as against dollarization of the nation's economy. This is to be done with some adjustments to the operating laws of NIMASA and the Nigeria Port Authority.
That all their fees, charges, levies, fines, and other monies accruing to them and payable to those agencies may now be paid in Naira at the applicable exchange rate. I think those agencies only were charging in dollars, but now they can always now collect it in Naira.
At this stage, may I ask if you have enough funding to disburse to the students who had applied?
For those wondering how the government intends to fund the student loan scheme, the presidential media team says that would be addressed with an amendment to the TED Fund Act.
30% of whatever TED Fund gets from the Federation account will now be passed on to NEL Fund. So that will provide a ready-made source of funding to NEL Fund.
The government is actually quite positive and happy that a lot of its programs are achieving desired results, especially in some sectors. For instance, agriculture expanded by 3.2%. We're seeing more enhanced local production. We're seeing a lot more exports. The same things with the telecommunications industry, which has expanded by about 9.1% because of new investments in both digital infrastructure. For instance, they're laying fiber optics across the country, and also, investments in new areas in technology. In addition, FDIs continue to rise. The foreign reserves are also rising.
And on the much-awaited cabinet reshuffle by the administration, the media team says that decision remains the prerogative of the president, who had from the outset hinted on reviews of the performances of his aides. From the State House, Musbal Wahab, NTA News.
And to ensure efficiency in the judicial space, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, has hinted that analyzing or passing judgment on cases that are sub judice on conventional and social media from now will not be tolerated or accepted. Having been confirmed by the Senate, she informed the legislators in the course of her screening that she intends to deploy technology in the Nigerian judicial space. National Assembly correspondent Lami Anli reports.
The nomination of Honorable Justice Kudirat Moton Mori Olatugumba Kekere-Ekun is hereby confirmed as the Chief Justice of the Federation of Nigeria.
The hit of the legislative gavel signifies the endorsement of the appointment of Nigeria's 23rd Chief Justice, Kudirat Kekere-Ekun. The legislators during the screening asked questions on areas of public concern in the judiciary, among other alleged misconduct in the Temple of Justice.
Integrity in our judiciary is something that is important, sine qua non for the sustenance of our democracy. Enlarge the number of justices in the Supreme Court so that cases will be dispensed quickly. Conflicting judgments of court. My question, therefore, is what is your view about this menace?
My interpretation, not as a lawyer, as a politician, is that when you are talking of autonomy, independence, you must carry everything. It must all be inclusive.
Delay in administration of justice in Nigeria. Second issue is the issue of inefficiency.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, asked her to justify the confidence of President Tinubu in her capability by bringing justice to Nigerians.
Agency can discipline a senior lawyer who is fond of sitting down to analyze cases that are yet to be decided upon on television, in social media and all that. I think it will serve as a deterrent.
Justice Kekere-Ekun says she intends to instill responsibility, accountability and efficiency.
We will ensure that those who should be disciplined, those who are in the habit of doing, speaking on social media, condemning the judiciary, commenting on cases that are sub judice, will not have anywhere to hide.
The additional 2024 supplementary budget of the Federal Capital Territory which also scaled second reading.
We need this infrastructure for ourselves and others who live in Abuja. So we should go ahead and pass this budget.
We all know we have youth residents in Nigeria, and I can see a provision of 10 billion for youth development fund.
I urge the FCT to beef up its reserve for possible problems that may come up at a future point in time.
Abuja has become a place that everybody needs to see, but it shouldn't be an island. So may we have all the states well connected to Abuja with good roads.
Presidents of the Senate had, at the commencement of plenary, brought to the notice of legislators the request of President Tinubu for the confirmation of Professor Abdullahi Usman as the chairman of National Hajj Commission. Senator Ezenwa Oyewuchi's motion urging government to immortalize the late Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu was adopted. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
And the federal government has approved the increasement of monthly allowance for National Youth Service Corps NYSC from 33,000 to 77,000 naira. A statement by the acting director, Press and Public Relations Unit of the NYSC, Caroline Mbu, says the development is in line with the enactment of the National Minimum Wage Amendment Act 2024. This contained in a letter from the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission dated 25th September 2024 and signed by the chairman Ekpo Nta. Appreciating the federal government for the timely gesture, Brigadier General Ahmed said the increment will not only bring the much-needed succor to the corps members, but also boost their morale and motivate them to do even more in their service to the nation. And the Director General NYSC, Brigadier General Yushau Ahmed, had earlier paid an advocacy visit to the chairman where he solicited for a robust welfare package for corps members. And the upward review would take effect from July 2024. Now to Bayelsa State. In line with the renewed hope agenda of the federal government, the Federal Road Maintenance Agency has commenced intervention work along Okaki-Okolo Road in Ogbia local government area of the state. FEMA engineer in Bayelsa State, George Afo, says work will be completed before the predicted flood in the state. Details on this with Doris Akumoye.
Bayelsa State, which is geographically located below the sea level, have had its own share of flood devastation, with properties, roads and bridges not spared. One of such visible destruction is the Okaki-Kolo Road, which has been abandoned for years despite several calls by the community to fix the road. Now thanks to FEMA for this intervention work to fix the road, which was a death trap in waiting.
We were there past this road itself. And I would pray my government can't do this, but as they can't remember to do this road today, may God bless them.
Okaki-Kolo Road. And we have applied to various agencies and nobody has ever responded. So today we saw FEMA and we are very much happy because we don't even apply to FEMA. FEMA saw it that it is good for the people plying this road to have a good road.
It will even attract more development to the area. Thank you, FEMA.
FEMA engineer Bayelsa State George Afo said the work is part of federal government resolve to provide a conducive road network in the country.
We are trying to see how to prevent the total cutting off of the road before this flood will come, because as a result of this flood, if we leave this road, it's very, very obvious that this road will cut off. So we are trying to see what we can do to fix the road before the flood comes.
The intervention work, he said, is being undertaken as direct labor scheme and is going to gainfully engage youth of the community till the completion of the project. From Kolo Ogbia local government area, Doris Akumoye, NTA News.
And it's time for a breather. More stories ahead. Stay tuned.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, Senator George Akume, FNIM-CON, wishes to announce the programs lined up for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary with the theme, Reflecting on the Past, inspiring the future as follows. World Press Conference, Thursday, 26th September 2024. Venue, National Press Center, Radio House, Garki, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Special Jum'at prayers, Friday, 27th September 2024. Venue, National Mosque, Abuja. Time 1 p.m. Interdenominational Church Service, Sunday, 29th September 2024. Venue, National Christian Center, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Presidential broadcast, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Time 7 a.m. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Venue, Presidential Villa. Time 10 a.m. All invited guests are to be seated by 9 a.m. Announcer Mohammed Idris FNIPR, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee.
A non-governmental organization, Vanguard Against Drug Abuse, VGADA, is set to work with Nigerian Afro-pop and hip-hop singer Dauda Suleiman, popularly known as High Speed, to address the observed misconceptions and strengthen its campaign against alcohol, drug misuse and substance use disorders. Olishe Adiagbo reports that VGADA Executive Director, Dr. Hope Omeza, disclosed this at an engagement in Abuja.
It's no secret that some people believe drug use enhances creativity, as the idea that drugs and alcohol produce great hearts keeps resonating to many young minds.
I get fans where they cover me, pepper me, no be a person that he go cover me, shut up, never reach.
High Speed, a music artist, has for decades used his creativity to demonstrate commitment with positive messaging, empowerment, and societal impact, particularly among the youths. While Dr. Hope Omeza has continued to use his NGO, VGADA, in stemming the tide of drug abuse in Nigeria. With long-standing relationship with High Speed, Dr. Hope vouches for the integrity of the musician, even as he rises to stardom in the entertainment industry.
And most of the followers, the listeners, our fans, they so much believe in us to the point that most of them take us as their mentor. Most of them do what they see that we do on the screen. Most of them do what they hear us saying through our music. And I think it's one of the things that we should fight. And probably my person need to come out and tell my people, especially my fans, that drug abuse is not the way.
The pandemic drug abuse is majorly affecting this young population. Today in the social media and the mainstream media platforms, we have seen that most celebrities glamorize the use of drugs, as if to say that drug abuse is the way to gain idea and inspiration to do their arts and crafts. However, we are showcasing today an individual who has rose to stardom, who is in stardom, who is a star, but he did not follow the path of drug abuse, and he does not glamorize the use of substances. He's one person that has been in this space and using his art and craft to propagate the message against drug abuse. So we intend to intensify that through concerts, through programs, seminars, workshops, sensitization programs on the social media.
This commitment is to develop into a series of outreach programs to disabuse the minds of Nigerians, especially the youths, from the belief that drug and alcohol can springboard thoughts and ideas that they wouldn't normally have. In Abuja, Oluseye Adiagbo, NTA News.
Now, in a vibrant display of Nigerians' rich cultural tapestry, the Children's Cultural Fiesta brought together students from diverse backgrounds to celebrate the beauty of unity in diversity. This annual event, hosted by National Institute of Cultural Rotation, is aimed at promoting cultural awareness, cross-cultural understanding, and peaceful coexistence among young children. Gufan Shaji Ugwanyi was there.
Cultural diversity is Nigeria's greatest strength. By embracing our differences, we build bridges of understanding and tolerance. Our children are the future leaders, and it's essential they appreciate the beauty of our cultural tapestry. Through cultural education, the Nigerian Institute for Cultural Orientation believes it can empower young ones to celebrate their heritage and respect others.
We are trying to reactivate some of our cultural practices using the children as the target group. Because if you get the children, you are assured of the next generation. So we are trying to let them know that our culture is beautiful.
There's need for us to work on culture, because culture is the bedrock of development.
The event showcased the country's stunning cultural diversity, featuring traditional music and dance, delicious cuisines, intricate handmaking, and captivating activities.
I make afang soup, and afang is a traditional food, and we have family for Nkobi. That's for Igbos. It's very important for you to know your culture, your tradition, and also speak your language. It's very important.
I made ikokore, native of the Ijebu people, mainly Ogun State.
The Children's Cultural Fiesta serves as a powerful reminder that every culture has a story to tell, every tradition has a lesson to share, and every child has a voice to be heard. In Abuja, Gufan Shaji Ukwain, NTA News.
And Governor Ademola Adeleke wants Osun indigents not to abandon home, but rather harness the investment potential of the state. This was as an interactive session with Osun indigents in Abuja and other northern region. Joshua Gunjide reports on this.
Elected people of Osun welcoming their governor, coming to terms with talks. Indigents were concerned by reports reaching them in the FCT on key state issues such as teachers' recruitment, technical education, cooperatives, and mechanized agriculture. Salient of them was the condition of the moribund indigenous steel rolling industry, ongoing infrastructure works, long-awaited international airport, and many others. Citing the dualization of the Lanog Road project as testament, the governor said the flag-off of the third phase of the Kirun-Kwara Road dualization is to commence soon. Thereafter, Osun-Ekiti Road.
Osun is open to investment in agriculture, mining, digital economy, as well as tourism and entertainment industry.
Our advice to the governor last year to host the Joint Planning Board meeting was taken positively.
These interactive sessions expose some of these people to the benefits they can derive if eventually they come down to come and settle in their domain within Osun State.
Osun has now been selected as one of the 6 pilot states to drive direct foreign investment in line with the agenda of the Bola Tinubu-led administration.
Working very, very closely with His Excellency and the investment department of the state to try and define and look at the projects that are key and critical to yourselves and help you bring in investments.
I think that is what is lacking in most of these leaders. They don't familiarize with their people. They don't actually know what exactly they are looking for. I think this one, is making sense.
I go every month. I go to my community in Osun State. In my community, I can tell you a lot of projects that this man is doing.
There were also presentations of cash prizes to Abuja-based associations of Osun indigenes by the governor. In Abuja, Joshua Gunjide, NTA News.
And that's the news at 10 at this time. Many thanks for watching. I'm Comfort. I'm Madhu. Good morning.
takes it, tucks it, buries it.
From the football prowess of Kano Uwakwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okagbari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa, the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
Applying the pressure to the rest and trying to come back, and Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
No, it goes in. Scoofet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best woman football player on the African continent, Asisat Oshuala.
Great ball, Musa!
Cheer on our sporting heroes as we celebrate their remarkable achievements on the global stage.
Running by Victor Moses, and the finish, well, speaks for itself. Wonderful strike, and Nigeria lead by a goal to nil. Musa went for the curler, hits the crossbar this time.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Good day, I am Babawali Afalabi, and welcome to our 30-minute news bulletin. Today, we have a packed-up lineup of important stories and updates on the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, a pivotal organization dedicated to safeguarding our communities and maintaining public safety. As the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps intensify its efforts across the nation, we'll provide you with an in-depth look at our recent initiatives, operations, and critical role we played in ensuring a secure and peaceful environment for all citizens. Stay with us as we explore the latest updates and achievements from the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, highlighting our commitment to protecting life and property in Nigeria.
Vandalizing critical national infrastructure can have devastating impacts on a country, undermining its economic stability and public safety. Such acts disrupt essential services like electricity, water supply, and transportation, leading to significant economic losses and inconvenience for citizens. The damage can delay development projects, increase repair costs, and strain public resources, diverting funds from other vital areas such as healthcare and education. Moreover, frequent vandalism can erode public trust in government institutions and security agencies, creating an atmosphere of fear and instability. It is to this effect that the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps recovered a range of stolen items, including armored cables, motorbikes, tools, and other equipment, with an estimated value of 5 million naira. The FCT NSCDC commandant, Olushola Odumusu, while parading vandals, warned scavengers, also known as Babambola, to immediately vacate the FCT as the Corps has intensified surveillance and patrol in the nation's capital.
We have 13 suspects arrested in different parts of the FCT between Saturday, the 7th of September, to the early hours of this morning, Monday, 9th September 2024. I want to warn criminals, miscreants, scavengers, otherwise known as Babambola, who on a daily basis prowl the city center as well as our various area councils. They should pack their bags and baggages and leave the Federal Capital Territory.
Odumusu, who mentioned that the FCT minister is dedicated to keeping the territory safe, enjoined residents to always give security agencies credible information.
So it is our resolve to continue to do our best, and we will not rest on our horse. And we want to implore members of the public to assist security agencies, especially the Civil Defense Corps, with very credible intelligence and information that will help us to nip these criminal activities of these vandals and miscreants and these elements in the boat.
Also, the modus operandi of the vandals were described.
That axis you can see a lot of shovels and diggers, very brown with latrites. And after you can see armored cables, still fresh with a lot of latrite on it because it's just freshly pulled out. The hanging billboards on the street light poles, you can see they pulled them all down and piled it somewhere.
The FCT herdsman said investigations are underway and the suspect will be charged to court so that justice will take its course.
You're welcome back. Now the news in details. The Akwa Ibom State Commandant's third quarterly conference was held in Ekot Ekpene. The event focused on evaluating performance of the NSCDC in the state and assessing current security threats. Key participants include NSCDC management and staff, area commanders, divisional officers, and field commanders. The conference involved dividing participants into syndicates to address various issues such as farmers-herders conflicts, rising kidnapping and robbery, inadequate logistics, indiscipline, and interagency rivalry. Each group brainstormed on challenges and proposed solutions. Chaired by Honorable John Clayton, the transition chairman of Ikot Ikpene local government area, and featuring special guest of honor, Lawrence Ugogde, who praised the NSCDC's contribution to state peace. The conference also included presentations by Uchegu from the FCCPC and Chioma Obi from the Weight and Measures Department. Commandant Iluade Iluyeni emphasized the importance of performance improvement and announced that the solution from the conference will be forwarded to higher authority for implementation. Goodwill messages were also delivered by various sister security agencies, including the Nigerian Police, DSS, FRSC, NDLEA, and the Correctional Service.
The conference brought together management staff of the NSCDC, area commanders, divisional officers, and field commanders, providing an avenue and ambience for performance evaluation, review of the security situation and threats in the state. State commandants of the Corps, Eluwade Eluyemi, tasked officers on the need to work towards improved leadership.
Conference that enables the command to assess itself, assess the area commands, assess the divisional command, and even assess individual officer and men. So that's the purpose of this one. And there's a very, huge improvements in our performance here in Akwa Ibom State.
Eluyemi said the resolutions arrived at the conference were critical as they would be implemented.
Encourage my officers and men to do their best, to do more, to protect Akwa Ibom State and Nigeria as a whole. And also to thank my Commander General, Dr. Ahmed, for the opportunity given to us, giving us right to have this conference. By the time we have the fourth quarter conference, which will be celebration galore, because there's going to be a lot of success, a lot of improvement in our performance here in Akwa Ibom State.
Caretaker Chairman of Ikot Local Government Council, John Clinton, made valuable contributions to the discourse.
Each of the area commanders and the divisional commanders to ensure whatsoever is impacted on them here, they take it back to their respective commands, and basically it's something that should be encouraged. Not because in life, in everything you do, when once there is assessment, it brings positive result, because from there you can evaluate where areas that have not been done well, and from there you pick encouragement and do it better.
There were goodwill messages from sister security agencies.
Bashar Hussaini has officially taken over as the 16th Commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in Akwa Ibom State. In a statement, the Commandant's spokesman, Friday Ekerete, announced that Hussaini succeeds Eluyemi Eluwade, who has been redeployed to the Corps' headquarters in Abuja. Hussaini brings a wealth of experience, having served in various NSCDC commands across the country prior to his appointment in Akwa Ibom State. Ekerete emphasized that the new commandant is committed to addressing issues of economic sabotage, public asset vandalism in the state. He also expressed a strong intention to collaborate with the Akwa Ibom government and other security agencies to safeguard public infrastructure.
In another development, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps and Conan Adenon Stifung held a 3-day seminars in Abuja focused on interagency collaboration and alternative dispute resolution. The event brought together operatives from the Nigerian Police, Armed Forces, NSCDC, and Correctional Service. Commandant General Hamed Abubakar Haudi highlighted the importance of interagency collaboration in tackling security challenges, emphasizing that effective collaboration is the key to intelligence sharing, public safety, and conflict resolution. He underscored the workshop's role in strengthening partnership and exploring innovative alternative dispute resolutions method. CAF's representative, Lucas Liable, noted that the seminar aligns with CAF's mission to promote democracy and good governance, and it's part of broader effort to enhance peace processes across Nigeria. Also, he encouraged participants to leverage the training to further peace and stability in their communities.
As an agency, that is the core, we recognize our critical role in community peace and stabilization and conflict resolution, which is in line with the core mandate. This workshop is therefore a testament to our commitment to share vision, enhance synergy and collaboration towards strengthening national security. The idea of coming together to work together is very, very central, apt, and germane, because all agencies have been seen really not working together hitherto, before now. But because the conflict is a monster that has been consuming Nigerians, all agencies have seen really that yes, the only solution to this is to come together. And that is why perhaps you have seen that the situation is being degraded, being decimated, and is being reduced to the barest minimum. Before, you dare not make mistake and cross the road from here to Kaduna. It's a suicide mission. And so, the military, the police, which is the lead agency in internal security, nobody can contest that. We all know by constitution, police is the lead agency in internal security. That's why we call the IG as the chief federal internal security officer of the nation. Because as far as internal security is concerned, police takes the lead. The military comes in when the situation is becoming overwhelming. And then otherwise, their primary responsibility is to is territorial protection, while civil defense is a specialized elite agency created by government to specifically protect and provide safety and security for critical national assets and infrastructure. So you can see the delineation. And so once agencies, realize that everybody has his own boundary and there is delineation, I think there will not be any conflict.
The Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Stiftung means foundation, and which we short call KAS or Konrad, is a German political foundation, a non-governmental organization. Our mandate is to promote democratic and good governance, the rule of law, as well as to foster good relations between our host country and the Federal Republic of Germany. Our office in Nigeria was established in 2001. Since then, we have not been shying away from any efforts to support the democratic forces in Nigeria and have been working very closely with our Nigerian partners to facilitate platforms for democratic dialogue and capacity building for the different arms of government at national, regional, and state level. This seminar is one of such regional intervention that is being carried out by KAS. Since 2016, KAS has been supporting the security sector reform in Nigeria. 2 years ago, KAS has mandated a survey on the mandates of security agencies. The survey revealed that overlapping mandates amongst these agencies contribute significantly to rivalry amongst security personnel. To address this issue, KAS collaborated with experts in the field and government agencies to review and propose amendments to the acts that established these agencies. On the basis of this survey and in collaboration with the Office of the Speaker, 7 bills were drafted addressing the identified issues. 6 of them are currently on the floor of the House. In partnership with all security agencies, we provide trainings with a focus on fostering interagency collaborations and conflict resolutions among security agencies.
You're welcome back. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has received a new office complex and an operational vehicle from the Imesile Progressive Association. At the commissioning ceremony, Ahmed Abubakar Haudi, the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, represented by the Osun State Commandant Michael Adaralewa, praised Imesile for their commitment to local security. Haudi assured that officers and men of the Corps will be deployed to the new facility and emphasized the importance of community support in crime prevention. Oba Enoch Ademola of Imesile, represented by I Chief Tunde Aluko, commends the association for its swift action on the project and pledged community support for the NSCDC. Shola Agbilui, National President of the Imesile Progressive Association, thanked the traditional ruler and the NSCDC, calling for greater collaboration among security agencies. Following the assumption of office of the Rivers State Commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Commandant Okafor, the command, with a renewed vigor, has arrested another 7 suspects for illegal dealing in petroleum products, impounded a barge and 3 boats laden with automotive gas oil. Addressing newsmen at the crime scene, the command healthman said that he has come to the state to wage war against economic saboteurs, siphoning crude oil through vandalization of pipelines, operation of illegal bunkering sites, conveyance of illegal refined products, among others. Commandant Okafor relayed that 2 suspects were arrested alongside a barge containing an unqualified illegal refined automotive gas oil. He told the newsmen that the 2 suspects were caught scoping the product from the barge and loading them in cellophane bags for onward conveyance to yet to be identified destination. The River State Commandant further paraded another 5 suspects who were arrested by the Marine Squad of the command at Tambia Unwofe axis along the waterways. Preliminary report shows that they were arrested with 3 boats laden with unquantified liters of cargo. The commandant noted that a thorough investigation will be made to unravel those behind the act, and the suspect will be charged to court.
The governor of Rivers State, Similaye Fubara, has praised the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps for deploying an experienced and operational commandant to the state. He described the deployment as timely and emphasized that it is part of a divine plan. The governor urged the new commandant to prove his worth by combating crude oil theft, particularly as the lead agency responsible for protecting critical national assets and infrastructure at both federal and state levels.
The newly deployed State Commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Rivers State Command, Okafor, has read the riot act to those dealing illegally in petroleum products in Rivers State. Commandant Okafor, while delivering his inaugural address, called all officers and men to join the wagon of positive change by increasing their intelligence skills in order to gather credible information that will enhance the arrest of vandals and illegal bunkers in the state. The new command helmsman also conducted the media across an illegal dump site at Igboeche in Eche local government area where crude oil was stored in over 17 tanks at an abandoned construction site. He hinted that Rivers State will no more be a safe place for those stealing and refining petroleum products illegally, noting that the fight against illegal dealings in petroleum products and the overall protection of the nation's critical national asset and infrastructure will be given utmost priority under his watch. The state commandant further said the anti-vandal squad also impounded 7 drums of automotive gas oil and a truck laden with suspected adulterated petroleum product at some local government of Rivers State. He added that a thorough investigation will be carried out and the command will proceed to court of competent jurisdiction to determine the fate of the suspect and the impounded product.
As big as the tank is, this cooking pot can contain over 120,000 liters at a time. And from here, when they cook, they also transfer to another site. 2 hours we've been walking through this massive forest. This is a very thick forest in Odagwa community in Eche local government. And you can see for yourself the cooking pots. So the process continues. And we are now at the second phase of the operations. Look at the last tank that we saw in that area. It's about 120,000 liters capacity. We are still moving ahead to see other tanks where the cooking is taking place. Look at this, another tank. This is enough to contain a full trailer, a full tank. We are moving ahead. This is the handiwork of the vandals, economic saboteurs. Yes, the success of this particular operation is hinged on the work that the Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad did based on credible intelligence. This operation was successful because they took their time to carry out this operation without compromise. Like I said earlier, the NYSC will not stop in the fight against crude oil theft in the nation across. This is a major achievement. You can see how big this tank is. This is not the end. We are still moving ahead to another area where the operation continues. Let's go.
An estimate of the cooking.
We have gotten about, you have visibly observed that about 5 cooking pots has been seen. There are still more cooking pots, and each of the cooking pots can contain up to 60,000 liters. But that other large one, we estimate it to be 120,000 liters. Shall we please go? Oh my goodness. Okay.
been widespread jubilation across different Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Command following the release of the 2024 promotion examination results. Officers expressed appreciation for Commandant General Ahmed Abubakar Audi, noting significant improvements in officer welfare, career progression, and promotions since he assumed office 3 years ago. In a recent discussion, the Commandant General revealed that he inherited a backlog of promotions, but that issue has now been resolved. The Civil Defense, Correctional Fire Service and Immigration Board recently held their 5th annual meeting, which included the promotion of 9,937 officers from the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The promotion reflects the Commandant General's commitment to ensuring no officer experiences stagnation or delay. He believes that prompt promotion of qualified officers will motivate them to excel in their duties. The promotion breakdown includes 40 officers promoted to Assistant Commandant General, 100 to Commandant of the Corps, and 700 conversion and promotion across various ranks, including Chief Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, and Inspector of Corps. Additionally, 2 officers received special promotion for their outstanding service and dedication. In congratulating the newly promoted officers, the Commandant General urged them to justify their promotions through relentless dedication and commitment, assuring them that stagnation in promotions will no longer be tolerated.
That concludes our news on the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And if you want to know more about NSCDC, kindly check all our social media handles as it is displayed on your screen. And thank you for joining us today. Stay informed and stay safe. And like we always say at the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, when you see something, please say something. Until next time, this is Afolabi Babawale. Goodbye for now.
Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy. We are the ongoing international trade fair here in Abuja, the 19th edition of the International Trade Fair. My name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdikarim, being the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. One of the issues we are going to discuss with you today is, the first one is the prostate health issue. For men who have issue with their prostate is a serious health challenge. It is only men that have prostate. It is a gland in the man which produces the fluid that causes the semen, that makes the semen to be produced. The products displayed on your screen, that is the one of the products we use. This very product is very good for treatment of prostate. This very product is produced in Germany, and research have shown it has gone through a lot of clinical trials. It has gone through a lot of research before we bring out this product. The side effect is quantified to be 0 compared to other conventional medicine we have been taking. If you have this kind of symptoms that we are going to mention now, for those who are lucky that we have our facility in your state, just try and visit our facilities. All those facilities, we have the lab. We have our lab scientists there that will take your sample and make sure they take your PSA, and at random, immediately we have a result and we will know the necessary steps to take care of your prostate. For those who have frequency in urination, for those who have urgency, sometimes you notice some blood in urine, or when you, after ejaculating, you notice there is what we call blood in your semen. All these things are part of symptoms or sign that you have already have what we call benign prostate. What we mean by benign prostate is normal as the prostate enlargement. Prostate can be cancerous. Yeah, you had me right. Prostate can be cancerous. For those who have cancer of the prostate, please don't hesitate. Try and visit us here. For those who are in Abuja, this is the best opportunity for you to visit our stand, where you can have the opportunity to meet the eye doctor and also to meet I personally the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. For those who have what we call rheumatoid arthritis, this is a serious health challenge as well. Rheumatoid arthritis can affect virtually all your body. Any part of the body, it can be affected. You feel this tiredness, you feel this numbness, or cramps around your hand, or you notice when you wake up in the morning, you find it very difficult to even stand. Please don't hesitate. Try and visit our stand here and make sure you come to Greenland Natural Medicine. For those 20 people that come early in the morning, you have the opportunity to be a free registration and free test. For those 20 people that are not coming early in the morning, we advise you to come with a 5,000 naira for registration and consultation. That is the only money we are paying for consultation and the test. For those with stroke, we have our facility. We also do what we call caregivers. We can give you a caregiver in our facility where they can take care of your patient for you. If you have any kind of eye-related issue, be it glaucoma, cataract, pterygium, myopia, and so on and so forth, the eye doctor is on ground. We have Dr. Kabiri with me here. He will tell you much about your pressure of the eye and everything. For those who have infectious diseases, be it staph and other things that we cannot mention on air, please, or you have any health challenge that has to do with fertility, if you cannot be able to come to the trade fair where you can benefit the bonus, or to see the doctors on the ground, please just don't hesitate to be our guest in the office. Our office in Guarimpa in Abuja here. We also have our office in Lagos. For those in Lagos who cannot visit our stand here in the trade fair, at the ongoing international trade fair, you can visit our office in Lagos. We can also visit our office in Port Harcourt. We are in Eliozu in Port Harcourt. We have our branches all over the country. For those watching us internationally, give us a call. We have our agents across the world. For those in Nigeria, call us. We advise you, you can get the best in alternative medicine. For your omega-3, for your diabetes issues, for your high blood pressures, and so on. Or you have been suffering from this infection, you have been treating it all this while, and you notice the infection is proving stubborn. Please don't hesitate. Give us a call on this number. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. For those men who cannot bear their name as a man, and also for those who do it as if they are chicken, just give us a call. And for those women, you notice your menstrual cycle is no longer the way it is, and you are experiencing what we call early menopause, please don't hesitate. We have been to over 36 countries in the world. Our programs are mainly from Germany.
Welcome to the news update at 11. I am Comfort Amadu. We begin from the United States of America, where First Lady Jill Biden has bid farewell to visiting First Ladies from other nations, including the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Jill Biden, who hosted the First Ladies to launch, described her interaction with them as impactful, and the launch, she notes, will be the last she will be hosting as the First Lady of the United States. During the Banga, Nigerian's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu attended the launch held at Pier 57, New York, as one of the events marking the end of her engagements and participation at the 79th session of Banga.
These are the kind of friendships that this group forges. These powerful connections we carry with us wherever we go. And as I look around today at all of you, I feel so much gratitude. In your homes and your cities and at summits, you've shown me your hearts.
Analyzing or passing judgment on cases that are sub judice on conventional and social media will henceforth not be tolerated. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, who got confirmed by the Senate, also told the legislators during the screening that she intends to deploy technology in Nigeria's judicial space for efficiency.
Honorable Justice Kudirat Motor-Mori Olatogumba Kekere-Ekun is hereby confirmed as the Chief Justice of the Federation of Nigeria.
The federal government has approved the increase of the monthly allowance for National Youth Service Corps members from 33,000 to 77,000 naira. A statement by the Acting Director, Press and Public Relations Unit of the NYSC, Caroline Mbu, says the development is in line with the enactment of the National Minimum Wage Amendment Act 2024. This is contained in a letter from the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, dated 25th September 2024 and signed by the chairman, Ekpo Nta. Appreciating the federal government for the timely gesture, Brigadier General Ahmed said the increase will not only bring much needed support to the core members, but also boost their morale and motivate them to do more in their service to the nation. And the Director General NYSC, Brigadier General Judicial Ahmed, had earlier paid a courtesy visit or advocacy to the chairman, where he solicited for a robust welfare package for core members. The upward review will take effect from July 2024. That's the update for now. Do join us for more update at 1. Good morning.
Reptiles generally are essential for the maintenance of balance in ecosystems. Some of the reptiles, like snakes, are important predators, particularly of common pests that can affect agricultural production and food security. However, snake bites on mostly agrarian communities can be devastating, not just for the victims, but for the entire families and countries. According to the World Health Organization, snake bites cause over 1.8 million cases of envenoming each year, leading to more than 100,000 deaths. The World Health Body worries that the data is grossly inadequate because many of the victims do not go to health facilities but rely on traditional treatments, and as such, cases are underreported. This episode of Global Health Digest takes you through the global burden of snake bites and envenoming, prevention, control, and efforts to address scarcity of antivenoms. I am Uche Ugochukwu. First, the background reports.
Snake venom is a highly toxic saliva containing zootoxins that facilitates in the immobilization and digestion of the prey. This also provides defense against threats. Snake venoms are usually injected by unique fangs during a bite, though some species are also able to spit venom. The venom contains more than 20 different compounds, which are mostly proteins and polypeptides. Some of the proteins in snake venom have very specific effects on various biological functions, including blood coagulation, blood pressure regulation, and transmission of nerve or muscle impulses. This comes from a study and developed for use as pharmacological or diagnostic tools and even drugs. Historically, snake venom was believed to have evolved once at the base of the Xenophidia or derived snakes. Molecular studies published beginning in 2006 suggested that venom originated just once among a putative clade of reptiles called Toxigophera, approximately 170 million years ago. Inasmuch as snakes use their venoms for self-defense, they, however, pose a great threat to humans. Snake bite has been a neglected public health issue in many tropical and subtropical countries. Most of these occur in Africa, Asia, and Latin America.
This is Global Health Digest on NTA International. Prevention is key in reducing the incidence of snake bites. Do people know what to do, especially in endemic areas? Our crew finds out from the streets.
What do you think is the most effective way to prevent snake bites, like personally?
Keeping the environment clean, to be honest, one. And just make sure wherever you are staying, there's no bushy area around, and try to, over time, try to fumigate your environment. Yes, I do.
Like myself, occasionally, like 3 months, 2 months, I apply chemicals around my house because I love flowers, I love gardens.
Do you know anyone that has been bitten by a snake, or have you been?
It happened to my mom.
Wow.
Yes,
on the farm. What was the experience like?
It was not easy. So the people quickly ran, carried her, tied that place, brought her home, quickly looked for what was the name. It's a local herb. Give her, she vomited the poison.
What's the first thing you would do if you were, in any case, you were bitten by a snake? What's the first thing?
Rush to the hospital, maybe.
You are right, Ode. The first point of call in the case of snake bites is the hospital. Benjamin, take notes. Thank God for your mother's life. Snake envenoming is a potentially life-threatening disease caused by toxins in the bite of a venomous snake. Increased frequency of natural disasters and extreme weather events affect the abundance.
Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior officers retired and serving, my lords, spiritual and temporal, deans of faculties, staff and graduates of the Nigerian Defense Academy, proud parents and guardians of graduating cadets and postgraduate students, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am Brigadier General A.M. Chuku, the Academy Registrar. On behalf of the Commandant, Nigerian Defense Academy, Major General J. Ochai, staff, gentlemen cadets, and postgraduate students of the Nigerian Defense Academy, I warmly welcome you to this auditorium, the venue of the 34th convocation ceremony in honor of 72 regular corps cadets and postgraduate students. The special guest of honor, sir, distinguished invited guests, it is customary that academic occasions such as this are declared open by the chairman of the governing council. On this note, I have the honor to most respectfully invite the chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, Alhaji Muhammad Badr Obakar, ably represented by the Chief of Defense Staff, to declare the convocation ceremony open. The chairman, sir.
I now declare this as an open. The 34th convocation ceremony of the Nigerian Defense Academy constituted for the purpose of conferring bachelor's degrees on cadets of the 1st regular course, postgraduate diplomas, master degrees, doctoral degrees, and honorary degrees of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I declare this open. Thank you.
The special guest of honor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have the singular honor to invite the 32nd Commandant of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Major General John Ochai, to please deliver his welcome address in this convocation ceremony.
The special guest of honor, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Dr. Kana, MNI, and numerous other decorations which due to time I will not list them out. The Executive Governor of Kaduna State, ably represented by Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kaduna State, Dr. H.S. Balarabe. The Honorable Minister of Defense, represented by the Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa. Honorable members of the National Assembly here present, representatives of service chiefs, President, Defense and Police Officers Wives Association, our dear mother, Mrs. Orogo Musa, General Officers Commanding, Flag Officers Commanding, and Air Officers Commanding here present, Commandants of Tri-Service and other training institutions, Principal Staff Officers from Defense and Services, Corps Commanders, Directors General and Heads of Ministries, Departments and Agencies, Vice Chancellors, Rectors, Provosts and Registrars, representatives of the Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, Chairman, Committee of Vice Chancellors, representative of Registrar, Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, Deputy Commandant, Nigerian Defense Academy, the Academy Provost, Principal Staff Officers, Nigerian Defense Academy, Senior Officers, both serving and retired, Your Royal Highnesses, Heads of Secretary Agencies here present, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, distinguished invited guests, members of Defense Police Officers Wives Association, Nigerian Army Officers Wives Association, Nigerian Air Force Officers Wives Association, and Nigerian Defense Academy Officers Wives Association, Deans of Faculties, staff and graduates of the Nigerian Defense Academy, families of the graduates, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome our special guest of honor, as well as the chairman and members of the governing council of this esteemed institution, to the 34th convocation ceremony in honor of the graduating cadets of the first 71 regular course and our respected postgraduate students of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I equally welcome all our esteemed distinguished guests. We feel highly honored and humbled by your presence here today. This day represents a significant milestone in the lives of our graduating cadets and postgraduate scholars, marking the culmination of years of rigorous training, academic study, and personal development. As we gather to celebrate their achievements, we also take pride in the legacy of excellence that the Nigerian Defense Academy continues to uphold by producing leaders who will serve and protect our nation with integrity, courage, and dedication. Today's convocation is not just a celebration of academic accomplishments. It's a testament to the resilience, hard work, and determination of these men and women. The journey to this point has been demanding, but each of you has risen to the challenges and emerged stronger. As we look around this hall, we see the faces of future leaders in the Nigerian Armed Forces, as well as scholars who will continue to push the frontiers of knowledge in various fields. We gather not only to celebrate you, but to challenge you to carry the torch of excellence into the future. This year's convocation ceremony witnessed the graduation of cadets of 71 regular course who have successfully completed their military training and academic studies. For years, these cadets have undergone intensive training that has tested their physical endurance, intellectual capabilities, and leadership potential. May I take a moment to congratulate the 450 cadets graduating the Bachelor degree. I am delighted to inform this distinguished audience that the graduating cadets produced 13 first-class honors degrees in various disciplines. While 99 made second-class upper divisions. Additionally, 271 cadets made second-class lower divisions. While 71 graduated with third-class degrees. It is worthy to mention that one of the graduating cadets is an allied cadet from the Republic of Sierra Leone. While 5 of our graduating cadets who have been here with us today, due to their outstanding performances, were offered courses vacancies in foreign military academies to complete their military training under bilateral defense cooperation initiatives. We are also proud to acknowledge the achievement of our postgraduate students. These scholars have pursued advanced studies in various disciplines, contributing significantly to the academic and professional landscape of our institution. Therefore, I warmly congratulate the 2,538 students who are graduating with postgraduate diplomas and higher degrees in various arts, social sciences, engineering, and sciences disciplines. I'm proud to note that 97 of them successfully earned Doctor of Philosophy degrees. We also have 109 students graduating with Masters of Philosophy. (526) with academic masters, 686 with postgraduate diplomas, and 1,120 with professional masters. This significant number of graduating postgraduate students is an indication of the academic's contribution to manpower development of the nation. I am delighted to note that the postgraduate school over the years has built itself a reputation of discipline and academic integrity. Permit me to use this opportunity to reaffirm the Nigerian Defense Academy's core mandate of research and innovation in its pathway towards academic excellence. Earlier this year, the Academy launched the Biodiversity and Conservation Center, the first of its kind in any institution in sub-Saharan Africa. The aim of establishing that center is not just for academic pursuits alone, but to carry out research to confront the environmental challenges we currently face within our country and our sub-region. This institution is not only dedicated to training military officers, but also advancing knowledge and fostering innovation. Our postgraduate students in particular have made significant contributions to various fields through their research. Their work spans across a range of disciplines, from strategic studies and international relations to engineering, cybersecurity, and more. Our graduates are not just receiving degrees today, they are living with the tools and insights needed to confront the evolving threats of the modern world. We encourage our graduates to continue pushing the boundaries of knowledge, to remain curious and innovative, and to apply their expertise in service of the nation. To the graduating cadets of the Central Regular Course today marks the beginning of a new chapter in your lives. As you step out into the world, remember that you carry with you the values of the Nigerian Defense Academy: discipline, excellence, loyalty, and service to the nation, among others. You have been equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to confront the challenges of the future, and we have no doubt that you will rise to the occasion. Whether you are defending the sovereignty of our nation or contributing to academic and professional fields, your impact will be profound. To our graduating postgraduate students, know that as you leave our campus, you are still part of the academic community. You are about to join the honored class of NTA postgraduate alumni, with whom you can share your experiences and challenges, and from whom you can further your knowledge. We therefore encourage you to remain good ambassadors of this great institution. I wish to at this point extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Bola Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his continuous support. We are also grateful to the support and direction received from the NTA Governing Council towards the success of the training activities in the Academy. Please be rest assured that we will make judicial use of the resources and facilities provided. I wish to also acknowledge the continuous support of our regulatory bodies, particularly the National Universities Commission, the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, amongst other professional bodies. Their contributions have helped to keep the Academy in the forefront of academic excellence. I must also recognize the contribution of Tertiary Education Trust Fund, whose contribution has indeed led to some of the achievements that the Nigerian Defense Academy has accomplished over the years. On this special occasion, I cannot forget my dedicated faculty staff for their exceptional commitment to duty and ideals of the Academy. I once again welcome you to this year's convocation ceremony and thank you for your attention. God bless you all.
Can we please appreciate the Commandant for those words of wisdom? Before we proceed, the special guest of honor, distinguished invited guests, May I, on behalf of the Commandant, apologize on the power outage. There's a small incident in the powerhouse behind the auditorium, but our technicians are working seriously to get it rectified. While that is being done, may I crave the indulgence of the special guest of honor to please proceed with the rest of the occasion while the situation is being resolved. Thank you, sir. We are gradually getting to the high point of today's activity, which is conferment of degrees, starting with admission to bachelor's degrees. The first faculty to be presented this morning is Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. The Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, the cadets who will now be presented before you have fulfilled the degree requirements of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with the Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Science of the Faculty of Arts and Social Science of the Nigerian Defense Academy. May I therefore call on the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Science, to please present the graduates. Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Science.
I now present the graduates of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Department of Geography, Department of History and World Studies, Department of Political Science, Department of Psychology, and Department of Language. Graduating cadets of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, rise. Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, I have the honor to present to you these cadets of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences who have successfully met the degree requirements of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with the degree of Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Science as the case may be. I now call on the Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, to please step forward and confer the degrees as a graduating student.
By the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy Board, I confer on all of you the degrees of Bachelors of Arts and Bachelors of Science of the Nigerian Defense Academy. Congratulations.
Next is Faculty of Engineering and Technology. The Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, the cadets who will now be presented before you have fulfilled the requirements of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with the degree of Bachelor of Engineering of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I therefore call on the Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, to present the graduates. Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology.
I now present
the graduates of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Department of Civil Engineering, Department of Electronic Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, graduating cadets of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, right. Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, I have the honor to present to you these cadets of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology who have successfully met the degree requirements of Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy and in learning to be conferred with the degree of Bachelor of Engineering. I now call on Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council to step forward and confer the degrees on the cadets.
By the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy Board, I confer on all of you the degrees of Bachelor of Engineering of the Nigerian Defense Academy. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Can we please appreciate those cadets of Faculty of Engineering once again? Next faculty is Faculty of Science. The Chairman and Council, the cadets who will now be presented before you have fulfilled the degree requirements of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with the degree of Bachelor of Science. I therefore call on the Dean of Faculty of Science to please present the Dean of Faculty of Science.
The devices and gadgets you use, Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA. We'll be joining our outside broadcast crew for another live broadcast. This broadcast will be continued later.
standing will take the national pledge. At the count of 2, 1, 2. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity, and uphold her honor and glory. So help me God. So help us God as a nation. Amen. You may please be seated. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the Chairman Interministerial Committee of the 64th Independence Anniversary of Nigeria, Senator George Akume, CON. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation and the Chairman Media and Publicity Subcommittee of the Interministerial Committee of the 64th Anniversary of Nigeria, Mohammed Idris, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. The Honorable Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi. The Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahil Mama, SAN. The Honorable Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Professor Joseph Telubu Utsiv, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. The Honorable Minister and Coordinating Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edo. The Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, CON. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, Lola Adejon. The Honorable Minister, Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Right Honorable Zephaniah Bitrus Jesalo, MFR. The Honorable Minister of State, Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Abdullahi Tijani Gwazo. The Honorable Minister of State of Steel Development, Honorable Uba Megari. The Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, Hajia Hadize Bala Usman. The Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga. The Permanent Secretaries here present, the Director Generals of agencies under the various ministries here present, Senior Executive Officers, Senior Special Assistants to the President, Directors of the ministries here represented, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, but not to forget our very senior friends from the media. You're most welcome this morning.
It is my pleasure to have you join us on today's telecast on the World Press Conference, the first event in the lineup of activities heralding the 64th Independence Anniversary celebration of Nigeria. And of course, we are reaching you live from the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, the largest television network in Africa, from the capital city of Abuja. On behalf of the entire outside broadcast crew, Kenneth Nanimi saying welcome to the program. Meanwhile, the World Press Conference to mark the independence anniversary of the country has become an annual event which gives relevant government functionaries the opportunity to showcase the achievements of the current administration within the time frame it has stayed in office. Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris will open the floor and set the pace for which the events of the day will be rolled out. Stay tuned as we bring you details of the event as they unfold.
Thank you. To this side.
Honorable Minister, sir, you are invited to the podium by the media.
Well, I thought that was the normal thing to do until I was directed otherwise. Your Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Distinguished Senator George Akume, Honorable Ministers here present, Special Advisors, Heads of agencies, very senior government officials, my colleagues, members of the Nigerian media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank you, gentlemen of the press, for always heeding our call when we invite you to talk to you on matters of national interest. We also want to use this opportunity to thank you thus far on your coverage of activities of government. And we, as always, want to reiterate our pledge, our fidelity with you to keep you informed at all times on activities of government. And we also request of you, as always, to be very patriotic in your reporting. You report objectively, sincerely, and honestly, and in the national interest. Your Excellency, the Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, chaired by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akume, is pleased to welcome you all to this World Press Conference, organized to unveil the programs lined up to commemorate the momentous occasion of the 64th anniversary of our great nation, Nigeria. This is a time of reflection, celebration, and renewed hope as we honor the journey of Nigeria, a nation that has demonstrated resilience, strength, capacity, and unyielding spirit in the face of numerous and daunting challenges. Since gaining independence in 1960, Nigeria has evolved from a nation of hope and potential into a leading force on the African continent and a respected voice in the global community. We have faced numerous trials, from political upheavals to economic challenges, but each time we have risen stronger through our shared unwavering vision of a united and prosperous country. Our democracy, now unbroken for nearly a quarter of a century, stands as a testament to the will of the Nigerian people to attain and sustain freedom and liberty for prosperity. Despite some challenges, we have weathered the storm and remained committed to democratic values and showcasing the maturity of our political system. Under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have initiated transformative policies and reforms aimed at correcting the missteps of the past and reposition Nigeria as an economic superpower in the near future. Despite global economic headwinds and the transitional pains accompanying some of the reforms, the President has remained focused in his efforts towards reviving our economy and returning the country to the path of prosperity and sustained growth. Undoubtedly, one of the significant setbacks to rural socio-economic development in Nigeria has been the absence of direct fiscal control by elected local government administration. In a landmark move, President Tinubu has taken a decisive step toward implementing local government autonomy by seeking a verdict from the Supreme Court. This action demonstrates his administration's commitment to a deep-rooted restructuring of the country. enhancing governance and development at the grassroots level, and also promoting effectiveness and accountability at the local government level. In addition, a lot of work is ongoing towards ensuring macroeconomic stability, stabilizing the foreign exchange regime, reforming the tax system to make it more efficient and less burdensome on Nigerians, repositioning our oil and gas sector to attract new investment, and prioritizing the diversification and expansion of government revenues. Following the removal of the petroleum subsidy, President Tinubu is gradually guiding Nigeria into an unprecedented energy transition phase, launching a presidential initiative to move the country from fossil fuels to compressed natural gas, CNG, as a fuel for vehicles and machinery. The ongoing rollout of the CNG and associated infrastructure is reducing transportation costs for Nigerians up to 60%, creating jobs and attracting tens of millions of dollars in local and foreign investment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the young people of Nigeria now have a clearer path to sustainable tertiary education through the Student Loan Access to Higher Education Act of 2024, which has established the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, among others. Complementing this is the new Consumer Credit Corporation, established to guarantee access to low-cost and flexible consumer credit. In multiple ways, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is focused on putting more money in the pockets of the Nigerian people and creating avenues for sustainable prosperity. Let me now use this opportunity to thank Nigerians for your patience and resilience in this very difficult period in the evolution of our economy. The journey has been tough, but surely there is light at the end of the tunnel. Our sacrifices will not be in vain. Amid these challenges, we should never underplay the emerging shoots of progress, whether it is the growing success of our military against bandits and criminals, or the drop in inflation for a second consecutive month, or the mounting testimonials from delighted beneficiaries of business grants, student loans, CNG, vehicle conversion, among others. Let me also put on record the effort that the administration is also doing to ensure that the disaster we have faced recently as a result of the flooding in some parts of the country, especially in Borno State, is being tackled head-on. Let us continue to remind ourselves that we share the collective task of striving for the peace, unity, stability of this great country of ours. Together, we will build a nation that will be the pride of every black man on the planet. And as the President always says, we will hand on to our children a banner that is unstained. With the recent ratification of the National Values Charter by the Federal Executive Council, the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation will now commence the implementation of the Charter in line with the President's commitment to fostering moral, ethical, and cultural reawakening. The Charter will bolster the conviction that the things that unite us, our sense of nationhood, our obligations to our country, will always be stronger and deeper than what may wish to divide us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akume, to make a presentation on the 64th Independence Anniversary celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening and welcome to this great event.
Thank you very much. At this vein, please invite the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, CON. While we await the arrival of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, permit me to recognize the representative of the Inspector General of Police, AIG Bennett Igwe. SGF, sir, over to you.
Thank you. Members of the Federal Executive Council, my colleagues, special advisors to the President, here present, Comrade Hadiza Bala Usman, Policy and Coordination, Bio Nanuga, Information and Communications and Strategy, top military and police officers here present, permanent secretaries, directors, heads of government agencies here present, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you, members of the Fourth Estate of the Rim, to this press conference organized to unveil activities lined up to commemorate the 64th independence anniversary of Nigeria, our great and dear nation. The 64th independence anniversary calls for a combination of critical actions on our part as citizens and collectively as a nation. These actions include a reflection on our past, recognition of our accomplishments on the journey so far, and a determination to raise the banner of hope, progress, peace, unity, and development. Let me begin this press conference by saluting the selflessness, sacrifices, and immeasurable contributions of our founding fathers who fought for the attainment of this nation's independence in 1960. I was in primary one when we got independence. So I knew this national anthem when I was in primary school, when many of you hadn't been born. But the young shall grow. Similarly, I acknowledge the invaluable contributions of all past leaders of this country for laying the foundations on which this administration is building. Their vision and resilience helped Nigeria to navigate some of her most difficult phases, including the Civil War, and earned us respect among the Committee of Nations. As a nation, therefore, we must recognize with pride our journey to a stable and broken democratic sovereignty, which has spanned 25 years since 1999. I was governor in 1999. And we always pride ourselves as that group of 1999 that anchored the return of the country to presidential democracy. And of course, the late Yaradua was one of us, President Yaradua. And you know who is on the throne. That was a great set, I think, endowed by Almighty God. We must also recognize the resilience of Nigerians and their leading contribution to global development in different phases of human endeavor. Like several other nations, we are currently grappling with diverse challenges, but we remain resolute in our inalienable destiny to build a strong and proud country that works for the good of all citizens, irrespective of status, tribe, religion, and creed. Let me assure you that this administration shall remain committed to its promise of working sacrificially to deliver the dividends of democracy to every Nigerian citizen. This government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency, GCFR, is very much aware of and deeply sympathizes with all Nigerians over the economic conditions we are passing through. These have been occasioned by unavoidable policy choices, including the removal of fuel subsidy that his administration has had to make. Remember what I told you here. Professor Oraman, the president of Afrexim Bank, one of the brightest in development economics in the world, told me that that was the best decision the president took in the oil industry. Notwithstanding the daunting challenges, ceaseless efforts are being made to cushion the immediate impact and to create new opportunities on the short, medium, long-term basis through diligent implementation of the renewed hope agenda. These policies and programs are being implemented for long-term solutions to these problems. They assure us all that in no distant time, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the trajectory of our socio-economic development will soar higher in the positive territory. In alignment with the mode of nation, therefore, I wish to inform you that the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, has approved that the 64th Independence celebration should be low-keyed. It is in this context that the program of events has been designed to remind us about our strength when we stay united, progress despite the challenges, the beauty of our diversity, the quantum leap this administration has taken within the short period in office, and a beacon of a brighter future for all through the renewed hope agenda. I said the shortest period because you gave us a mandate, 4 years. We have just done 1 year. So we still have a long way to go. But I believe we have started very well. Before I invade the approved program of activities, I wish to mention a few of the accomplishments of this administration that impacts on our citizens, their daily lives. Ministers are here. they will add flesh to the skeleton. Recently, President Bola Tinubu said, follow through with his promises on easing transportation difficulties of our citizens with the establishment of the presidential CNG initiative and the launch of the first phase of buses powered by hybrid compressed natural gas. This was done at a villa. Beautiful buses for beautiful people. And it's just the beginning. This is work in progress because the presidential initiative is designed to expand across all geopolitical zones of the country and eventually to every state. The government has also commissioned the first retrofitted CNG train head for the Abuja-Kaduna track. This is intended to cut the cost of travel by up to 50% when fully operational. In order to encourage conversion to CNG power land transportation, government has also commenced the distribution of CNG conversion kits at no cost to Nigerians. We have a young man here who is in that sector and is part of the team carefully assembled to give effect to this presidential initiative. Share with us at appropriate time, he will make a few comments. The benefits of CNG transport system to Nigerians is huge reduction in cost of transportation. The president has also given priority to the growth of economy through the SMEs. By so doing, he has refocused on strengthening the backbone of economy by empowering Nigerians to start or grow their businesses. The president has similarly repositioned the National Social Investment Program to effectively address the challenges facing the poor, the vulnerable, underserved, and the elderly. Nigerian workers have also benefited from a newly improved national minimum wage, which takes effect from July. Minimum wage, as you know, is 70,000 from 30,000, a huge leap. This is coming on the heels of the wage award paid to mitigate the plight of the workers. In the area of human capital development, the Nigerian Students' Loan Fund has disbursed the sum of 2.5 billion. Now it's ongoing. The Minister is here, Education, to over 22,000 beneficiaries across high institutions in the country. It's a welcome release for parents and an opportunity to access education by indigent students in particular. Insecurity in different parts of the country has been a recurring challenge for successive governments since 1999. This administration has succeeded in elevating the human institutional capacity of the armed services and other security agencies to tackle these challenges of insurgency, banditry, and other criminal activities, including kidnapping. This is already yielding results, as insurgents and bandits are getting neutralized in large numbers, while several others are surrendering to the authorities for de-radicalization. The rainy season has similarly come and posed its own challenges. As a result of consequence of climate change and other environmental factors, the country has experienced serious flooding in several states, resulting in fatalities, destruction of infrastructure, personal belongings, shelter, livelihoods, and so on. The humanitarian response of the federal government has been swift and most effective. Government has drawn lessons from the current situation and stepped up planning and prevention strategies. One of the major issues and challenges facing Nigerians is rising food prices, and to boost up food security, availability, and ensure affordability of food. Government has removed tariffs on importation of certain categories of food stuff. In addition, government has distributed fertilizers, farm inputs, and other critical items to boost food production. These are some of the policies that are going to be taken up by the Honorable Minister or his representative. On a long-term perspective, infrastructural development remains one of the pillars of the Tinubu administration. Since its assumption of office, government has shown its resolve in completing ongoing projects and initiating new ones in key sectors. Transportation infrastructure, particularly roadway and airport projects, have been prioritized to enhance connectivity, facilitate trade, and improve the overall quality of life for Nigerians. Having availed of some of these accomplishments, but it is endless. I don't wish to unveil the schedule for the 64th Independence Anniversary celebration as follows. First event is what we're doing today, Word Press Conference. 2 special Jummah prayers takes place on Friday, the 27th of September. Interdenominational church service. And this one is going to take place, special Jummah prayers at the National Mosque here in Abuja. Interdenominational church service, 29th September, that's on Sunday, at the National Christian Center, Abuja. Presidential broadcast will be the 1st of October. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday 2, 1st October, the Presidential Villa. Ladies and gentlemen, I call on you as the members of the Fourth Estates of the Rim to support this administration by consolidating our partnership in order to reposition our country and bring hope and fulfillment to all and sundry. I remember what one journalist said in the past, that no matter the imperfections of democratic government, journalists go to bed without minding about midnight knocks. Nobody is going to knock at your door in spite of what you write against government. Also, I'm counting on your unalloyed support to publicize activities lined up to mark this year's independence anniversary, and please publicize the very, very positive things that this administration is doing, most of them in a most unprecedented manner. Let us therefore stand united, resilient, and hopeful. I wish all Nigerians a happy 64th Independence anniversary in advance. We have here the robust team of ministers, special advisors, I will take your questions. Our matters of policy, and they're equal to the task. I thank you for your attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I believe we can make the applause a bit louder for the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Thank you. Very distinguished members of the media, we've gotten to that segment of the press conference where we'll ask questions, and the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation will tell us the format in which we'll take this segment.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, for that insight. Now, we are at the question and answer session, and this is how we want to proceed. You are seeing an array of the ministers here on the high table and those also on the front row. We will give room for about 5 questions. Members of the media can ask any of the ministers here questions on any area that they wish clarification or explanations for. Then the minister will use the opportunity to make these clarifications and further expansion where necessary. If the minister so desires, he can also bring in any of his official from his ministry or any head of agency to make further clarifications. But before we proceed, I have a very important announcement to make, and that is concerning our national anthem. You know that the current national anthem has 3 stanzas. At the last Federal Executive Council, a decision has already been taken, as it is with the tradition, that only the first stanza of the national anthem will be recited at events such as this one. It is only when you have events where the president is around or where you have national events like the Independence Anniversary that you take the entire 3 stanzas. But going forward, it is the first stanza of the 3 stanzas of the national anthem that will be recited at events such as this one. The second one is that the 3rd stanza of the national anthem is our national prayer. Our national prayer is being replaced by the 3rd stanza of the current national anthem. Recall that in the old national anthem that has 2 stanzas, the 2nd stanza used to be the national prayer. Now it is the 3rd stanza of the new national anthem that will serve as our national prayer. But the national pledge remains as it is. I think it is important that we make these clarifications out there. Of course, the National Orientation Agency that is saddled with the responsibility of that will continue to make further advocacy and enlightenment on this matter. Thank you very much. So let me come back to tell you that there will be opportunity for about 5 questions. You can ask any of the ministers here any question. They will answer you and use the opportunity to make further clarification. Over to you, MC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. With that said, we know who the drill. State your name, state your media outlet, and your question. 5 questions will be taken. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you very much. Please help me pass the microphone. Please, straight to the question, please. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the SGF, sir. My name is Emeka Wampa. I publish Nigerian Spokesman magazine. I have 2 questions. One for you, and the other one for the Minister of Water Resources. Your Excellency, sir, before your speech, the Minister of Information and National Orientation read his speech, and I counted the phrase daunting challenges in his speech. It came out 3 times. And somehow that same phrase came out in your own speech, daunting challenges. And then going to your speech, the mood actually reflects what Nigerians are going through. And I want to report to you, sir, that before the beginning of this assignment, a few senior colleagues in the media, we had a chat among ourselves where we also reflected on the past of this nation, on the present of this nation. But we concluded that much as things may be terrible, we cannot give up on our nation. We will not give up on our nation. I want to ask, sir, these daunting challenges, looking at the relationship between the federal government and the state government, our governors, sir, I don't know what solution you have to our governors that are living large in spite of the huge allocation that's coming to them. The bulk of Nigerians, 2 to 30 million Nigerians, live in these states. And we believe, sir, on this side of the divide, that this government has demonstrated commitment to bring grassroots governance to where it should be. My question, sir.
Please get to the question.
My question, sir. We have looked at the Supreme Court June 11, 2024 ruling on the local government autonomy, which is one good thing that the federal government has done to take governance to the grassroots. Sir, what will be your legacy in this direction without, sir, causing any kind of friction between the federal government and the state government?
Thank you very much.
I ask this question, sir, that we are in the structure of this nation right now. The president is a former governor. The vice president is a former governor. The senior president is a former governor. And your humble self, sir, the SGF, you are a former governor. What do we do about our governors? I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 2, please. I think the punch. Please, let's stick straight to the question. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Adelani Adekpegba. I write for The Punch. In July, the president announced the food import waiver to caution the high cost of food in Nigeria. That waiver for food importation. But till now, we've not seen anything. The last time we had was that the Minister of Finance was meeting, and they are yet to select the accredited importers. So we'd like to get an update from the minister. Secondly, a few weeks ago, the Minister of Education announced a bar on university admission for 18-year-olds. And this is a worrying issue for Nigerians. We'd like to know what the government is doing, whether they have taken a decision to prevent those who are under 18 from university admission. Then finally, sir, on the issue of fuel supply in Nigeria. A few weeks ago, the NMPC announced an increase in fuel. And yesterday, the presidency said the government is not going to intervene in the price of fuel being supplied by Dangote. Does this mean that if Dangote chose to sell at 1,300 per litre, the government would not make any intervention, considering the fact that fuel, the cost of fuel is very instrumental or very central to the cost of food and other services in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Yomi Odunoga. I write for the Nation newspaper. My question borders on food security. I don't know whether the Minister of Agriculture is there. In May we were here, and we're told so many things about how to reduce the cost of food items in the market. As I stand there today, then the price of a bag of rice is about 80, 85. Today at the market, a price of local rice, a bag of rice, local, is 114,000 naira. And I wonder, we are going into December. I wonder, we are going into December. If you want to make the people happy, because let us be realistic, every time we come here, we get fantastic figures and all that. But the average Nigerians that we report to, they are not feeling the impact of this government. And we must say the truth. If we are going into December, even the 40,000 naira bag of rice that the government promised, I can assure you, sirs, that many people, many Nigerians don't have access to that 40,000 bag of rice. So I want to ask, what is going to happen between now and December? Because the waiver is till January. Is there any way the government can really help in making sure that whatever grains they have in the reserve get to those people that need them so that they can be happy? Instead of us talking about economic figures there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Number 4. Number 4. All right. Honorable Minister wants to intervene. Number 4, just hold on.
Gentlemen of the press, I please request that we pay attention to the questions and to the MC so that we can have one house. A situation where many people are also making remarks at the back will not help us. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, sir. Number 4.
Your Excellency, my name is Alhaji Sule, the National President of Nigerian Israeli Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. My question goes to the Secretary to the government. We are the first to organize a trade fair, solid mineral trade fair for the private sector. I have a brochure which bears the name of the Secretary to the government. My next observation, among the achievement of the present president, he abolished and introduced a minister for solid mineral development, which is a very outstanding right. But what have we done with that establishment? Because now the present government has indicated that we will be at the United Nations. We are demanding for a permanent seat. And the only opportunity that we can get the seat is to develop our economy rightly. Otherwise, it will be a no-go area. I commend the government policy on the development of solid mineral, which will transcend to every local government in Nigeria, because we have solid mineral all over the 774 local government of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Number 5, Mr. Banga.
Good afternoon. My name is Banga Ashuru from Arise News. In my opinion, I've been watching the progress, the proceedings of this administration since its outset. And from my own perception, it's as if the nation is held hostage by 2 extant policies of the federal government. One is the removal of the fuel subsidy and the flotation of the naira. And when you look at the oil sector, the price of fuel, it was 197 by the time you took over, and now it is hovering within the range of 1,000 naira. I want to believe that you can imagine the effects of this on the masses. And also the introduction of the Dangote refinery coming into stream. What has the federal government done to ensure that we take full advantage of this? Because we have moribund refineries that our leaders are telling us that it's mechanically and technically ready. But up till now, it's yet to take off. So one would imagine that rather than reducing its stake in Dangote refinery, why is the federal government not using that investment in reviving the endless non-performing refineries to support the Dangote refinery to ensure that people benefit? We produce oil in this country, and it's a big paradox that we are not benefiting from the fact that we are producing. Before, we heard from the oil experts that the major reason is the landing cost. So from Dangote refinery now, there isn't anything like landing cost. So can you explain to us why Nigerians would continue to bear a huge cost in gaining access to fuel, and why we'll continue to pay a huge price to the price of PMS? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, that's 5 questions we can do.
We can give room for additional questions, especially on infrastructure. The Honorable Minister of Works is here. If there is, if there isn't, that's also fine.
All right, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody, and then all protocols duly observed. My name is Iweze Rose. I report online. My question goes to the SGF, sir. Please, you know, the arrangement for the minimum wage has been for the workers, the public services, civil servants. What is the arrangement for the people that are not really, in the public sector? Do we have any arrangement for them? And then secondly, even with all the remuneration going on, arrangement has been focused on the public servants. My question would be, what is going on for the people that are not in the public service? And then again, you said something that we can see how you have achieved in this 1 year. I know that you know that Nigerians were not really we are not really happy for this past 1 year, sir. So what do you think will happen in the next 3 years? Please, we need to really, yes, we need to.
Thank you very much. And the last. Thank you.
Adebayo Bodron is my name, from AIT Repower. Honorable Minister of Works, can you share with us your plan in reversing the sorry state of our roads? For those of us who travel across this country, traveling from one state to the other these days, the roads are in bad shape. The roads are bad. What efforts are being made to ensure that the roads are motorable? Thank you very much.
And that will be the end of the questions for this session. Honorable Minister, Secretary to the Government, you may please deal.
Thank you very much, my colleagues and members of the press, these are very germane questions, and as I said, there is a team that has been put in place to attend to your questions. And from the way you have spoken, we all know are very patriotic Nigerians who want to know what is happening. We said you should disseminate this to our people, and still you want to know. Maybe there is a gap somewhere, but today that gap is going to be closed. So please pay attention to what we're going to say. These things are measurable. It is not that we're inventing things that have not happened or are not happening. They are not what? Philosopher kings. So please, I'll take the one you have directed to me, and then I refer the rest to my colleagues here, who will, I believe, do justice to what you want to do. You talk about solid minerals, and frankly, this government, when it came on board, decided deliberately as a major policy thrust to create the Ministry of Solid Mineral Development. Because principally, this country is very, very rich in solid minerals. But there hadn't been any policy put in place to ensure meaningful and purposeful exploitation of these minerals for the benefits of Nigerians. It became an all-comers game. Artisanal this one will come and do this, create a hole here, create a hole there, without coordination. Today we have a very coordinated policy, so that before you go into this, you need to have a license, you need to know the kind of tax you are going to pay. You have to know that you have to also interact with the communities where these mineral resources are located. They also become part of the process of exploitation, so that you don't have problems. The people know and what you're doing. They're also part of it. They're also going to benefit. The minister himself is not here today. He was in China, he's in America, selling this new policy with maximum resolve. And that is why you'll find so many people coming, companies, reputable companies coming to invest in the solid mineral sector. Something that had not happened before. I'll give an example. Nasarawa State, which is near Abuja here. Lithium harmony plants are being put up there. Big plants. One company has invested about $350 million in exploitation and processing. It's not just a question of exploiting and exporting the raw minerals, you have to add value so that what comes to the government is so significant. That's why you exploit gold in its crude form, you take it over there, make a lot of money, we are paid pittance here. No, that is not so. But I believe on Monday when there's going to be another session, he will be there. Don't forget, this is the largest economy in Africa. And we have also participated in peacekeeping operations in Africa and beyond. We have done this. As requested by the United Nations. We have done these things for humanity. In most cases, we use our resources. We believe we have paid our dues sufficiently strong to enable us have a permanent seat at the Security Council of the United Nations. Many countries have spoken in our support. I played host to many of the envoys. And we mentioned this, the support. Sometimes we try to undervalue what we have. Nigeria, I believe, is destined to play that role, and our friends, associates, already supporting because they know the leadership we also have today. Nigeria is capable of playing a leading role in that place. And even the request that he said Nigeria and other African countries, we're not selfish. That's what I want to say as far as this is concerned. Then somebody talk about, I hope Yomi, sorry, not Yomi, Sule. I hope you go home with some message. And this is what we have said and we believe we should be there. Minimum wage, which is also directed at me. Remember that the minimum wage was negotiated by 3 bodies, and that is what we talk of tripartite involvement in the negotiation process for the new minimum wage. Government, and when I talk of government, talking about the 3 governments, federal, state, local. That's 1. Labor, organized labor, NYSC, TUC. And 3, organized private sector. They were all involved. So it's not something that's just restricted to the public sector. It's something that is expected to reach, particularly to reach out to those who are also left out. It's because of the love of Mr. President for the workers that when it was recommended that 62,000 should be the minimum wage, she opted to 70. It was a tough issue. But he believes and very, very strongly in the capacity, the ability and the patriotism of the workers, whether in the public sector or in the private sector, to drive the economy of this country. So the minimum wage is inclusive. It's not exclusive at all. I believe I have answered in a small way your question. I haven't. I have, because that is what happened. Tripartite arrangement. Federal, state, local governments. And that's why you have labor, TUC, NSC, and then the organized private sector. I believe that has been the tradition. Mr. President has taken it even further. From 62,000, he moved it to what? To 70,000. I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah? You're on again? Relationship with? Oh, sorry, okay. This is a federal arrangement. In a typical federal system, you have independent tiers of government. Federal, and in our case, federal states and the local government. Just in some other federal systems, you have the federal and states, but we work cooperatively. It's not just the federal government. I think there is some misconception here. Everything federal government. If there is no food, there is federal government. Agriculture is on the concurrent list. So it's all of us working cooperatively to ensure the best for our people. And recently when the Supreme Court decided that local government must be independent in terms of authority, in terms of resources, Nigerians heard it. I became the Lord of the government executive to ensure the implementation of the decision of the Supreme Court. The panel was set up, it was approved by the government, by the Mr. President. It has done quite a lot of work to ensure compliance with the judgment of the Supreme Court. It is believed, and rightly too, that where the local government function maximally and efficiently, some of the problems we have today would have been reduced to the barest minimum. I want to thank Mr. President for this and the Supreme Court for love of country and our governors. We want to thank them for supporting this. I remember when I was at Owerri to represent Mr. President at the launch of the Southern Traditional Rulers Council. The chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum said that judgment was pivotal and it was going to make major changes. The economy of the local governments, by extension, but the quality of life of the people at the local level. So you see the governors have also keyed into this. So I want to thank you for that questions and thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let me bring in now the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of Economy, who has questions from the Punch, Adelami, around importation, Banga Ashuru around Naira flotation, fuel subsidy, Dangote refinery and all that. And you use the opportunity to also expand and explain some of these issues for your benefit. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you and good afternoon. honorable ministers, fellow members of the Federal Executive Council, special advisors, the permanent secretaries here, heads of agencies, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also join others in congratulating all of us here, and indeed all Nigerians, on this our 64th anniversary celebration, and indeed 25 years of unbroken democratic rule and governance. On the issue relative to what they achieve elsewhere in the world, the developing world, Mexico and so forth, they are up to 10 per metric ton. We are still at 3 per hectare. So in the agricultural sector, the long-term goal is to have our own seedlings, produce seeds that locally are very, very productive. if I go on to the petroleum sector, and also the issue of removal of subsidy, it was a necessary, it was a bold and a courageous move by Mr. President, that not only is it respected and lauded around international economic circles around the world, but it is one that has drawn us support. It has drawn us support in terms of relatively concessional financing to support and to help to maintain a fiscal position, an economic and financial position that the removal of fuel subsidy entailed. Clearly, there was an uplift in prices as a result, and that is why the intervention schemes came in, particularly direct benefits, direct payments to approximately 15 million households covering 75 million Nigerians. Right now, after much effort, we have paid not just once but twice to about 4.4 million households covering around 20 million Nigerians. Just last week, 840,000 payments were rolled out. And the aim is to continue to scale up and improve the ability to reach Nigerians and intervene, particularly for the poorest and the most vulnerable at a time when the economy is being reformed. Domestic production, domestic value added, as we heard even from SGF, is a key mantra of this administration and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership. The aim is that no item of raw material should leave these shores without some element of value added, because that's the way you create jobs, that's the way you grow the economy, that's the way you industrialize and modernize. And so we do have in the petroleum refining sector the beginnings of a return to the path of industrialization. When you produce locally, that is meant to give you value added, is meant to give you jobs, and in the petroleum sector, you save on all the importation costs, freight costs, and so forth. In addition, Mr. President has implemented a major innovation in facilitating that domestic refiners can buy crude from NNPC in Naira. The savings there are obvious, and I think it is a matter of time when the various benefits of such a scheme will feed through. And in addition, we do have lower oil prices, which means we lose on exports, but we do gain in terms of the opportunity and the potential for lower petroleum product prices. As has been said and announced, the subsidy is no more, and petroleum pricing is a matter between the various parties in the market. And the key there is that if we want to build competitive, value-added, globally exportable products and services, we must open up to competition and market pricing. Let me just say, in terms of the journey so far, having taken steps such as the ones described to stabilize the economy, there has been and there is the sign and the evidence that the measures taken, despite the difficulty and inconveniences, are yielding fruit. Inflation is coming down. The exchange rate is stabilizing. The reserves are rising. The budget deficit is falling. Government revenues are recovering. But on the basis of that stabilization, it gives us the opportunity to grow the economy through agricultural production and agro-industrial processing. It gives us the chance to now grow the economy, as we are seeing with local production, industrialization, including, as we see, local refining of petroleum products and the potential for exporting. The governor of Central Bank, in his recent speech, focused on the fact that we need to increase oil revenues. We need to increase foreign exchange revenues, and the first and most immediate source is by increasing oil production. But that is still a short-term measure. The world is moving away from fossil fuels and towards greener products. We too are pivoting in that direction with the CNG initiative. But fundamentally, it must be the non-oil sector, based on a stable macroeconomic environment, that we achieve investment in both direct foreign investment as well as local investors. That is the path that we are on, and that is the path that we believe will take Nigerians to economic well-being, social well-being, and a better life for all Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economy Planning will tie into some of the things that the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy has mentioned.
Thank you, my brother, the Honorable Minister, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Honorable Ministers, Special Advisors to Mr. President, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me also join the previous speakers in congratulating all of us on Nigeria's 64th birthday anniversary. As you rightly heard, the Secretary to the Government said, in 1960, there were 45 million of them. That was the population of Nigeria. Now we are fivefold. There are 230 million of us. Not surprisingly, demand for government services, infrastructure, financing to fund education, health services, and compete with other nations have grown significantly. In fact, in 1999, which is 25 years into our democratic journey, our population was 119 million. But while our population has been growing fivefold, our economy has not expanded as quickly as the population has expanded. And with constitutional democracy, the demand for government services increase. Constituencies are aware about their rights and the obligations of government toward them, so they want infrastructure, they want water, they want schools, they want empowerment, they want ability to lead meaningful lives. So when President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaigned, based on both his collective experience in life and in particular as a former state governor and contemporary student of international history, he reckoned that what we need to do as a country is to communicate this challenge properly and correctly, and without blame game, confront it while acknowledging that in the past a lot of effort has been put to get it, but we are not there. And the easiest way to mobilize a populace is to quit blame game, admit the challenge, and mobilize the populace so that we confront the challenge. He was sworn in at a time when the world, countries in the industrial world and many developing countries are facing a cost of living crisis. Today, countries that are wealthier than us, that are richer than us, have seen homeless population increase, have seen people live in homes because they can no longer pay mortgages, have seen populations, this is industrial countries, European countries, US, have seen people making a choice between eating and heating because energy costs have gone up. So some of the challenges are not unique to us. They are contemporaneous challenges that are being affected by everyone. And even before Mr. President was sworn in, some of these challenges have been acknowledged. For example, all the major political parties campaign on subsidy, fuel subsidy removal. That it should go because it's wasteful, it's draining our resources, and is limiting our ability to achieve. And let us explain clearly what this debate has been. When we say fuel subsidy removal, because it's a very emotional topic, many Nigerians forget the fact that diesel prices and kerosene prices have long been deregulated. And these are the fuel sources for most trucks. Petrol, cars can run on petrol or CNG. CNG is much cheaper. So it makes sense to transit to CNG so that Nigerians can have cheaper source of fuel, not just for transportation, but for irrigation and other productive activities that can support the expansion of our economy and even ensure that we are competitive in the goods and services that we produce. So what President did was to take the gauntlet and say enough of debate about this removal, enough of debate about CNG penetration, let's do it. Not without, of course, recognizing that there might be temporary shocks that have to be responded to, particularly to the vulnerable group. But with the confidence that after the temporary shocks, we will evolve an energy competitive economy that will contribute to expansion of the economy. So the renewed hope agenda or the renewed hope strategy is about confronting our reality without blame game, but recognizing that it will affect vulnerable groups, particularly in the short run. And that is why social intervention programs were introduced. A lot of intervention programs were introduced to ensure that we compensate for shocks, those shocks, while at the same time not squandering the opportunity to put our economy on a pedestal for growth. How small is our economy? Well, our federal budget is about $20 billion. And when you compare it to countries in the same population basket with us, you will see that it's very small. Indonesia is 213 billion federal budget. Brazil is $750 billion federal budget. So needless to say, if we continue going the way we are, we can't achieve our economic objectives compared to those countries. That is why we need to calibrate. You don't have revenue, it's too small. In fact, the most objective measure of this revenue challenge is the monthly federal allocation meetings where we distribute less than $2 billion to the 3 tiers of government. So even if it is at $2 billion, that means $24 billion for the 3 tiers of government, local government that rely 90% on that for their revenue, or state government that rely about 70% on that, or the federal government, which is about 65%. So that tells us how challenged we were. So, Mr. President, even before he was sworn in, he was very clear that how did other countries respond to this? Those countries whom we wish to be like. We just came back from China, we want to be like China, we want to be like Brazil. What choices do China and Nigeria's GDP were almost similar in 1990. What choice did they do in 1990 that transited them to a wealthy nation that we are proud of? Well, for starters, they demonstrated that population is not a problem because they were able to organize 7 times Nigeria's population under one political party and continue to deliver prosperity year after year. Why? Because they took the right economic choices. What are those choices? First, accept your reality. What do you do if you don't have enough revenue? Put policies in place that will impress international investors and people who hold capital to have confidence in your economy. Borrow sensibly so that you can put the infrastructure and support the productive enterprise in place that will yield more income tomorrow. And adopt policies, luckily that's when you, that have been tested elsewhere. That is why Mr. President introduced a consumer credit scheme which the Minister of Information have spoken about, so that more Nigerians can be able to afford goods and services and pay on a longer time basis commensurate with what is being done around the world. That will support also our manufacturing sector so that our manufacturers do not have to worry about market. They only worry about production efficiency. Equally, a mortgage sector that will see more homes being built so that millions of Nigerians who otherwise could not afford homes will be given the opportunity to do so, and in so doing, that will also contribute to economic growth and mobilize domestic production, as well as youth-centric programs. We have a 3 million youth training program that is designed to train our children or support our younger ones so that they can participate in the jobs of the future. Automation, artificial intelligence, robotics, where they will earn millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars even while living in Nigeria. While at the same time also developing women-centric programs to ensure that our hardworking women are supported in the quest to deliver economic prosperity. We have programs for agriculture, we have programs for the MSMEs and nano credit schemes that are all intended to support revival of domestic economic activity. Mr. President is ambitious that we can create a $1 trillion economy in as $1 trillion economy in as short time as possible, and it is doing so. But to create a $1 trillion economy, you have to take measures pleasant and unpleasant, but proper. And last but not the least, Banga Ashiru, is that flotation of Naira is about confronting our reality. We just don't have enough foreign currency coming in. So the central bank, as an independent institution, Mr. President supported them to say, well, look, how was it done elsewhere? Countries that confronted that kind of situation. And it was judged best that you should not support a system where winners are chosen. You have to have a market-based system which does not determine winners, but give everyone opportunity. And with that, more revenue, more dollar will employ into the system. And when more dollar comes in, the exchange rate will stabilize at lower than it is. And we have seen signs of it. When the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy issued the first dollar bond, we are all apprehensive whether it will be subscribed. But to our delight, it was oversubscribed to almost 900, by almost 400 million. Sorry that I'm talking too long because, again, as the Minister of National Planning, I'm in a way the custodian of the renewed hope. And we are seeing visible evidence. Rating agencies have been favorable in what they are saying. Mr. President have interacted with leaders, some of whom we are privileged to participate, and we hear the commendations because they can see the sincerity. They know in those countries these are the kind of measures that were undertaken, and they offered him support. I remember the Minister of Trade and Investment in Saudi Arabia saying that they have been following Mr. President even before he was sworn in, and they saw his statements and measures compared to what the Crown Prince is doing in in Saudi Arabia. I've been warned by the monitor that. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister. I know he has the capacity to go on and on to give us information that we dearly require because, as he rightly said, he is also the custodian of the renewed hold programs in totality. But because we are on live program, all the TV channels have hooked up live. We must, facilitate this a little bit more faster. Let me bring in the Honorable Minister of Works. There was a question on infrastructure and roads in this country. He will answer to that. After then, I will move to the Honorable Minister of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the SGF, my colleagues, Honorable Ministers, the SAs to Mr. President, the PAM secretaries, senior government officials, and revered men and women of the press. The question that was asked on road infrastructure was plans in reversing the state of the roads. What efforts are being made to ensure the roads are motorable? I agree with you that we inherited a lot of challenges as far as our roads are concerned. I admit that the roads are not what it's supposed to be. But before now, we had a lot of challenges which we are tackling. We had poor design of our roads in the past, poor supervision, and a poor construction. We inherited a lot of inflation and high cost of building materials in our road development. We're not fair to say that we have some of the contractors that are playing games over the years, not serious in doing the jobs they were paid to do. Of course, we have compensation problem, we have terrain problem, we have insecurity. And we noticed that we had a number of contractors with so many jobs, but no equipment and no technical people. And of course, lack of maintenance of our roads. So what have we done? We have improved on design. I don't know whether anybody knows any federal highway that after being constructed that has lasted for 10 years.
is because of lack of professional ethics in the development of our roads. You don't use asphalt where you have high water table to construct our road. For example, you look at the East-West Road. The East-West Road from beginning to the end has a very high water table. And so as you're constructing with asphalt, the road is failing. We are addressing the design of our roads based on the subsoil and the water table. And the funding is also a challenge. But in the ingenuity of Mr. President, he has introduced renewed hope infrastructure funding, where a number of projects are migrated into this funding program, like the PIDF, where we come to that, and some of the roads that are within the nation economic corridors. We have the HDMI program, where we allow the private sector to participate. And so far, we have engaged with the private sectors in over 63 routes. And the idea is for them to bring in funds, construct this route, work with the Infrastructure and Concession Commission and the Ministry of Works to tow this route. We have started with the Kefi-Makurdi route that is completed. But we have not rolled out because we don't want anybody to pay with cash. So we're working with the Federal Ministry of Finance on how we can have paperless tolling system over there. We also have a system whereby we have what we are injecting the Real Hope infrastructure architecture on our roads. And for example, in Tom Mainland Bridge, after we finished the rehabilitation, we have built what we call the observation room by the seashore there. And we put solar light to ensure that we have light constantly that is not dependent on a generator or diesel. And we have also injected CCTV there. And so we have a house we have built where we will have the army, the police, the navy, and of course, Lasama in Lagos. And the idea is that anything happening on that bridge, within 10 minutes, that they should be able to get to that point. And so we have vehicles we have purchased, and then we have boats. So there will be, that is what we want to inject in all our roads. For example, we are completing the Lagos-Ibadan. We are working on Makurdi to 9th Mile. We are working on Abuja to Kano. And so these roads are going to be tolled. But we are not just tolling them, we are bringing confidence in the use of these roads. If people can travel at night because we are bringing security, where the response time will be 10 minutes along the entire corridor, where you have solar light permanently there, and then reduces travel time, and through the tolling, the roads are maintained, then it means that there will be confidence because Nigerians will pay if the roads are good. But let me say this. Before now, the roads development was never handled as an investment. And it was never handled professionally, where professional ethics, would be injected into the road development. I've seen a situation in which in our road development, contractors play games. They charge you variation on price and charge you for differential of exchange rates in a development of the roads. These two are together. But we have seen payments being made on this. And it's not an easy fight to stop both. For example, when you pay a contractor 30% mobilization, it is expected that there is no inflation or variation that will affect this 30%. But that was not the practice. And so we have a president who is very vast in infrastructure development and who sees road development as an investment. And so let me not fail to let you know that this administration inherited a total of 2,600 projects with a total cost of 13 trillion. And of course, you should understand the level we were before we floated the Naira and of course the fuel subsidy. And so you can imagine what inflation would have done. And so what we are doing is to select a number of projects in 2025 that are ongoing. We do not intend to start new projects. And so four projects are going to be selected per zone and then put money that we see these projects completed and also commissioned. We have a number of infrastructure development programs. We have the PIDF, and this PIDF is the second Niger bridge with section 2A and B, and the second Niger bridge is completed. We are working on 2A and 2B, and when we finish it, we will toll it. It's going to bring a lot of money to the federal government. We have the Abuja-Kano, which is 375 kilometers by 2. We inherited this project with about 52% completed. And so we had a couple of delays, but the job did not stop because the contractors wanted a review from 799 billion to 1.5 trillion. We rejected that, and we've been able to save 640 billion by way of review of the project, and we disaggregate the project into 3 sections, leaving a section of 82 by 2 kilometers for Julobeja, and then doing 38 kilometers. We redesigned the first 38 kilometers starting from Abuja to Niger State because it has a high water table, and so we reviewed it and redesigned it on concrete. And so we are doing that on tax credit with Dangote and the high tech. And because of the nature of the soil. We have the Lagos-Ibadan, we are completing it and we are tolling it. And we have also a number of roads that we have redesigned. For example, the East-West Road. The East-West Road was constructed by NDDC, but the past administration has to intervene because a number of the roads had failed. And let me start with Akwa Ibom to Cross River. We have 3 contractors there. We have the CCECC, we have the Julius Beja, we have the Samatech. That's a local contractor. But as these roads were being built on asphalt, they were failing. So we had to redesign the road. And what did we do? We had to look at the subsoil, strata. And so we dig 1 meter, we fill with lumps, with sharp sand and stone base, and we put 8 inches reinforced concrete. And that is what is ongoing right now within those 3 sections. And you come to Eleme to One Port. That section is 15 kilometers and it has the highest traffic in this country. And it was awarded to a company, RCC, for 156 billion. We inherited that project. We looked at it. It was designed on just 2 layers of asphalt. There is no way it was going to carry the volume of traffic there. So we had to redesign the project. And what did we do? We designed it by digging a meter, filling it with lumps, filling it with sharp sand, filling it with stone base, and putting reinforced concrete pavement on top of it. And it's designed for 50 to 100 years. And that is what is ongoing. We also have projects that we inherited. Biniwari, you know the high water table Biniwari. We have the SKCC China Company. We have the Levant, we have the Guild. And so these projects were also designed on asphalt. And there is no way the road could be built on asphalt and it would last for 2 years. Let me digress a little and tell you a story. When I went to China, I saw beautiful roads in China. I didn't see where they were doing maintenance. And I asked the question, what's the trick? They say in China, if you build a road and the road fails and you're still alive, and it is investigated and there was any element of compromise, you will go to prison for life. You can ask any Chinese, they will tell you. And so in our own development, we have 1 year liability period. 1 year in which after you have constructed a road, you have to maintain it. There is no badly constructed road that will not last for 1 year. And that's when people talk about FEMA. FEMA's budget is just 52 billion. It's less than 2 billion per state. And so there is no way 2 billion can maintain a badly constructed road. And that's why we asked the contractors, can you give us a commitment that we change the deferred liability period from 1 year to 5 years? And that was the fight. And so we are winning the fight because Mr. President is backing us. Don't forget that all through the years of Mr. President as governor, he built a number of roads in VI, with concrete. You go there, you see the interlocking ties. It's a form of concrete pavement, and are still standing. So we have redesigned these projects on concrete pavement, and the people within these corridors are very happy with the ones we have done. You take, for example, the job Sokoto to Zamfara, down to Katsina, down to Kaduna. We also looked at it, and we saw that on a number of locations we have very high water table, and we have redesigned the project. If you go to Sokoto to Zamfara, you see a very beautiful job being done by CBC. But let me digress a little to talk about the legacy project of Mr. President. When we started the coastal highway, 700 kilometers, that is traversing Lagos, Ogun State, Ondo State, Edo State, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. People did not understand the merits of this project. People did not see this project as an investment. And so today, the first section is going to be completed by May 29th. And we're going to toll it, and we're going to get back our money within 5 to 10 years. We have checked it. We're also acquiring a number of land within the corridor, because we've seen that tolling of roads alone is not just going to give you return on investment immediately. So along these corridors, we are acquiring land where we use for tourism, where we use for factories, where we use for housing, and so on and so forth. And so the essence of this coastal road is that it's going to decongest the Apapa Wharf, where you have shallow shafts for ships. Right now, we are doing transloading, and Nigeria is losing a lot of dollars on a daily basis. Now, we have that deep sea port, and we are going to be taking a lot of, our clearing from that location. We are building the 7-axle road that is going to take off all the trucks from Dangote Fertilizer Refinery, the deep sea port, and they will now take it to Shagamu Bini Road. From there, it will go to north, it will go to southwest, it will go to south, and southeast. And we have the Sokoto Badagry, and this is 1,000 kilometers. We have awarded sections 1 and 2, and along this corridor, you have over 63 dams. That's for irrigation, for agriculture. Within the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, you have a lot of wind energy we are going to harvest, and so on and so forth. And so, let me conclude, because I've been warned that Mr. President, when we came on board, we got out 330 roads and bridges that were in very serious danger. They say that the chain is, as strong as the weakest link. If you have a road that is so beautiful and then you have a cutoff, then the road is rendered useless. And so we had to earmark this 330 projects for a total of 300 billion under 2023 supplementary appropriation. Let me announce that over 85% of these projects are completed, and we have directed the directors of the various zones to go ahead and start commissioning from October 1st. And finally, let me assure that our road development is taking a different dimension under the support of Mr. President. And trust us, I want you, from October 2nd, we've agreed with the media that we are going to start the inspection of the roads to see the improvement we have brought to our road sector. And it's going to be in 6, different regions. So the media will be divided into 6, and then we go with our directors. And lastly, let me announce that we have sent all our directors to the field for proper supervision. So have hope in this Renew Hope administration. We shall get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that very elaborate insight. Let me bring in now the Honorable Minister of Education. But let me say that we don't have much time again. I want to remind us all that we're on live TV. Very soon, some of these TV stations will cut us off if we don't end quickly. So let me bring in the Honorable Minister now, Minister of Education.
Thank you very much. The Secretary of Government, Honorable Ministers, my colleagues here, I'll give a very short background to the question being posed here about 18 years, for admission to tertiary institutions. Now, this government made two major problems afflicting education in Nigeria. One is what is called learning poverty, learning crisis. This means our young ones who are in primary school, in secondary schools, at their various levels, even in the universities, have problems with literacy, with numeracy, with critical thinking. And then fundamentally, when they finish from those schools, especially at the secondary school level, they go out there without any skill whatsoever. And out of the millions of students who finish from those schools, maximum of 35% proceed to tertiary institutions, which is universities, college of education, and polytechnics. The rest of 65% remain with us in the society without employment, without work, and without any form of training. So what we did and what we've done for the last 10 months has been to develop a program, a curriculum, a new curriculum that will involve, integrate knowledge, skills, traits, and values. So that, like in the years past, in the 60s, for instance, when a child finishes from secondary school, he would have acquired some traits, some skills, carpentry, electrical, all those skills. And there are many, many more of them now coding, robotics, and that sort of thing. So this is what we've been able to achieve in the last 10 months, which will be ready for implementation, which is already ready for implementation from this October we are entering. Now, how does it interface with 18 years? Our laws, the Universal Basic Education Act and the Minimum Standards Policy Act, established in Act in 1993, prescribe specific age limits, age provisions for every level of government of education. For every level of education, 6 years in primary school, 4 years, 3 years in basic education, in junior secondary school, 3 years in senior secondary school, and then 5-6 years before primary school in pre-primary school. A child is expected to enter school at the age of 6. But what has been happening is that our children, our parents have been in a hurry. They frog jump their children, get them into school at the age of 4, skip level 6 at primary school, and also skip level 6 at secondary school. So they finish quite too young. Now what we have done is that with the type of curriculum that we have introduced, we need them to be in place as prescribed by the Act. Those two acts that I have mentioned, we need them to be in place to learn and acquire knowledge and skills. And remember, these acts are not the ones prescribed by the government. They were not enacted during this government's time. This is an act which was established in 1993. The 6334 came into being around 1982. So this policy is already a very, very old policy. All that the Minister of Education did is say, okay, we come back to implementing this policy so that students can remain in school and learn skills so that when they finish, they will be able to be engaged productively. Even if they don't go to college of education or universities, they will have skills that they can be employed with or be even self-employed. And remember, the second component of it is the out of school. Because they have not been properly trained, a lot of them have dropped out of school, running into millions. We are now talking about almost 20 million of children who are out of school. Now with this new program, we'll be able to address this problem of out of school children. Then secondly, it's already established that when the final thing I want to mention, because we've run out of time, is the desire of the president to have stability in institutions, tertiary institutions in Nigeria. Now we've been engaging unions. As you know, just even yesterday or the day before yesterday, ASU gave notice for possibility of a strike. Now we've been engaging them. The federal government team to engage them is already in place, headed by the former secretary of the government of the federation, is already predetermined, Yayale Ahmed, and will be writing to ASU to bring up their own team so that they can engage them to conclude the 2019 agreement, so that we can continue to have stability, the kind of stability which the president wants for tertiary institutions. And NASU, the president has already approved the payment of 2 months' salary for NASU SANU. Is already with finance for payment, and all the other allowances which is due to them. We are already discussing, engaging with the officials of finance for the payment of those allowances. They are already being worked upon. So it is our desire and hope and expectation that the institutions will continue to enjoy stability. Thank you.
Thank you. There is also an addendum from the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation on food security. Recall that the water sector is an integral part of food security, and I'm sure he's also going to say a word or two on the effort they are doing in Maiduguri as well and other places concerning the flood. He has 3 minutes to do that.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, sir, please permit me to stand on a ready well-established protocol. As the Minister of Information rightly announced, I want to add my voice on the question that somebody asked on what this administration is doing as regards to food security. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation is saddled with the mandate of developing and implementing policies, projects, and programs to sustain effective, efficient, and access to water and improve sanitation to meet the yearnings, social, cultural, developmental, and economic well-being of all Nigerians. Mr. President has done very well in terms of food security. We, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, we have, since inception of this administration, we have commissioned about 3 dams. We have commissioned the Rafi Yashi multipurpose dam in Niger State. We have also commissioned the Odo Ope Dam in Kogi State, the Mangu Dam in Plateau, the Ogbese Dam in Ekiti State, and Adada Dam in Enugu, and that of Ingalawaji Dam in Katsina at high level of advancement in their completion. And if our food security cannot be ascertained without the efforts of irrigation. And on that, we have actually succeeded in implementing the other rice irrigation projects in Anambra and that of Enugu State, the Dadikowa irrigation project in Gombe State, and the rehabilitation of Lower Ogun in Ogun State and that of Middle Ogun irrigation in Oyo State. What we are doing is we are trying to bring more flesh to this economy. In the inception of this administration, we bring on board the partial commercialization of our river basins. What we are doing is we are inviting investors, we are inviting the entire Nigerians to come into our river basins and take that advantage of being partners in our irrigation projects. That is what we are doing. We are also empowering our youths and women into our irrigation and our farming processes. Coming to the issue of flooding that has occasioned in Nigeria, there is flooding in several parts of Nigeria, particularly the one in Maiduguri State. That happens as a result of change in climate, high in temperature, and elevated precipitation, that is high in rainfall across the country. The Alao Dam that many has occasion of its failure, Alao Dam itself has not failed. What actually happened is that the reservoir of Alao Dam is intact, the spillway is intact, but the dike was overtopped as a result of the high rainfalls that occasioned. The Ngaji Dam, the Ngaji River that feeds the Alao Dam, receives so much rainfalls, and that happens that it overtops the dike that makes it to breach. And Mr. President, when this was announced, because this particular dam was actually constructed for the purpose of water supply, irrigation, and flood control in Nigeria 38 years ago, and this needs to be rehabilitated. So what Mr. President has done as the chairman of Federal Executive Council, he has constituted a technical committee to assess all dams in Nigeria. And we are working on that. And by the grace of God, we are bringing all the expertise on board to make sure that the Alao Dam is rehabilitated and new dams that needs to be constructed. Like for example, the Dase Hausa Dam in Adamawa, which are also be useful in containing the flooding in Nigeria, basically along the River Benue axis, will also be constructed. So these are the efforts this administration is doing. We want to appreciate Mr. President for his swift action for the constitution of this committee, and we are urging Nigerians to also take advantage of the policies that we have to alleviate the challenges Nigerians are passing through, both in the issue of food production and also in sanitizing our country. The ODF program that we are doing, the Clean Nigerian campaign that we are doing. Next month, we are going to celebrate the Clean Nigerian campaign. And the essence of that is to sensitize Nigerians of the importance of we defecating in our toilets and avoiding defecating in the open to avoid transmission of waterborne diseases and other environmental challenges. Thank you.
Yes. No, I'm not saying you should speak today. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, the Honorable Minister. There is an announcement from the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and it says that Nigerians can access the renewed Hope cities and estates via the following portal: www.fmhud.gov.ng. I repeat, www.renewedhomes.fmhud.gov.ng. Thank you very much. Now, distinguished members of Nigerian media, let me use this opportunity to once again to thank you for being here as always, and we want to reassure you of our renewed commitment to continue to tell you, to inform you about the programs and policies of this administration. Beginning from next week, Ministers will come here as we do to continue to inform you about what they do. They will also come with their heads of agencies where necessary to explain to you what government is doing at all time. I want to use this opportunity to thank all of you and ask you to please report honestly, responsibly, and in the interest of our great country. Let me ask His Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, to close this formally.
Thank you very much. My worthy colleagues of the Federal Executive Council, gentlemen of the press, it's been wonderful. Sincere exchange. And I would want to appeal once more that you convey to Nigerians what unites us, what promotes us. We are a great nation which your support will reach the promised land under the present administration. The renewed hope agenda is real. I've been around for quite some time, and I speak from experience, speak from what I have seen under the present administration. All of us will be proud that we came together and we did it together. God bless Nigeria. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just for your information, the Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development is also in the midst. Thank you for coming, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. With that, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this press conference. Can we rise as we take the first stanza of the national anthem? Thank you very much. This is especially thank the Nigerian Television Authority, Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, Arise TV, Channels Television, TVC, and the Voice of Nigeria for covering this event live.
It has been an eventful day at the Radio House, Abuja. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, and other ministers present have really used the opportunity of the World Press Conference to showcase some of the remarkable projects and programs the current administration has rolled out to Nigerians to ensure that the effect of fuel subsidy removal is well cushioned, as well as revamp and recover the economy and the national prosperity that every Nigerian is desiring. This is where we cut the curtain, and on behalf of the entire outside broadcast crew, Kenneth Nanim is saying thank you for being part of this program, and we will continue with other scheduled programs for the day. Thank you for joining us.
I confer on all of you the degree of Bachelor of Science of the Nigerian Defense Academy. Congratulations. We now have Faculty of Management Sciences. The Chairman of the Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, the cadets who will now be presented before you have fulfilled the degree requirements of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with the degree of Bachelor of Science of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I therefore call on the Dean, Faculty of Management Sciences, to present the graduates. Dean, Faculty of Management Sciences. I now present the graduates of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Department of Accounting, Department of Economics, Department of Logistics and Supply Chain Management. Graduating cadets of the Faculty of Management Sciences, rise. Chairman of the Nigerian Academic Council, sir, I have the honor to present to you this cadet of the Faculty of Management Sciences that has successfully completed the degree requirements of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and learning to compare with a degree of Bachelor of Science. I now call on the chairman of the Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, to please step forward and confer the degree on the cadets. By the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy Board, I confer on all of you the degree of Bachelor of Science of the Nigerian Defense Academy. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Can we please appreciate all the cadets of the Postgraduate classes who have just been conferred with their various degrees. Now admission to higher degrees, starting with postgraduate diploma. The chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, the persons who will now be presented before you have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with postgraduate diplomas in their various disciplines. I therefore call upon the Dean, Postgraduate School, to present the graduates. Dean, Postgraduate School.
I now present the postgraduate diploma graduates of the following departments: Department of Geography, Department of History and World Studies, Department of Defense and Security Studies, Department of Political Science, Department of Psychology, Department of Civil Engineering, Department of Electrical Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Department of Mechatronic Engineering, Department of Biological Sciences, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Chemistry, Department of Mathematical Science, Department of Computer Science, Department of Cybersecurity, Department of Intelligence and Security Studies, Department of Accounting, Department of Management Studies, Department of Logistics and Supply Chain Management. Graduates of postgraduate diploma programs in the department listed, please rise. Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, in the name of postgraduate group and by the authority of the Academy Board, I present to you the persons standing and those absent for sufficient cause for whom I stand proudly, for whom have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be conferred with the postgraduate diploma of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I now call on the chairman of the Nigerian Defense Academy Council to please step forward and confer the postgraduate diplomas on the graduates.
By the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy Board, I confer on all of you postgraduate diplomas of the Nigerian Defense Academy in your various disciplines. Congratulations. Can we please appreciate the postgraduate students that have just been awarded with their diplomas? Thank you. Next, admission to higher degrees will be that of masters. The chairman of Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, the persons who have been presented before you have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be conferred with the higher degrees of masters of their various faculties and departments. I therefore call upon the Dean of the Postgraduate School to please present the graduates. Dean Postgraduate School.
I now present the master degree graduates of the following departments. Department of Geography, Department of History and World Studies, Department of Political Science, Department of Defense and Security Studies, Department of Psychology, Department of Civil Engineering, Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Department of Mechatronic Engineering, Department of Biological Sciences, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Chemistry, Department of Mathematical Sciences, Department of Physics, Department of Computer Science, Department of Cyber Security, Department of Intelligence and Security Studies, Department of Accounting, Department of Economics, Department of Logistics and Supply Chain Management, Department of Management Studies. Graduates of the master program in the department listed, please rise. Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, in the name of the postgraduate school and by the authority of the Academy Board, I present to you the persons standing and those absent for sufficient cause, for whom I stand proudly, who have been found both in character and in alignment to be conferred with the various degrees of Master of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I now call on the Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, to please step forward and confer the Master degree on the graduates.
By the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy Board, I confer on all of you the Nigerian Defense Academy degree of Master of Science, Master of Engineering, Master of Arts, and professional masters in your various disciplines, as the case may be. Congratulations.
For admission to higher degrees, the next category is Doctor of Philosophy. The Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, the persons who will now be presented before you have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the Nigerian Defense Academy and have been found worthy in character and in learning to be admitted to higher degree of Doctor of Philosophy in their various faculties in the Nigerian Defense Academy. I therefore call upon the Dean of the Postgraduate School to please present the graduates. Dean of Postgraduate School.
now present the Doctor of Philosophy degree graduates of the Postgraduate School. This is the list of programs by department. Department of Geography, PhD Geography, Urban Geography, PhD Geography, Environmental Management, Department of History and World Studies, PhD International Studies, PhD Military History, PhD Leadership and Strategic Studies, Department of Political Science, PhD Defense and Strategic Studies, PhD Security and Strategic Studies, Department of Defense and Security Studies, PhD Defense and Security Studies, Department of Civil Engineering, PhD Civil Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, PhD Production Engineering, Department of Biological Sciences, PhD Parasitology, Biotechnology, PhD Biotechnology, Department of Chemistry, PhD Material Science and Explosives, Department of Mathematical Sciences, PhD Applied Mathematics, Department of Physics, PhD Nuclear and Radiation Physics, PhD Solid State Physics, Department of Computer Science, PhD Computer Science, Department of Accounting, PhD Accounting, Department of Economics, PhD Economics. Graduates of doctoral degree programs listed, please rise. Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academic Council, sir, in the name of Postgraduate School and by the authority of the Academic Board, I present to you the persons standing and those absent for sufficient thought, for whom have been found worthy, both in character and in line, to be conferred with the various degrees of Doctor of Philosophy of the Nigerian Defense Academy. And I call on the Chairman of the Nigerian Defense Academy Council to please step forward and confer the doctorate degrees on the graduates. By the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy Board, I admit you all to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the Nigerian Defense Academy in your various disciplines. Congratulations. Appreciate you about the PhDs in the Nigerian Academy. Thank you, sir. The Chairman of the Nigerian Academy Council, sir, is now trying to present certificates to the graduates of various faculties. For the purpose of this occasion, only the Bachelor and Doctor of Philosophy will be presented. Cadets who will be called will be representatives of their faculties and not in order of merit. May I, at this juncture, please request the Commandant to invite the special guest of honor, the representative of the President, to please step forward to present the certificates. The special guest of honor.
It is also worthy of mention that with a rich suite of academic programs of bachelor's, postgraduate, diploma, master's, and doctorate levels, the NTA academic programs come under the regulatory framework of the National University Commission and other relevant professional bodies.
The representative of Faculty of Engineering with 12314, cadet O.E. Atta. She is closely followed by representative of Faculty of Science, NTA of with 12783, cadet C.I. Apan. The representative of Faculty of Management Science is cadet 12324, cadet B.E. Bugwe. And last but not the least is the representative of Faculty of Military Sciences and Interdisciplinary Studies. That is NGO of 12702, cadet S. Philip. The special guest of honor, sir, it is customary in an academic tradition of this nature to present all graduates of PhD having reached a significant milestone in their academic journey. May I therefore call on the following PhD graduates to please step forward to accept their certificates from the special guest of honor. Starting from Aminu Isa Chikaji. Is a Sergeant Commodore in the Nigerian Defense Academy and bag a PhD in Defense and Security Studies. Next is Culinary Heavy, who bagged a PhD in Leadership and Strategic Studies. Closely following Rab Hassana Abdul Aduku, who also has a PhD in Leadership and Strategic Studies. Next is Grace Defi, who bagged a PhD in Geography. Can we please appreciate them as they collect their certificates? We then have Silas Obot, who has a PhD in Security and Strategic Studies and is serving Brigadier General in the Nigerian Army. Next is Olagere Sizila Damilola, who has a PhD in Leadership and Strategic Studies. Closely following is A.T. Umoru, a retired Major General who had a PhD in Defense and Security Studies. Please appreciate them as they come forward. Closely following is Stevie Omolara, who bagged a PhD in Civil Engineering. We have Ruth Egono Olofin, who has a PhD in Defense and Security Studies. Next is Haruna Hussein Shimu, who bagged a PhD in Military History. We also have the Sobom Charles Apabi, with a PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies. Closely following is Abdrazak Shitu. He bagged a PhD in Material Science. We now have Unwazi Henrita Longpo. She bagged a PhD in Leadership and Strategic Studies. We now have Sakina Audi. Sakina also had a PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies. Closely following is Yusuf Sule, with a PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies. Next is Ibrahim Baba Isaac. He bagged his doctorate in military history. We now have Umoru Joseph Abu, badge doctorate in leadership and strategic studies. Closely following is Osibodi Ajose with a PhD in leadership and strategic studies. We also have Maina Hadila, who also has a PhD in leadership and strategic studies. Can we please appreciate them as they come forward to collect their certificates? Next is Dr. Fadila Kabir Usman. Fadila had a PhD in economics. We now have Ojecheni Nadia Susu Mohammed, who has a PhD in leadership and strategic studies. Next is Habiba Awolu with PhD in mathematics. Closely following is Fada Banon David with a PhD in leadership and strategic studies. Next is Awudola Olalekan with a PhD in computer science. Rolayo Emmanuel is next with a PhD in parasitology. We now have Abba Umar Hassan with a PhD in biotechnology. Next is Wochuku Odechuku Ozojoko with a PhD in biotechnology. Next is J.G. Apochi with a PhD in accounting. We also have Emmanuel Adoyi with a PhD in nuclear physics. We have Kure Nicodemus with a PhD in solid state physics. Closely following is Sikiru O. Sholade with a PhD in applied mathematics. We have Mohammed Sani Mohammed with a PhD in applied mathematics. Next is Henry Yanis with a PhD in security and strategic studies. We have Shaban Magaji, closely following the PhD in international studies. Can we please appreciate the PhD graduate? It's not easy to get to the pinnacle. Next is Martin David Malthus with a PhD in defense and strategic studies. We also have a few with a PhD in geography. We have Dennis Azipala with a PhD in physics. Last but not the least, we have Saleh Kaugana, a retired brigadier general who got a PhD in defense and strategic studies. Can we please appreciate those that got their PhDs this afternoon? May I respectfully request the special guest of honor to please remain standing for presentation of academic prizes. The special guest of honor, sir, in the Nigerian Defense Academy, academic prizes are awarded to the best graduating cadets with a minimum of second class honors upper division degree in their respective disciplines. In this year's convocation, some cadets of 71 regulators have distinguished themselves to merit these prizes. I now call on the following recipients of the special academic prizes to step forward and receive their awards. Starting with the President and Commander-in-Chief's Award. This award goes to the best graduating cadets in academics. The winner for this award is NTA /12448, Cadet M. Zubairi. Cadet M. Zubairi graduated with a first-class honors in logistics and supply chain management. He made a CGPA of 4.70. Please let's appreciate him. Next are the faculty prizes. Next prize is the Vice President's Prize, which goes to the best graduating cadet in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. This award goes to ND of 12711, Cadet M.M. Balarabe. Cadet M.M. Balarabe also graduated with a first-class honors degree in Arabic. He made first class with a CGPA of 4.52. Please appreciate the cadet. The next award is the Honorable Minister of Defense Award, which goes to the best graduating cadet in the Faculty of Engineering and Technology. This award goes to ND of 1235, Cadet E.A. Olainka. Cadet Olainka also made first-class honors in electrical and electronics engineering with a CGPA of 4.60. He is also the proud recipient of the Sword of Honor, being the overall best cadet for 71 regulators. Please let's appreciate him. The next award is the Chief of Army Staff Award, which goes to the best graduating cadet in the Faculty of Science. This award goes to NDA of 12440, Cadet J.O. Ugasoro. Cadet Ugasoro made first-class honors in chemistry with a CGPA of 4.52. Please appreciate him as he comes forward to accept his prize. The Chief of Defense Staff Award goes to the best graduating cadet in the Faculty of Military Science and Interdisciplinary Studies. This award goes to NDA of 12597, Cadet Y. Abdraman. Cadet Y. Abdraman also made first-class honors in intelligence and cyber skills with a CGPA of 4.67. Please appreciate him. The best graduating cadet in the Faculty of Management Science and the CDS Award, and also goes to NDA of 12448, Cadet M. Zubairi. This is the second prize bagged by Cadet M. Zubairi. Please step forward and accept the prize. The Chief of Naval Staff Award goes to the best graduating cadet in research in the Faculty of Arts and Social Science. The award goes to NTA/1263 Cadet N. John. The special guest of honor, the cadet has come to Royal Air Force College, Cornwall, under the bilateral defense cooperation between Nigeria and United Kingdom, but he made for class in his department. His picture is shown on the screen. The next award goes to research in the Faculty of Engineering and goes to NTA/1245 Cadet T.S. Olajide. Cadet Olajide scored 90% in his research project. Please appreciate him. The next award goes to the best graduating cadet in research in the Faculty of Science. This award is sponsored by the Chief of Naval Staff and also goes to NTA/124 Cadet J.O. Please step forward and accept your second prize. The research in the Faculty of Management Science is NTA/12337 Cadet S. AKK. The award is sponsored by the Chief of Air Staff. The last faculty prize is sponsored by the Chief of Air Staff and goes to the Faculty of Military Sciences and International Studies. The award goes to NTA/1291 Cadet D. Muhammad. Please appreciate him as he comes forward to collect the prize. The next category of prizes are the departmental prizes to appreciate the best graduating cadets in each of the departments. Starting with the best graduating cadet in geography. The award is sponsored by the Commandant Nigerian Defense Academy and goes to 1266 Cadet NTA/12638 Cadet E.A. Olajide. Please step forward and collect your prize. The best graduating cadet in history and world studies is NTA/12489 Cadet O.A. Salau. For the girl Salau met first class honors in history and world studies and has a CPA of 4.50. Please appreciate him. The award for the best graduating cadet in political science and defense studies is sponsored by the Commandant Nigerian Defense Academy, and also the recipient is NTA/12638 Cadet N. John. As earlier mentioned, Cadet N. John is in the United Kingdom to complete his military training. Let's appreciate him in absence. Please let's appreciate him. The next award is for the best graduating cadet in civil engineering. It's sponsored by the Commandant and goes to NTA/12458 Cadet T.S. Olajide. Cadet Olajide is collecting his second prize this afternoon. The recipient for the best graduating cadet in electrical and electronics engineering is NTA/12358 Cadet E.A. Olainka. Please step forward. The recipient for the best awards for the graduating cadet in mechanical engineering is NTA/12468 Cadet T.M. Award. Next is the best graduating cadet in biology. The award is sponsored by the Commandant and the recipient is NTA/12829 Cadet M.F. Umana. Cadet Umana met first class honors in biology with a CGPA of 4.50. Please appreciate her. Next is the best graduating cadet in chemistry. This goes to NTA/12440 Cadet J.O. Ugasoro. Let's appreciate Cadet Ugasoro as he comes forward to accept his third prize this afternoon. The next award goes to the best graduating cadet in mathematical sciences. The award is sponsored by the Commandant and goes to NTA/12716 Cadet R.M. Abdullahi. The best graduating cadet in physics, the award is sponsored by the Commandant And the recipient is MD of 12649, cadet D.I. Osiako. Closely following is the best graduating cadet in computer science. The award is also sponsored by the Commandant Nigerian Defense Academy. And the recipient is MD of 12717, cadet A.A. Salim. We now have the best graduating cadet in intelligence and cyber security, and the recipient is MD of 12597, cadet Y. Abdurrahman. He made first class honor in intelligence and cyber security with a CGPA of 4.67. The best graduating cadet in accounting is MD of 1275 to cadet E.G. Eze. The next is the best graduating cadet in economics. The award is sponsored by the Commandant, and the recipient is MD of 12469, cadet E. Islam. Closely following is the best graduating cadet in logistics and supply management. The award goes to MD of 12448, cadet M. Zubairu. Please appreciate Cadet M. Zubairu as he comes forward to accept his third prize this afternoon. We now have the best graduating cadet in French. The award is sponsored by the Commandant, and the recipient is MD of 12625, cadet O.I. Alalade. The last in this category, but obviously not the least, is the best graduating cadet in Arabic. The award is sponsored by the Commandant, and the recipient is MD of 12711, cadet M.M. Balarabi. The special guest of honor, sir, we now have a presentation of special award, sponsored by members of 36 regular course. The award is called 36 regular course Award of Academic Excellence. And the criteria for the award is for the best graduating cadets in academics. So the award is presented on behalf of 36 regular course, the pioneer degree course of the Nigerian Defense Academy. The course is commemorating their entry into the academy on 21st September 1984, which makes it 40 years ago. Can we please appreciate 36 regular course for sponsoring the award? Being the Pioneer Award, the recipient for this award goes to the best graduating cadet in academics, Cadet M. Zubairu. Cadet M. Zubairu graduated with a class honors degree in logistics and supply chain management with a CGPA of 4.70. May I please invite Rear Admiral Idi Adamu to please join the special guest of honor to make the presentation. Rear Admiral Adamu. I'm glad to announce that the award comes with a cash gift of 500,000 naira. Can we please appreciate that particular for such a very generous donation? appreciate Cadet M. Zibaudi having been 500,000 naira research this afternoon. The Commandant will please usher the special guest of honor back to his seat. Thank you so much, sir, for that presentation. Let's please appreciate the special guest of honor. Thank you, sir. Next item of the program is admission into the Nigerian Defense Academy alumni. May I therefore at this point invite the Dean Postgraduate School to admit all our postgraduate students who have graduated this afternoon into the Nigerian Defense Academy alumni. The Dean Postgraduate School.
Graduates or postgraduates, please rise and recite after me. As a graduate of the Nigerian Defense Academy Postgraduate School, please recite after me. As a graduate of the Nigerian Defense Academy Postgraduate School, I solemnly swear that I will represent the mission and spirit of my alma mater. I will take advantage of every opportunity to speak on her behalf and to give back my time, talent, and resources to the development of my alma mater when called upon to do so. I will also use what I have learned to the development of my country and humanity. I will represent my alma mater with passion and loyalty. So help me God. Congratulations, you've all been inducted into the Nigerian Defense Academy Postgraduate Community.
Can we please appreciate all Nigerian Defense Academy postgraduate students for being admitted into the alumni. The special guest of honor, sir, having been with the Nigerian Defense Academy for the past 5 years, it is time for the cadets of 71 Regular Force to say farewell to the Academy. To do that, may I call on the best graduating cadet in academics for 71 Regular Force, NTA/12448 Cadet M. Zibaudi, to step forward and give the valediction speech on behalf of the course. Cadet M. Zibaudi.
Special guest of honor, sir, the commandant, the deputy commandant, the academic police, very senior officers, deans of faculties, graduating cadets, and postgraduate students, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Officer Cadet M. Zibaudi. I have the honor to deliver the valedictory speech on the occasion of the 34th convocation ceremony of the Nigerian Defense Academy. It is with a deep sense of gratitude and humility that I stand before you today, honored to deliver this valedictory speech on behalf of my fellow graduating cadets of the 71 Regular Corps. Today marks the culmination years of hard work, dedication, perseverance, and we celebrate not just our achievements, but the collective effort of all those who have supported us along this remarkable journey. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the special guest of honor with your presence. Your support and encouragement are a source of great inspiration to us all. To our commandant, we are deeply grateful for your exemplary leadership and for instilling in us the values of discipline, excellence, and integrity. Under your guidance, we have grown not just as cadets, but as individuals, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead in service to our great nation. We are equally indebted to the principal staff officers of the Academy who have been instrumental in shaping our experience here. Your wisdom and experience have guided us through rigorous training, both in the classroom and beyond. Preparing us for the responsibility we will soon undertake. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our beloved parents and guardians. Without your unwavering love, sacrifices, and support from our earliest days of education until now, we would not be here. You have been our constant pillar of strength, and we dedicate this achievement to you. To our esteemed lecturers, thank you for imparting not only knowledge, but also the passion to excel. Your commitment to our success has been invaluable, and your lessons will stay with us as we embark on our careers. To all the supporting staff of the Academy branch, your tireless efforts behind the scenes have contributed immensely to our success, and for that we are truly grateful. Lastly, to my fellow cadets, it has been an honor to stand beside you as you navigated the many challenges of our time. Today, as we graduate, we do so not only with pride, but also with a profound sense of responsibility to serve our nation with honor and distinction, and to uphold the values that have been instilled in us at this prestigious institution. As we leave the gates of the Academy, let us carry forward the lessons we have learned, and let us remember that our journey of growth and service has only just begun. May we continue to soar higher as proud ambassadors of the Nigerian Defense Academy. Thank you all.
Thank you for the appreciation for that validation speech. The special guest of honor, it is customary for other academic institutions, agencies, and commissions to present good messages to graduates and the academy during convocation ceremonies such as this. Now therefore pray the members of the academic provost to please step forward and conduct the proceedings. The academic provost.
Chairman, Nigerian Defense Academy Council, sir, I hereby invite the Visiting Vice Chancellors, Head of Tertiary Institutions and Agencies, and the Executive Secretary of National Universities Commission that have brought messages of congratulations and goodwill to NTA on this occasion of the 34th convocation ceremony of the Nigerian Defense Academy to present their messages. I therefore invite the Commandant of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Major General Otai, to please step forward and receive the Commandant.
institutions they represent and hand over their given message to the Commonwealth. We are graduating to the item of this ceremony, which is a special guest of honor address. Now, therefore, at this time, through the members of the Commandant of Nigerian Defense Academy, to request the special guest of honor to please deliver his address. The Commandant.
The representative of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Ahmed Abdullahi Kanambaina, who is the Deputy Chairman of the House Committee on Defense, His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, who is ably represented by none other than able Deputy, Her Excellency Dr. Hadiza Savwa Balarabe, members of the National Assembly here present, for specific mention, is Senator Babangida Hussaini, who is the former Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, whose wife is a graduate as a PhD holder today. Honorable Minister of Defense, here represented by the Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa, who serves as Chairman of the NTA Board, representatives of the service chiefs here present, our chief host, the Commandant Nigerian Defense Academy, Major General Professor J.O. Ochai,
the President, Defense and Police Officers Wives Association of Nigeria, my dear sister, Mrs. Ogogo Sisi Musa, General Officers Commanding, Flag Officers Commanding, Air Officers Commanding here present, Commandant of Fire Services and other training institutions here present, Principal Staff Officers from Defense and Service Headquarters here present, Corps Commanders, Directors General and Heads of Ministries, Departments and Agencies here present, Vice Chancellors of various universities, Rectors, Provosts and Registrars, representative of the Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, Chairman Committee of Vice Chancellors, representative of Registrar of Joint Admission and Matriculation Board JAM, Deputy Commandant of Nigerian Defense Academy, Academy Provost, Principal Staff Officers of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Senior Officers, both serving and retired with specific mention, because 36 who honored the best graduating cadets today. Your Royal Highnesses, Head of Security Agencies here present, my lords, both spiritual and temporal, distinguished ladies and distinguished guests, members of the POA, NAOA, NAPOA, and NGO Officers Wives Association, deans of faculties, staff and graduates of the Nigerian Defense Academy, families of the graduates, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to stand today on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to deliver his speech. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, therefore, to deliver the speech as presented. I'm honored to stand before you today at the convocation ceremony of the Nigerian Defense Academy, indeed a beacon of excellence in the field of military education and training. As the Vice President of Nigeria, I am proud to acknowledge the tremendous achievement of the Academy and its cadets in furthering our nation's defense capabilities and upholding our values of patriotism and service. The Nigerian Defense Academy has a long-standing tradition of producing top-tier military leaders who demonstrate unwavering dedication and commitment to safeguarding our nation's sovereignty and ensuring peace and stability within our borders. The Academy's rigorous training programs, world-class faculty, and state-of-the-art facilities have equipped its graduates with the knowledge, skills, and values necessary to excel in the field of defense and security. I commend the cadets of the Nigerian Defense Academy for their hard work, discipline, and sacrifice in pursuing excellence in their education and training. Your commitment to service and your willingness to defend our nation at all costs are a testament to your courage and selflessness. As we celebrate the achievements of the Nigerian Defense Academy today, let us also reflect on the challenges that lie ahead, and of course the responsibilities that come with wearing the uniform of our proud armed forces. The security landscape is ever evolving, and we must remain vigilant, adaptable, and prepared to face any threats to our nation's peace and prosperity. I call upon the graduates of the Nigerian Defense Academy to uphold the core values of integrity, professionalism, and loyalty as you embark on your military careers. Remember that you are not just officers in the Nigerian Armed Forces, but also guardians of our nation's future and protectors of its people. As we look towards the future, I am confident that the cadets continue to hold the legacy of excellence that the Nigerian Defense Academy is known for. To the cadets, I say this to you. You are future leaders entrusted with the immense responsibility of safeguarding our people and our land. Stay true to your training. Uphold the values of courage, loyalty, patriotism, and never waver in your commitment to the service of our nation.
In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the graduating class of the Nigerian Defense Academy. Your determination, perseverance, and tenacity have brought you to this momentous occasion, and I have every confidence that you will continue to uphold the proud legacy of the Academy with distinction and honor. To the Commandant, Deputy Commandant, and staff, I commend your efforts in nurturing and guiding the cadets throughout the academic journey, instilling in them the values of honor, courage, and commitment. Your leadership and mentorship have been instrumental in shaping these young men and women into future leaders of our great nation. Special thanks to the registrar and members of the faculty for their relentless commitment to impart knowledge and wisdom to the cadets, equipping them with the skills necessary to excel in their respective fields of service and academic pursuits. Your dedication to excellence has inspired and motivated a generation of leaders to strive for greatness. We have many of them here, including General C.G. Musa. Lastly, permit me to once again appreciate the laudable initiative and support of our dear Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who has been a steadfast advocate for excellence in education, particularly in the realm of defense and security. His commitment to nurturing the next generation of military leaders is evident in its unwavering support for institutions such as the Nigerian Defense Academy. On behalf of the entire nation, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our President and Commander-in-Chief for his invaluable contribution to the Nigerian Defense Academy and the entire nation. May his commitment to excellence serve as a guiding light for all those who seek to follow in his footsteps. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate you graduates and wish you all God's divine grace and guidance as you venture into the world. Thank you, and may God bless our great country, Nigeria.
Thank you, sir, for those kind words. Now, please appreciate the special guest of honor for his speech. Before we continue with these proceedings, permit me to recognize in our midst the special assistant to the Vice President, Mr. Sadiq Banga. Sir, please stand up for recognition. Please let's appreciate him as he joins us. Thank you, sir. The special guest of honor, sir, it's our tradition in the Nigerian Defense Academy to show appreciation to distinguished invited guests who have graced this occasion. To do justice to these proceedings, may I most respectfully invite the Commandant of Nigerian Defense Academy to make a token presentation to the guests of honor on behalf of the Academy. The Commandant. the Commandant please keep standing and make a presentation to the Honorable Minister of Defense, ably represented by the Chief of Defense Staff. The Chief of Defense Staff. Thank you, sir. May I also request the Governor of Kaduna State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, to please step forward to receive a ceremony on behalf of the Academy. The Governor of Kaduna State. May I most especially also invite the SA to the Vice President, Mr. Sadiq Wanta, to please accept a souvenir on behalf of the Academy. Mr. Sadiq Wanta, sir. Let's please appreciate him as accept the souvenir. Thank you. Before I invite the Deputy Commandant to give the vote of thanks, please I have a few announcements. At the end of today's proceedings, there will be a group photograph in front of the auditorium. The special guest of honor, the Minister of Defense, other very important personalities, the people, staff officers, and members of the Nigerian Defense Academy and Defense Officers World Association to join up for the photograph, please. The photograph will be taken with the cadets first, to be followed by the graduate students. Before the photograph, the special guest of honor and other VIPs will be ushered to the stand through the foyer after the recession. The photograph session will take place right in front of the auditorium. Thereafter, lunch will be served as follows. Headquarters, Nigerian Defense Academy, for all invited guests and members of the Defense and Police Officers Association and NTA Officers Web Association. The visiting Vice Chancellors and other invited guests from NYSC, JAM will be having their lunch at Headquarters Academic Branch. There will also be a third point in the Faculty of Engineering Technology Auditorium for all other invited guests. Drivers and motorists will have their lunch served in takeaway pack. The reception will be conducted in the reverse order. The distinguished invited guests, graduating cadets, postgraduate students, ladies and gentlemen. Before bringing this ceremony to a close, it is customary that the Academy thanks individuals, formations, units, and agencies that have contributed to the success of this occasion. To do this, the NYSC certainly invite the Deputy Commandant Nigerian Defense Academy, Air Vice Marshal SK and AK, to please present the vote of thanks on behalf of the Academy. The Deputy Commandant, sir.
The special guest of honor, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, DCON, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Dr. Ibrahim Kana. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I am Air Vice Marshal Kelvin Aneke, the Deputy Commandant, Nigerian Defense Academy, and doubles as the Director of Studies for the Academy. Sir, before I read my short vote of thanks, permit me a few minutes to give a short story. About 30 years ago, let's say around May 1996, as a young student pilot, on the day of my first flight, my first instructor pilot, in the person of late Air Vice Marshal Haruna Abashi, may so rest in peace, did the normal briefing with me and told me to go to the aircraft and take a pre-flight inspection of the aircraft. I did exactly what he said, and when he walked into the airplane, he said, "Kelvin, what did you study in the academy?" I replied in physics, sir. He said, "I thought you did maths." I said, "No, sir, I teach physics." He said, "Okay. Do you understand the concept of probability?" I said, "Yes, I have an average knowledge of what probability is." He said, "For you to come out of this airplane alive, there is what he calls the 0.0001 probability." And I was looking confused. He said, "If there's any possibility, if there's a 0.00001 probability of something going wrong in this airplane, be 100% sure it will happen." So you look at all the buttons, every part of this airplane, you must ensure you know it like the back of your hand, because you can't stop that 0.001 from happening. And here I am, 30 years after the planning committee chairman of this occasion. As we were stepping into the hall, my village people decided to send that 0.001. When it happened, I smiled. I said I was ready for the 0.001. There is a generator. And after some 5 minutes, the lightning come on. I went back there, and they said the armor cable that supplies both the NEPA and the generator is burnt. I looked at the director of logistics and I said, "My village people have come again." So, what it tells us is that we must be ready for any form of unpredictable situation. So, it's on that note, on behalf of the commandant, officers, cadets, staff, both academic and non-academic of this great institution, apologize to our esteemed audience. This generators and hall were put under severe test and adjustment, but I guess the 0.001 did not just want us to have it smoothly. So we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience we must have caused our esteemed audience. Please bear with us, and we apologize for that. Anyway, I rose above my village people because we rolled our sleeves, and in less than 20 minutes, we have everybody here comfortable. Once again, clap for yourself. Now, sir, to my vote of thanks. I am extremely delighted and honored to stand on behalf of the Commandant, Major General J.O. Ochai, Professor. Please, a round of applause. The Special Guest of Honor has conferred that title to my Commandant. Congratulations, sir. Principal staff officers, gentlemen cadets, postgraduate students of the Nigerian Defense Academy, to first and foremost thank the Almighty God for making this occasion of the 34th convocation ceremony of this prestigious institution a great success. I wish to most respectfully convey the academic appreciation and gratitude to the special guest of honor, His Excellency,
Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our Amiable Counsel, Ministry of Defense, Dr. Ibrahim Kana. Sir, your presence is heartwarming and hugely appreciated by the entire Nigerian Defense Academy community. Thank you, sir, and we are blessed with your esteemed presence. I also wish to respectfully thank the Minister of Defense, who is the NTA Council Chairman, Alhaji Abubakar Fadari, ably represented by our own Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa, on whose authorities degrees are awarded to the deserving cadets. Sir, we are indeed grateful that you are here with us, and we are blessed with your presence. Thank you, sir. We also acknowledge with gratitude, honor, the presence of the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs, and Inspector General of the Police, all ably represented, for gracing this occasion. We thank you for making out time to be here with us. I respectfully wish to thank the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency, Senator Ubasani, ably represented by our beautiful Deputy Governor, Her Excellency, Dr. Hadiza Sabua Balaredi, for the continuous show of love and support to the Academy. We appreciate you, ma'am, and thank you for honoring our invitation. May I especially thank the Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, Executive Secretary of TechFund, Secretary General Association of Vice Chancellors of Nigeria Universities, all Vice Chancellors, Provosts, Rectors, and Registrars of various sister institutions who have tirelessly continued to add value to our work in the Academy. I equally appreciate the presence of our former Academic Provosts, all Director Generals, all Commandants and Commanders of Army, Navy, and Air Force formations, and heads of training units present. Our gratitude also goes to the Commissioner of Police, Kaduna State, Director, DSS Kaduna, Commander NDLE, and all other security and paramilitary units and agencies here with us. We thank and appreciate the presence of all heads of institutions that are collaborating with us in our academic programs. I equally thank all other distinguished invited guests for gracing and adding color to this event. Our gratitude also goes to the parents, friends, and well-wishers of the gentlemen officer cadets and the postgraduate students for their presence. We are highly honored. Now, to the graduating students, to the graduating gentlemen cadets, I congratulate you all and wish you the very best in the service to our armed forces and nation at large. May you continue to work as one who has thoroughly gone through both military training and character building in order to attain an outstanding level and the fulfillment of your careers. For our PG students, please, I would like to make a special demand from you, our PG students. The certificate you carry in your hand, it's not just from any institution, it's from what we call here our Father's Academy. In the Academy, we maintain standards and discipline. So, as you step out of this hall, please remember that you are ambassadors of the Nigerian Defense Academy. To make you understand how important standards are made in the Defense Academy, I, as the Deputy Commandant, the Provost, the Registrar, and even the Commandant are not qualified to study in any postgraduate course in the Academy so that standards can be maintained. So please give yourself a round of applause for having obtained a special certificate. Our special thanks also go to the members of the press for the excellent coverage provided for this event. Once again, on behalf of the Commandant,
and the entire academic community, I sincerely want to thank our special guest of honor and our esteemed guests for being part of this special event. As you depart the Nigerian Defense Academy, may the Almighty God grant you safety back to your various destinations and until we meet again. Thank you and God bless.
As we gradually bring you to the end of the occasion, it is worthy of mention, having been established in the year 1964, the Nigerian Defense Academy attained a university status in 1985, while the Academy has 24 degree directorates and 10 research centers, among others. A total of 2,989 students, comprising of 451 cadets of the 71 regular course and 2,538 postgraduate students were awarded at the 34th convocation of the Nigerian Defense Academy.
This afternoon, let the sky be a limit in pursuit of excellence. We do hope that your stay in the Academy has been worthwhile. Until we meet again, it has been an honor and a privilege. On behalf of the Commandant, Nigerian Defense Academy, I say a big thank you and God bless you all. Shall we please rise for the national anthem?
On behalf of the outside broadcast crew, Kaduna Network Center, we bring to you the end of the 34th convocation ceremony of the Nigerian Defense Academy in honor of the graduating cadets of 71 regular course and postgraduate students of the Academy. Over now to Abuja studio for the continuation of our programs. Once again, I am Haruna Mohammed.
Sense of achievement and pride that the commandant
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Now, if you are that person that you cannot even move from one pole to another, or you cannot move this distance, you notice this numbness, or the numbness is too much, and you notice your body is like the circulation is not going at all, or you notice this kind of pains during your joints, even your feet. At your feet, you feel this sensation or your pains. You notice you cannot even move because of your knee, this osteoarthritis. If you have all those kind of challenges, please try and visit us at Greenland Natural Medicine. It's a center where you can solve your problem. Just come and give us your problem. We assure you will not go back with them. And also our services we render is among the therapy we mentioned earlier. This traditional physiotherapy performs it like a magic. It just works like magic. If you visit us, your pains will go immediately. You will not leave here with that your stick by God's grace. What we advise you is just try and visit us and come and have this touch of healing in Greenland Natural Medicine. We also have the one that has to do with your fertility. When we talk about fertility, fertility is very broad. There are so many things we cannot mention on air when it comes to fertility, please. But if you have anything that has to do with your fertility, be it from the woman, be it from the male, please, the husband. Once you have issue and you know your issue already, be it the spouse, or you have been trying the surrogate, you have been trying so many things and it's not working. Your IVF, all those things, and it's not working out. Please just try and visit us here. We are not the maker of the children, but we will give you things that will help you to recover and be able to have your own children. In Greenland Natural Medicine, we have them a lot. We cannot elaborate much on. We have the one that has to do with your blood pressure. We have the one that has to do with your sugar levels. We have the one that has to do with your cholesterol. Yes, cholesterol. And if you are this person that is very fat or you are obese, rather, please just come here and give us a complaint and we assure you your problem will never remain the same. If you have these pains that has to do with your early menopause, madam, the early menopause have issue to it contributes a lot in women's health. If you have issue that has to do with menopause and you noticed your menopause is coming as early as so much, please try and give us a call and visit any of our nearest branch. They will advise you and they will give you a best thing that will help you to get rid of all these your menopause symptoms and all the kind of challenges that can be coming up that of your menopause. If you have any kind of challenges like that, please try and visit us at Greenland Natural Medicine. It's a center for alternative therapy. Your dime, you will never regret it. Spending a dime in Greenland Natural Medicine, you will never regret it. When it comes to all those things I've mentioned, we have specialists in each of the departments. If you have any kind of health challenges, in Greenland, we run it like a hospital, but it's alternative medicine. It's purely alternative, where you take your organic medicine, you use them to take care of your health challenges. Please and please, if you have any kind of health challenges, just try and visit us at ongoing here in Greenland Natural Medicine, where our office is located. We have our branch in Port Harcourt, we have our branch in Lagos, we have our branch in Abuja. All these branches are ready to satisfy you, are ready to take your complaint, and are ready to give you the best of services when we call about services. Our services are available in all those 3 branches. Please and please, try and visit us. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. Thank you, and remain blessed as you come.
sovereignty, and socio-economic viability to the outside world. So what are you doing to promote family values?
This is the network service of the NTA.
Today on Lens, we had a day with one of Nigeria's finest movie actors, Obinna Njoku. On our beauty segment, Ebele Ememchukwu guides us on the importance of taking care of our makeup brushes. Also, watch out for the top 5 most hilarious comedians in Nigeria as Precious Njoku spills it out.
I don't wonder if you everything approves. If I do you wrong, my baby boo, I'm sorry.
What goes around in this life comes around. You know, when you think you got everything, at the end, you lose everything because of your bad behavior in life.
A day with one of the finest actors in the Nigerian movie industry. Obinna began his acting career early in life. He is a graduate of libraries and information science. He is a man of many skills and an actor that has featured in multiple home videos in Nigeria. Obinna featured on just concluded movie titled Made in Love. It was an amazing experience having spent a day with him. It was truly awesome.
My name is Mina, sir. I'm the newly employed maid.
That lazy woman that calls herself my wife only knows how to waste funds on maids.
Tell me yours this here, Williams. It doesn't matter if I'm saying him or not. Just don't do it. Then take your nose out of my business. How can you do something like that without even informing me? Fine. What did this? I can't believe that Sir Edward is capable of cheating. But I don't blame him. He is married to the devil. She devil.
Pick up that thing, Marco. Cheating is cheating. I'm going to tell Madam about it.
Ah!
Yes.
Really? Edward! You know me now. If it is that you are cheating on me, if I catch you cheating on me, Edward, I will sue you
in this house.
I'm Obinna Michael Njoku. I studied library and information science in Imo State University. Acting has been part of me, you know, when I was in school. The church that I used to attend, I was one of the actors, and I happened to be the drama coordinator. How I got into the industry was through a friend of mine that believed so much in me. The time she saw some of my films, she picked me up. That was how she signed me in her production. I've learned so many things, like one of my latest movie is the latest one that is trending, Prime Suspects. I learned that what goes around in this life comes around. You know, when you think you got everything, at the end you lose everything because of your bad behavior in life. So there's that one. I learned that one wife, love is not something you will share to every woman. It's only one person that you have to love. Because in the movie, I was a playboy. I was sleeping with 3 girls. And after everything, I have to die in the movie. And even the person I was suspecting, people were suspecting that was going to kill me, wasn't the one that killed me. I would love to work with Zumi Michael. He's Zendara. He's very mean in his movie. Only Michael, he's a very calm guy. I would love to work with him. Then Rasin Noah, that's my mentor, lover boy. I would love to work with him also. Then Ekenu Umenwa, yes, I love the woman. She's very funny, you know. Another actress and actors. You look lovely this morning, as always.
Thank you.
Of course, she has to look lovely all the time. I mean, that's my best right there. And I know you play with time at all.
Yeah. I assume you'll be joining us for breakfast.
One of the funniest things that has happened to me is the film I was doing with Flash Boy. I was rushing because of the too much lines they gave me, and I forgot to wear one of my shoes. So when I came, the director was like, Obina, what are you putting on? I have to look at myself. I say, wow, sorry. I ran back to, to wear the shoe. So everybody was just laughing at me. But that's life for you. I'm seeing it to be a big industry. I'm seeing it, we are going to be like a Hollywood. People will be watching us, you know. And we are going far, we are going high.
I know the lie, I dream about you all the time. Cause girl, you blow my mind, and I know fit tonight. Girl, you do me bad. Oh, Gechi, come on.
Now let's talk about beauty with Ebele Ememchukwu. Today, Ebele talks about what you may not know about your makeup brushes and reasons to take care of them.
Hello, my name is Ebele Ememchukwu, CEO of Wavio International. Today on Let's Talk Beauty, we shall be discussing how to take care of your makeup brushes. If you're as ready as we are, then let's do this. Anything in life, whatever you take care of, whatever you nurture will serve you well. Be it your relationship, be it your business. If you nurture it, it will grow, it will serve you well. Apply that same rule to makeup brushes. Taking care of your makeup brushes cannot be overemphasized, talking about the importance. Now, it's not enough to use your makeup brushes and stash them away until your next use. Mind you, for every time you apply makeup, for every time you have makeup build up on your brushes without taking them out or washing them off, you're not just accumulating makeup, you are accumulating bacteria. And what do you think will happen when next you pick it up and introduce and use on your face? You're naturally introducing bacteria onto your face. What then shall the resultant effects be? Breakouts, right? An unflattering overall makeup look. So if you want your makeup look to be flawless, if you want it to be clean, if you want to carry it out under very hygienic processes, then you want to make sure your brushes, and by extension, the rest of your makeup tools, just ensure they're okay. So since we are discussing brushes, I will explain to you how to take care of your brushes. Ideally, now, it's true that in the course of carrying out your makeup, say for example, you have so many clients, right? Now that's a typical scenario. You have so many clients, and in between each client, you might not find room to actually have a full brush bath or to fully take care of your brushes. What do you do in the interim? In between any client, you can actually use makeup wipes. Now, right after that, go ahead with a brush cleaner, right? You can do that, but that, like I said, is for it's short term. It's just for that purpose, for that period. But to fully cleanse your brushes of traces of makeup, you need isopropyl alcohol, 70%, 99%. But for everyday speaking, for the benefit of everyone who would understand what I'm saying, you can just get your everyday mentholated spirit. Yes, you know it. Now, mentholated spirit will do the trick. Lay it flat. Lay your workstation or whatever it is you want to use. Have a platform, introduce some napkin, tissue paper, and it's best, since this is alcohol, so if you're using like a wooden surface, for example, it's advisable you have something waterproof underneath, just so that you protect your furniture or whatever surface you shall be using. Now place some napkin on it, pick up your brush as so. So pick up any brush. I have these ones deliberately, just so that you see how we take off makeup from these brushes. All you need to do is introduce some of the alcohol on the napkin, and in this motion, which you shall see, which you are seeing, in this motion, you keep rubbing, and it will marvel you the way this brown looking brush will come sparkling clean. Now that's one level of it. Now it's not just to take out the product from it, but how you do that is equally important. If you watch, this is a foundation brush and it is flat, so clearly you have two different brush shapes. What you do, the motion you carry out the cleaning of this with will differ from the motion you carry out the cleaning of this with. Again, the emphasis and the essence is to ensure you protect your brushes. If you treat them roughly, you'll lose them. The bristles will fall off. If they fall off, then you're not going to get that perfect makeup you truly desire. If you intend wiping this off, when you're done with the isopropyl alcohol and you now need to wash, because that's another level. But before we get there, remember, during the rotation motion, you want to do this lightly. Please do not press. So don't do this. You're simply killing your brushes. Easy. Keep rotating. Apply some pressure, but not too much. So that motion is perfect for that. Now with this, it's true that you want a bit of circular motion, but emphasis should be, remember, it's a flat brush. So you want to go in this motion. You see what I'm doing? If you must, just tiny bit of rotation. All of the makeup product, all the residue will go off on all of these brushes. When you are done, don't leave it there. When you are done with the alcohol and you lay your brushes or you pack them up, you will lose them even further. In fact, even faster than if you hadn't put the alcohol on it, because the bristles are not meant for any form of corrosive substance, if you know what I mean. So what do? You wash them. Now, when you get to the bathroom or to your source of water, you just put a bit of shampoo, if you like, or mild soap here. For those who have asked, yes, sometimes I get people asking, can I use Morning Fresh? Yes, Morning Fresh is mild. Is it most ideal? No. But in the absence of everything else, go ahead with it. A little bit on your palm, introduce a bit of water, and in that circular motion, just keep washing. So you're simply taking off the alcohol and any trace of makeup left. The moment you're done, lay them flat to dry on a flat surface. If you have a makeup brush rack, perfect. In the absence of that, lay them to dry. Do not use your hair dryer to make it fast. You're losing your bristles. So lay them flat to dry, air dry them, and you're fine. And that right there is how to take care of your brushes and to achieve flawless makeup every time. Until we see you again, cheers everyone.
about comedy and skits. Precious gives us her top 5 most hilarious comedians in Nigeria. Take a look.
My name is Precious Michael Njoko. I'm here to be counting down from 5 to the first, my favorite comedians in Nigeria. So we're counting down from 5. Amnita Alare, popularly known as Ray Worry Pikin. Having gone through so many trials, she brought her challenges down to comedy, using it to, encourage people out there. When you see her on stage, she's only putting up that she suffered, how she ate this, that, bringing that worry slang to it, and she'll be like, I suffered that.
Jesus! Jesus!
Do they use your generator to play?
It's too sweet. I want a bigger cup. If this one will reach my belly and my armpit is not be like communion.
Jesus is Lord!
I don't think anything moving on my chest.
You are sure?
You're giving me a bigger cup.
You're sure?
I'm sure. What are you even doing in your down?
Sorry, nothing. I was just trying to tie my shoes.
Yes, sit down.
That is Ray Worry Pikin from 5. Then down to 4, we have Miriam, popularly known as Taoma. Who doesn't know Auntie Tayo? Who doesn't know Tayo? The slapingitis. She's just good. She's so good at what she does. Her comedy is kind of, let's bring it down to African mother and daughter thing. As African daughter, you don't talk when your mother is talking. If you talk, she'll land you one slap.
Mommy, you're not supposed to be drinking tea with a spoon inside.
Who said that? Who speak it again? Who is that again?
These food influencers like Opeyemi.
On top my tea, I cannot drink tea and have peace in this house. I don't know the difference between beverage and tea. It's me you will
Mommy, I was just trying to correct. What if you can't do this thing outside? It's not
you know the school I went to? Maleka Grammar School.
There's a
difference. I will use this spoon. I will target your teeth.
To our number 3, Oga Sabinus. Who doesn't know Sabinus? Sabinus is so good. We know him. His real name is Emmanuel Chukwemeka, but his stage name is Sabinus. That one can do too much. Sabinus, his comedy is all about doing too much. He feels like, even as his name implies, Sabinus. Sabi, like he too sabi, and at the end of the day, he gets stuck in that he's sabi.
I came over to Nigeria, Two-Face came begging. The Two-Face, Two-Face. When he met me those days, Joe Eleba. His name was Face. Yes. So I invested 2.7 in his career. That was why he elevated him to Two-Face. Yes, he's not a legend, you understand? But I'm seeing what I can do to do another maybe 5.6 billion investment on him, so we can take it to 7-Face.
Oh my word! Please, can I take a picture with you? Not be you.
Jesus! Legendary. Lord of Jesus, respect.
Wow, I love your glasses. Wow, you're so fine.
Jesus, legendary. Investor. I not be investor. No, now 2 minutes ago I be investor. I don't get myself. My name is Sabinus.
Now this shoe, she take invest 2.7 billion.
That's why we they lie, yo. I fake life between the work sometimes.
It is smoky book.
Let's have it.
Why I forgot my gun? Thank you, sir.
Now counting down to 2, we have Chief Imo. Sorry, if you're not an Igbo, you are missing. His real name is Longinus Anakute. He's so good in what he's doing. He always plays this naive lifestyle in his comedy, these carefree styles, his innocency.
My dear, what is your name?
Okay.
By the grace of God, my name is Sister Caro, aka Ajinuyo, aka is somebody that finished from Comsecon, aka the best woman that know how to sell a ferifang, Atama, Aditan. In fact, do you know that I am so blessed with about 18 children? Out of that 18 children, they are all the same sizes. And this happened to be my first daughter. I said, let me bring her to the new husband that I want to marry. The 17th husband that I married, the number 17, I happened to throw him away because he has been so useless to me. I said, I cannot be using something that at the end of the day I don't have profit. What is the need? It's waste of time. As far as I'm a Karabagan and I know what I want to eat, by the time I eat it and it's useless, I said, no.
No, allow her. Allow the generator by the cafe logo before. Only your name, every other of your family biography, call Lenga. What is your name? My name is Karo Full Stop. From Karoge Babirizie Piam.
Hey, Oshe, do you want to know my number one? Do you want to know number one? Number one is worldwide brain jota. Chukwebuka Emmanuel, brain jota. That one is a case. Brain jota, once you see him on your screen, almost sit up, get ready to laugh. He's just a one funny being, you know. He's just one funny being. His comedy is all about I don't care. All those I don't care attitude of his. 1 minute you are important. In fact, he portrays this, everybody is important, no one is important.
So tell me something, sir. When do you even plan on coming back?
Even plan. But I'm gonna die.
Sir, in how many days?
Very soon. As soon as possible.
Pretty in your love is all I do for the living. I tempted to touch your foreign booty. If I kill him all, still the love like that. It's full of love for bad.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. Man, this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value. Yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
Nigerian music has indeed come a long way, thanks to those who weather the storm to create the pathway. Kayode Fashola led one of the most popular music bands of the 70s, Music Makers, playing local sounds with rich tunes. Singer, writer, sculptor, and inventor Sir Victor Waifu is famous for many hits. Among this is Guitar Boy, a song where he claimed to have had a personal encounter with a water goddess at the Bar Beach in Lagos.
If you see mommy water, if you see mommy water, never, never you run away. Hey, hey, sing a song of love, sweet melody.
Fela Anikulapo Kuti needs no introduction. Simply put, this multi-instrumentalist, musician and composer is said to be the pioneer of the Afrobeat genre. He was referred to as Africa's most challenging and charismatic music performers.
Waiting they find Balava, he could get you. Balava.
Singer turned evangelist turned politician Christopher Ogenebriorie Okotie, popularly known as Chris Okotie, had an impressive time as a recording artist.
I need someone living in my heart. I need someone giving me my love.
While Evie Edna Ogoli's tunes were both exciting and instructive.
I wish you happy birthday. Ooh, yeah. Very, very many happy returns.
The rainmaker Majek Fashek, who died in June 2020, sent down not just the rains, but great songs. Sweet Mother, a song recorded by Prince Nico Mbaga, is recognized as one of Africa's greatest songs. The 1976 piece, which has sold over 13 million copies, is called Africa's Anthem by many and voted Africa's favorite song by the BBC listeners and readers.
Sweet mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me. Yeah.
The rumba styling master was another rave-making reggae artist of the 80s until his death in 2018. This single was part of the Under Pressure album and made headlines for many years.
Some play reggae, some play calico, some play reggae, some play disco. But now this one is a rumba style, yeah, rumba style. This I wanna rumba.
Nigeria's Lady of Songs, Chrissy Essen Igbokwe, is one whose music crossed tribal lines, as she is a multilinguist. Sheonrere rocked airwaves and won many hearts. She is also popular for her role as Akpeno in the new Masquerade. With a unique Afro-Western blend, Mike Okri creates lyrics that are poetic, rich, and for his fans, healing. He calls his style Afro Mystic Soul.
Time na money, time na money, eh. Time na money. Make you use your time well. No waka waka, no gossip gossip, no spoil another man.
With a broad range of music styles, rock, funk, soul, and folklore, bongos equate through different music audiences from the 1980s. Cockcrow at Dawn is one hit single which remains evergreen and was the signature tune for the popular NTA series of the same name. In 2010, he reproduced the track for the film Inali, produced by his daughter Jessica.
Here the traffic never jams,
Don't cost much to buy some yams, and the neighbors say hello. And we strive to pull you up from down below. You can even hear the sound of the cockroach at dawn.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Nationwide on the NTA. My name is Ogochkuka Ona. To hasten relief efforts for victims of the devastating floods, as well as for health and agricultural sectors reforms, the Nigerian government has secured a $600,000 relief fund from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The donation was announced when Vice President Kashim Shettima held a meeting with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, led by its head of Global Development Program, Dr. Christopher Elias, on the sidelines of the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
Specifically, the foundation pledges the $600,000 for flood relief in Borno State and other health sector initiatives, with an additional $5 million grant approved for Lagos Business School and partners to develop the agricultural economics of industrial cassava. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima reaffirmed the commitment of the present administration to placing health, nutrition, and agricultural development at the forefront of the nation's national agenda, emphasizing the Nigerian government's dedication to integrity and effective leadership in tackling these issues, pointing out that there is an urgency in securing locations for maize production under the Tele-Maize program. Promising swift action on the import permit for certified seeds, the Vice President said government has recognized the critical importance of food security and industrial agricultural development, and the Cassava Accelerator program, in particular, holds immense potential for economic growth. President of the Global Development Program at the Gates Foundation, Dr. Christopher Elias, said the foundation is deeply worried about the severe flooding in Borno and is committed to supporting Nigeria in times of crisis. The foundation also pledged support for Nigeria's health sector reforms, particularly in the fight against polio. Also, President of the Global Growth and Opportunity Division at the Bills and Melinda Gates Foundation, Roger Voris, detailed plans for scaling up drought-tolerant maize production and advancing the Nigerian Cassava Investment Accelerator program. He requested import permits for 5,000 metric tons of certified maize seed to build a foundation seed system in the country. Meanwhile, the chairman Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, also paid a courtesy call on Vice President Kashim Shettima. From New York, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
And Vice President Kashim Shettima has welcomed ExxonMobil's proposed $10 billion investment in Nigeria's deep-water oil operations, describing it as a clear testament to the administration's economic reforms and investment-friendly policies. This is coming during a high-level meeting with the ExxonMobil executives on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, United States. Again, State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
This potential investment aligns with the Tinubu administration's vision for a more investment-friendly Nigeria. Vice President Kashim Shettima explains President Tinubu administration's effort in ensuring ease of doing business in Nigeria, highlighting recent policy changes to unify the exchange rate, remove fuel subsidy, and implement tax reforms. Addressing the specific concerns of the oil and gas sector, the Vice President said the goal is to strike a balance between attracting investment and ensuring fair returns for the Nigerian people. Chairman and Managing Director of ExxonMobil affiliates in Nigeria, Shane Harris, reaffirmed the company's commitment to investing in Nigeria. The centerpiece of ExxonMobil's new strategy is the OO project, a substantial subsea tieback that could represent a $10 billion investment. Meanwhile, the international maritime giant DP World has announced plans to develop a multi-billion-dollar port project in Nigeria. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the group chairman, revealed the company's intention during a courtesy visit to Vice President Kashim Shettima on the sidelines of the ongoing United Nations General Assembly in New York. The proposal comes as a direct response to President Tinubu's drive and effort to improve the ease of doing business in the country. The DP World chief expressed confidence in the Nigerian economy, citing the country's vast import and export market as a key factor in their decision to invest. Vice President Kashim Shettima said the proposal is a testament and commitment to attracting foreign investments to Nigeria. He assured the investors of the government's full support and the administration's dedication to facilitating foreign investment and economic growth. From New York, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
And still from New York, the First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, has bid farewell to visiting First Ladies from other nations, including the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Jill Biden, who hosted the First Ladies to a launch, described her interactions with them as impactful. The launch, she notes, will be the last she will be hosting as the First Lady of the United States during UNGA. She, however, says the bond they have forged over the years in their struggle to promote peace in the world and attract development to their respective countries will continue beyond next year, January, when she is expected to vacate as the First Lady of the United States.
So those are the kind of friendships that this group forges. These powerful connections we carry with us wherever we go. And as I look around today at all of you, I feel so much gratitude. In your homes and your cities and at summits, you've shown me your hearts. And I hope that you've seen mine in return. Being a first spouse is a unique experience, and I'm honored to have walked this journey with all of you. So as I begin to build my next chapter, I hope that we can stay in touch. And when there are ways that I can help lift up your work or be your partner, please don't hesitate to call me. To our partnership, may it continue to help all people flourish in the world. To our friendships, may they shine no matter the distance between us. Make us smile even when we're apart. And may their warmth remind us that on the path of peace, we never walk alone. Cheers. I love you all.
Launch events are common on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, serving as platforms for world leaders and their delegations to hold bilateral talks, forge partnership, and strengthen diplomatic ties. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu attended the launch held at Pier 57, New York, as one of the events marking the end of our engagements and participation at the 79th session of Banga. And back here, the leadership of the National Assembly has inaugurated newly appointed Chief Commissioner and other commissioners designates of the Public Complaints Commission, charging them on the mandate of ensuring justice is served to both the poor and the rich. National Assembly correspondent Joshua Ogunjide has details.
The moment, stakeholders believe embodies the essence of the National Assembly's commitment to transparency, accountability, and justice. Not just about taking oath of allegiance, but a matter of founding worthy Nigerians, fit in character and pedigree in undertaking national assignment.
We expect this current Public Complaints Commission to borrow a leaf from Bowman and be involved in investigative actions designed to expose the sore points of our nation's social, economic, and political lives.
We intend to facilitate this by ensuring that the Senate and House committees on public petitions work closely with the PCC in reviewing these trends and translating them into actionable legislative and policy changes.
The Public Complaint Commission is established as a vital institution for safeguarding the right and interests of our citizens, as well as addressing our grievances against any institution in Nigeria.
The 10th National Assembly is committed to building on the gains by prioritizing its strategic legislative actions to address bottlenecks, which include administrative delay, inadequate resources, and funding.
I can assure you, sir, that nothing will be left unturned as far as our assignment or objectives of this commission is concerned.
To try and look into public complaints from public and also organizations, whether private or public organization. And we have to do it with the fear of God.
From the National Assembly, Joshua Ogunjide, NTA News.
We'll be going over to Lagos now, and Hingino is there for more stories on Nationwide today. Hello, Hingino. What's trending there?
Thank you, Ugochikuka, and welcome to Lagos. The deployment of technology and profiling of risk analysis through shared intelligence is assisting law enforcement agencies to reduce the supply chain of drugs while apprehending smugglers. The controller of the Federal Operations Unit Zone A, Kola Oladeji, said this is simplifying its anti-smuggling drive, which has resulted to the seizure of 6,490 kilograms of cannabis sativa within 5 months. At the handing over of the drugs with street value of close to 520 million naira to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, the customs said it will continue to be a dependent ally in the fight against drugs. Michael Olale reports.
Quantity is 6,488 kilograms.
Yet another opportunity to renew the long-existing synergy, which has been instrumental to not just checking smuggling, but nipping importation of illicit substances in the bud. The signing of dotted lines signaling the handing over of these 6,490 kilograms of cannabis sativa to the NDLEA offered opportunity to strengthen intelligence, matching the supply network of the drug barons. And for the controller of the Federal Operations Unit Zone A, it is a collective effort considering the negative effect of drug on the society.
I want to caution the youths and traders who are involved in the distribution and sale of illicit drugs are not only putting their lives at risk, but also jeopardizing the safety and security of our society, such as a whole. Therefore, we must all take a strong stand against the trade in illicit drugs and work towards creating a drug-free environment.
Visibly excited with the seizure, especially as it aligns with the core mandate of reducing the supply of drug, the deputy commander of the Lagos Command is optimistic that the 4 suspects received from the customs will aid its investigation.
If you allow what I'm seeing at my back over here to be in circulation here in Nigeria, as it has multiplier effect on human and economy and whatever thing you may be thinking of, it should not go down well for this country.
Beyond this exercise, both agencies agreed to raise the bar on awareness about the dangers of drug abuse while strengthening shared intelligence. In Lagos, Michael Olale, NTA News.
Nigeria is strengthening interagency collaboration to guarantee safety of its maritime domain as part of measures to fully harness the potential of the blue economy. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Boyega Oyetola, represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry at the 2024 commemoration of the World Maritime Day, says the government will continue to implement reforms that will help Nigeria keep pace with the international community. While acknowledging that safety cannot be overemphasized, the minister notes that criminal activities along the nation's maritime domain, especially the Gulf of Guinea, have been curtailed.
Safety and security are basic necessities for the maritime industry, and we are most grateful that the International Maritime Organization has deemed it fit to refocus attention on safety with the commemoration of the day this year. The ministry is paying particular attention to this, and with its agency is driving a robust agenda to turn things around and make sure that accidents and incidents in our territorial waters becomes a thing of the past.
Part of the changing narrative of the maritime sector is modernization of various maritime infrastructure, especially the ports, which has eliminated needless congestion.
We are doing very well. The Ministry of Blue Economy emphasizes on the safety, especially in NIMASA and NPA. They are taking it very serious, and NIMASA is taking the lead as well because they are the agency for safety, and likewise all other agencies under the Marine and Blue Economy.
Apart from revenue increase, preservation of the ecosystem is also an issue that gained attraction. Those are the stories from Lagos. Nationwide continues in our Sokoto Network Center after this break.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, Senator George Akume, FNIM-CON, wishes to announce the programs lined up for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary with the theme, Reflecting on the Past, Inspiring the Future, as follows. Special Jumu'at prayers, Friday, 27th September 2024. Venue, National Mosque, Abuja. Time, 1 p.m. Interdenominational Church Service, Sunday, 29th September 2024. Venue, National Christian Center, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. Presidential broadcast, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Time, 7 a.m. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday, 1st October 2024. Venue, Presidential Villa. Time, 10 a.m. All invited guests are to be seated by 9 a.m. Announcer, Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee.
Today. Cholera Obakumaku Dansaki. Back then I used to be Rasaki, but now I'm rebranded. Call me Chef, you can call me No Guest.
How did you meet your lovely wife?
It was an amazing journey.
Adewale, mention a characteristic of a deceitful person.
Cheating. Yakoni. Pretense.
You're selfish.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
We've created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
This Saturday, Chelsea,
Jackson, 1-0. This is Matoma.
Brighton,
And well there. Madueke, Chelsea looking for another early goal in this half. And they've got it. Big chance, big goal. João Pedro.
Chelsea versus Brighton. Live on Sporty TV.
Sportybet sponsors coverage of the English Premier League.
The race to qualify for the biggest football competition in Africa is on. The 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. 48 teams in 12 groups, with only the top 2 teams in each group qualifying for the African Cup of Nations in 2025 in Morocco. Don't miss the action, suspense and unrivaled coverage on Afro Sport TV and its affiliates partners across Nigeria, starting from September 2024 to November 2024. Afro Sport, your freedom of sport.
In Sokoto. Resolved by the Nigerian Air Force to operationalize its units in Sokoto State is a clear demonstration of the Nigerian Air Force's unwavering commitment in the fight against banditry and criminality in the Northwest. Governor of Sokoto State Ahmed Aliyu made the remarks while receiving a letter of request from the Nigerian Air Force seeking the state government's support to facilitate its operations in the region. Bashir Ibrahim Nababa reports.
The visit to the Government House Sokoto by the Director Works Nigerian Air Force Headquarters, Air Commodore Haruna Badamasi, came weeks after a series of visits by the Minister of State for Defense Bello Mohammed, Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Gwabi Musa, and other service chiefs, all with the aim of tackling escalating security challenges in the Northwest region. Governor Ahmed Aliyu reassured that Sokoto State government is always ready to collaborate with the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies in ensuring security in the state, and pledges to carefully study the letter by the Nigerian Air Force and act positively to provide the needed facilities to facilitate their operations.
Security is everyone's concern because nothing can be achieved without security. That's why security is number one in my 9-point innovative agenda.
Head of the delegation, Director of Operations and Commander 119 Composite Group, Nigerian Air Force Sokoto, revealed that by operationalizing the Sokoto unit, more facilities are needed to realize the purpose of the defense headquarters.
Anytime there's any event around this area, aircraft are dispatched from Katsina, the response time is very minimal. So operationalizing Sokoto will help quench all these activities.
By the time the unit becomes operational, vehicles, unmanned and fighter aircrafts can fly directly from Sokoto for offensive against bandits in their enclaves. From Sokoto, Bashir Ibrahim Nababa, NTA News.
The Technical Committee of Nigeria COVID-19 Action Recovery and Stimulus NG CARES program has commended efforts of Sokoto State government in engaging communities before embarking on the execution of rural access roads across the state. This came to the fore during the committee's inspection visit to ongoing projects in some communities in Kwari and Wamoko local government areas. Elatu Abdullahi completes the report.
It is a sigh of relief to the agrarian communities of More, Bodau, Korfi, Kaurar Korfi, Wajaki, and several other villages in Kwari and Wamoko local government areas as construction of access roads linking these communities is underway. The projects are joint efforts between the NGKS program and Sokoto state government to address the perennial challenge the communities are facing in transporting their agricultural produce from their farms. The NGKS delegation extolled the community-led approach employed by a Sokoto state government that is focused on inclusive development of communities.
It looks like a good collaboration. I hope everything goes well at the end of the day, and we hope for more joint collaborations, that will ease the sufferings of Nigerians and the people of Sokoto, in particular.
The benefiting communities who express gratitude for the gesture that they believe will bring positive development pledge to safeguard the projects after completion through establishment of management committees.
This road, if completed, it will link us with our neighbors and some other villages. So we thank God.
On completion, the road projects will facilitate access to farms for the wet and dry season farming activities and prevent post-harvest losses. In Sokoto, Dalhatu Abdullahi, NTA News.
And those are the news updates from Sokoto. It's now back to Abuja for more nationwide.
Thank you, Sadia, for your contributions. And our governors from southern Nigeria are intensifying collaboration with traditional rulers to foster peace, unity, and engender development across the region. Governor Abiodun, who is the chairman, Southern Governors Forum, stated this while receiving members of the technical committee of the Southern Nigeria Traditional Rulers Council. Hakim Jimo reports.
Members of the Traditional Council are in Ogun State to brainstorm on common issues bordering on relationship, economic cooperation, security of lives and property in southern Nigeria. The leadership of the council, while underscoring the role of traditional institutions in nation building, urged Nigerians to exercise more patience with the federal government, assuring of a better tomorrow.
We issue statements calling for peace and asking people to relax and give the government time.
We will work with the Southern Governors Forum to make our own contributions in every sector of the economy.
We want unity, we want peace, we want to make sure that our interests are well protected.
Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun acknowledges the pivotal roles of traditional institutions in the country.
Your roles as traditional rulers have a significant impact on the peace, security, prosperity of the southern states.
Governor Abiodun also commended the federal government for the award of contract for the construction of the all-important Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. In Abeokuta, Hakim Jimo, NTA News.
INEC has presented certificate of return to the governor-elect of Edo State, Monday Okpeolu, at its national headquarters in Abuja. INEC National Commissioner Professor Rhoda Gomes also presented certificate of return to the Deputy Governor-elect Dennis Idahosa.
I feel very happy because Edo has spoken, and now for me to go and do the work for them. That is what they elected me to do, and that is what I'm going to do.
You know, we now have a governor who will respect our traditional institution, which is the heart of our culture. For me, this is what excites Edo people.
We have recovered our state, so we are so happy, especially that our governor-elect is an experienced politician, a distinguished senator who has a blueprint for the development of Edo State, and we assure you, you will see great changes.
With this presentation, the governor-elect and the deputy governor-elect will be sworn in November this year. And now talking health, about 11 persons are reported to have lost their lives following a suspected cholera outbreak in in the Bokote village in Eza, Inyimago, in Ize local government area of Ebonyi State. Speaking during the rapid response at Iziogo Health Center, the Ebonyi State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Moses Ekuma, who confirmed the cholera outbreak, said about 20 affected persons were responding to medical treatment as a result of the outbreak. He added that Governor Francis Nwifuru has approved funds to procure medical commodities for the outbreak. He also advised the public to take precautionary measures against the disease. The ECOWAS Commission has sympathized with the federal government over the flood disaster in Borno and Bauchi states. The ECOWAS Commissioner for Human Development and Social Affairs, Professor Fatou Sow-Sarr, announced a donation of 640 million naira for the states during a visit to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation in Abuja. Ruth Agwele reports.
As flooding continues to wreak havoc on communities, with many counting their losses, rebuilding communities and restoring livelihoods is top priority for authorities concerned. This visit by the ECOWAS Commission is to commiserate with the federal government over the flood disaster in Borno and Bauchi states and announce its gesture of a donation of 320 million naira each to the two states. This is to aid humanitarian response and restore livelihoods of the affected population.
And I am honored to note that the ECOWAS Commission will present checks for response to the flood disaster, mindful that the select population is only a minute set within the larger persons of concern, but hopeful that the impact will be significant.
The ministry, while appreciating the gesture by the Commission, also appealed for more support to be extended to other states affected by disaster to help them build their resilience.
We look forward to that gesture translated into real action, and that is for us to have the amount that has been promised in good time so that we can use it to supplement what has been done already. I want to assure you that we shall do our best to utilize the funds.
As both parties look forward to the actualization of the gesture, it is hoped that it will go a long way in ameliorating the plight of those concerned. In Abuja, Ruth Aguele, NTA News.
And similarly, Borno State government is taking proactive steps to rebuild flood-affected communities and critical infrastructure, addressing the devastating impact of the floods. Commissioner of Works and Housing, Mustapha Gubio, led a team of principal officers on an inspection tour to assess damage to roads, bridges and houses in Maiduguri and surrounding communities. Abubakar Musa reports.
The inspection of critical infrastructure destroyed by flood comprising Lagos, Gwenge and Fori bridges, as well as houses and tarred roads, including underpass at Custom area by the Borno State Commissioner of Works and Housing, Mustapha Gubio, alongside Permanent Secretary, Directors and Special Advisor to Governor Zulum on Works, is a deliberate effort aimed at coming up with a blueprint towards making recommendations to government on how best to carry out immediate intervention.
The damage is so devastating. Inshallah, we are going to write the report to His Excellency so that we can now sit down and discuss on how to make permanent solution to this problem of flooding, and then we now embark on the permanent repairs of our roads and bridges.
The Works Ministry had earlier carried out palliative measures on all the affected roads and bridges towards making the facilities accessible for movement of goods and services, hoping to provide durable solutions soon. In Maiduguri, Abubakar Musa, NTA News.
And we'll now be joining Abubakar live in Maiduguri to speak more on these steps to address those flood challenges. Hello, Abubakar. You can tell us a little more on this.
All right, thank you very much, Ogochukwuka. What you've heard in that report is part of the commitment of the Borno State government to assist those badly affected by the flood crisis that was experienced in Maiduguri and environs. Aside that, the 35-member Flood Relief Disbursement Committee has already swung into action in earnest as it has started distributing food and non-food items, to the people. The non-food items comprised mats, blankets and mattresses to those in dire need of, assistance who have been categorized into three for the sake of transparency and accountability.
So, how are the people feeling at this time?
The confidence reposed in them because they are all people of proven integrity. Also, Borno State government, as at today, has released the sum of 7.5 billion. The exercise. This is actually geared towards ensuring that the desired result is achieved in the long run, particularly in terms of rebuilding destroyed structures and restoration of means of livelihood of the people.
Thank you very much, Abubakar, for that. I will keep tab on the development. All right, now we'll be going over to Makurdi now for more reports, and Fatima Hassan is our guide. Hello, Fatima, you are on.
And welcome to Makurdi. 4 emergency camps have been designated in the Benue South Senatorial District by the Technical Committee on Mitigation and Response to accommodate victims of flood disaster. Elias Itia reports that the camps are located in Otukpo, Apa, and Agatu local government areas of the state.
The camps designated by the Technical Committee for the 2024 Flood Preparedness, Mitigation and Response are the Chidoma Square and St. Francis Primary School in Otukpo local government area. Others are the Metro Park Iteku in Apa and the Methodist Primary School Ogam in Agatu local government areas respectively. Chairman of the 2024 Technical Committee on Flooding, who is a Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, Andrew Sekunde, urged the people living in flood-prone areas to relocate to the camps to reduce the impact of the impending disaster.
What we are doing now, we are well prepared. In case if there is floods, we will have places that we can keep these people that they will be very safe, and then the government will take care of them. Pending when there is the issue of flood, we go and then they will move back to their places.
Commissioner for Education and Knowledge Management, Dr. Frederick Jan, noted that arrangements have been put in place to ensure that learning in the affected schools is not obstructed.
The government is deeply committed to the welfare of the people that may be affected by the flood eventually. So I'm happy that there is a place here that it's not too far away from this community that people need to travel very far to locate.
The Acting Executive Secretary, State Emergency Management Agency, James Opu, thanked the Ochidoma and the Bishop of the Otukpo Catholic Diocese for providing the facilities to be used as camps.
I pray that the flood should not come, whereas if it comes, we are appealing to our people to move to safety area.
The proactive measures being put in place is to avoid colossal damage, as it has been the case in other states.
From Otukpo government area, Elias Itia, NTA News.
Hydrological stakeholders have warned people to desist from activities capable of polluting the river and streams in various communities in Nigeria. This was highlighted in Makurdi, the Benue State capital, during the celebration of the 2024 World River Day with the sub-theme, Protect Our Rivers from Pollution. Charles Abba reports that the event was marked at low key due to the fatal flood disasters in Borno State.
The World Health Organization reveals that 75% of diseases are water-related, and that rivers and streams are the major receivers of pollutants from homes, air, and industries. Blessing Emmanuel, a mother of 3, sells fried yam at the bank of the river Benue and speaks on the impurity of the water.
The environment is no good, so maybe by taking this one will bring cholera.
In Benue State, The 2024 World Rivers Day commenced with a sensitization procession by hydrological stakeholders frontlined by the Lower Benue River Basin Development Authority, Makudi. Managing Director of the authority, Mohammed Adra, emphasized the extent of values rivers and streams add to life and the need to stop their pollution.
When we talk of pollution, we're talking the quality of the water as well as we do. No, but that's not just it. Pollution also blocks its natural flow.
All of us have responsibility to ensure that our rivers are free of pollution by regulating our individual waste.
Other stakeholders indicated that rivers have continued to suffer pollution activities as sewage washing, defecating, bathing, and more. Memorial trees were also planted to mark the day. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation approved the celebration of the day in Nigeria. In Makudi, Charles Abba, NTA News.
And that's it from Makudi. Nationwide continues with comfort in Enugu. After this break, stay tuned.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation. We are Nigeria, strength and unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
NTA Television College Jos, with a pedigree of producing indelible professionals in the media space and an affiliate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, for the award of degree in mass communication, calls on prospective candidates to leverage on the following courses it offers for 2024-2025 academic session. BSc Mass Communication, those with minimum admissible score of 180 and above who sat for the 2024 JAMB/UTME and direct entry, while 100 to 179 minimum admissible score can apply for the National Innovation Diploma NID in Film and Television Production, Broadcast Journalism and Television Engineering. For more inquiries, visit our website www.nta.tvcollege.edu.ng or call 0803 383 4343. Announcer, Registrar.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house.
Yes. No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof. You do something terrible, and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever. The story of our lives.
Welcome to Weekend Deal.
This Saturday, FC Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen. Watch live FC Bayern Munich versus Bayer Leverkusen on Sporty TV.
Sporty Bet sponsors coverage of the German Bundesliga.
Thank you for staying tuned as the news continues in Abuja. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, has reassured Nigerians of the commitment of the federal government to deliver dividends of democracy to the citizens. In a press conference to mark the 64th independence anniversary of Nigeria, the SGF says President Tinubu is aware of the hard socio-economic situation Nigerians are going through while efforts are underway to addressing them. He recapped various socio-economic policies introduced by President Bola Tinubu, which he describes as critical to achieving the short-term and long-term national prosperity. The presidential initiative on CNG aimed at reducing high cost of transportation and to cushion the impact of fuel subsidy removal, access to education through student loan scheme, removal of tariffs on importation of staple food items, strengthening the economic backbone, as well as tackling insecurity are some areas of achievements by the president and the present administration, as pointed to by the SGF.
Under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, the trajectory of our social-economic development will soar higher in the positive territory. The program of events has been designed to remind us about our strength when we stay united. Progress despite the challenges, the beauty of our diversity, the quantum leap this administration has taken.
Our democracy, now unbroken for nearly a quarter of a century, stands as a testament to the will of the Nigerian people to attain and sustain freedom and liberty for prosperity. Despite some challenges, we have weathered the storm and remained committed to democratic values and showcasing the maturity of the political system.
While the Independence Anniversary activities continue with a special Jumu'at service on Friday, 27th of September at the Abuja National Mosque, a special church service will be held at the Abuja National Christian Center on Sunday, 29th. Meanwhile, the President will address the nation on Tuesday, 1st of October, 2024. Increasing women's participation in political leadership is key to addressing poverty and closing gender gaps. This was the focus during a discussion on the issues facing women in north-central Nigeria. Jonathan Omajali reports.
The call to action. The topic, addressing the intersectionality of poverty and gender in north-central Nigeria.
We need women to be seen and heard in the community when you talk about participation in politics.
Women are the carriers of nation, of families, of everything, societal values and sustainability.
The Minister of Education, represented by the Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Lokoja, highlighted President Tinubu's commitment to women's empowerment through quality education and policies that promote gender equality and poverty reduction.
The federal government, under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, GCFR, is deeply committed to tackling these challenges.
For the participants, the message was clear. The time to act is now. In Lokoja, Jonathan Omajali, NTA News.
A well-documented register of the birth of every Nigerian child gives the child legal identity and serves as a vital tool for national planning. This informed the sensitization campaign by the National Council for Women's Societies as members highlight the importance of birth registration of every Nigerian child. Ngozi Technical was there and now reports.
The acting national president explains that as women and mothers, the umbrella body of women's societies will leverage on its established structures and grassroots presence to fast-track the birth registration of 9 million unregistered children in Nigeria by December 2024, a key component of the First Lady's Renewed Hope initiative to achieving the Sustainable Development Goal number 16.
Birth registration is the first legal acknowledgement of a child's existence, essential for safeguarding their rights and privileges, both now and in the future.
Other key players driving the initiative are the National Population Commission and UNICEF, who gave clarifications on some grey areas and factors raised by the women.
We are also already working with the NYSC to ensure that these certificates, we synergize them and we synchronize the data to modify their NIN number to make it the same with what we have on our birth registration database.
So birth registration is extremely important to UNICEF because this is what the first right of any newborn child. It's a right to a name, a right to identity, and to be recognized by the government.
Ngozi Technical, NTA News.
And now to road infrastructure. Bayelsa State is one of the states predicted to experience heavy flooding, and one of the measures being taken to mitigate this is the intervention on roads infrastructure, which is in line with the Renewed Hope agenda of the federal government. The Federal Road Maintenance Agency has therefore commenced intervention work along Okaki-Kolo Road in Ogbea local government area of Bayelsa State. Doris Akumoye has details.
Bayelsa State, which is geographically located below the sea level, have had its own share of flood devastation, with properties, roads and bridges not spared. One of such visible destruction is the Okaki-Kolo Road, which has been abandoned for years despite several calls by the community to fix the road. Now thanks to FEMA for this intervention work to fix the road, which was a death trap in waiting.
As they can't remember to do this road today, may God bless them. It will even attract more development to the area.
We are trying to see how to prevent the total cutting off of the road before this flood will come.
The intervention work, he said, is being undertaken as direct labor scheme and is going to gainfully engage youth of the community till the completion of the project. From Kolo Ogbea local government area, Doris Akomoye, NTA News.
And elsewhere, Nigerians have been assured of the commitment of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited to boost electricity supply and foster energy security in line with President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. This assurance is coming from the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Jennifer Agidije, who, upon assumption of office, led a team of the company's management to an on-the-spot assessment of the Calabar Generation Company Limited in Cross River State. Maureen Leo Ajom has details.
The Calabar Generation Company Limited, otherwise known as Calabar Power Plant, was commissioned in 2015 and is owned by Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited. The power plant is 634.5 megawatt open cycle gas turbine power plant that can be converted to a combined cycle gas turbines configuration in the future. The new management of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited, led by the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Jennifer Adigije, upon an inspection tour of the plant and engagement with the plant managers and staff, said fostering energy security and bridging electricity access gap to vulnerable Nigerians in underserved communities is one of the cardinal agenda of President Tinubu's administration.
The vision of our new management is to ensure that we foster energy security by bridging electricity access gaps to vulnerable Nigerians in underserved communities.
In Calabar, Maureen Leo Ajom, NTA News.
And a sad one here, as Kwara State High Court has convicted and sentenced Ayoade Akinibosun and 4 others to death by hanging over their involvement in the deadly April 2018 bank robbery in Ofa. About 30 people comprising policemen and civilians were killed during the robbery. Abdulafiz Alias reports is here presented. All right. It seems our report is not ready. We now take this. 60 terrorist commanders have been eliminated in different combat operations across the country. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that the Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, announced this at a news conference in Abuja.
It's another bi-weekly defense media operations briefing to highlight ongoing armed forces operations in different theaters. Top is the elimination of notable terrorist commanders, thereby deflating the fighting force of the criminal groups.
The troops' offensive actions have culminated in the neutralization of several notable terrorist leaders, commanders, and combatants across all the theaters of operations that we're involved in. 65 senior terrorist leaders were wiped off the battlefield during the third quarter of this year.
Details from the defense headquarters show that in the third quarter of 2024, troops eliminated 1,937 terrorists and rescued 1,854 kidnapped victims.
I assure you, all these terrorist leaders that you are hearing their name today, they are dead men walking. Sooner than later, you will hear me on this podium announcing that we've wiped them off the battlefield.
Troops also recovered 1,304 weapons, 43,347 ammunition, while several illegal refining sites were destroyed. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Let's now join Omoyewen Onobun for stories trending in sports.
Enyimba kicked off their 2025 Nigeria Premier League season by defeating Lobe Stars of Makurdi 2-1 in a rescheduled Week 2 match held at the Abatanshi Stadium. This fixture had to be postponed due to Enyimba's participation in continental events. With this win, Enyimba has moved up to 4th place on the standings, amassing 6 points from 2 matches, while Lobe Stars remains in the relegation zone with just a single point. In another rescheduled Week 2 game, defending champions Enugu Rangers delivered a surprising 1-0 defeat to newcomers Ikorodu City in Lagos, keeping their unbeaten streak in the league intact. In alignment with its mission to foster unity, love and peaceful coexistence through sports in Nigeria, the IBB International Golf and Country Club in Abuja is organizing a 1-week event to celebrate Nigeria's 64th independence called the IBB Golf and Tennis Tournament 2024. The festivities commenced Wednesday with participants from various African countries and will culminate on October 1st with an official tee-off at 9 a.m. followed by a dinner and prize presentation at 6 p.m.
We are hopeful that Nigeria will be great again. And that is why the Independence Cup tournament is very dear to our heart in IBB.
We're going to be having the past captains and the past lady captains appreciation kitty. I mean, this is a special kitty for them.
And finally, in tennis, Jack Draper achieved his first singles win since the US Open with a convincing victory over Mattia Bellucci in the opening round of the Japan Open. The 22-year-old took just 1 hour and 10 minutes to achieve a 6-4-6-2 triumph against the qualifier. With sports updates, Omoyemi Onobun, NTA News.
And that's Nationwide today. Many thanks for watching. We appreciate your viewership.
NTA,
You can't beat the rich.
I don't know how to place value on people who don't place value on me.
What do you mean? You know I respect you so much.
In other words, you prefer this your status,
Calista, can you please help me with a client with legit money, please?
Lucky, leave me. Leave me. I go shout kidnap for your head.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello again and welcome to another exciting time on television. This is Work 8 Hours. Every week we bring you students from across Nigeria and we look at just how they can go ahead and solve mathematics questions here on the program. We try to expand our knowledge on this subject. You watching at home, you can be a part of this program as well every single week. Stay with us here now as we now welcome our contestants on today's edition of Work 8 Hours. Contestant A.
My name is Ade Marvelous, GSS2.
And to our only female contestant today, contestant B.
My name is Emeka Victory, I'm GSS2.
Contestant C.
My name is Sunshiro Labi, I'm GSS2.
And contestant D.
My name is Mustafa Sadiq, I'm in GS3.
Well, they all sound ready, and I want to believe that you are ready as well to solve the questions along with us as you watch from the comfort of your home. Over now to our quiz master, Buki Egoche, as she brings out all the exciting questions today on Work It Out. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Efe. You're all welcome once again to this competition. There are 3 stages in the competition: stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. For stage 1, you have 5 seconds to answer the questions. For stage 2, you have 10 seconds to answer the questions. At the final stage, you have 15 seconds to answer the questions. You also have the opportunity to answer the bonus questions if any contestant is not able to answer the question within the time frame. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. If you get that question correctly, you have 2 extra points. So I'm going to start with contestant A for this first stage. Contestant A, your question number?
Number 8.
Question number 8. Which of the following is a prime number? 3, 4, 6, and 12.
3.
Speak out.
3.
3 is correct. Contestant B.
Question number 11.
11. A line that cuts a circle into 2 equal parts is called
diameter.
Diameter is correct. Contestant C.
Number 6.
Question 6. Express 0.5 as a percentage.
5/10.
Your time is up. Bonus.
50%.
50% is correct. That's a bonus for contestant D. Now your question, D.
Question number 16.
16. What is the place value of 4 in 7,047?
10.
Tens, that's correct. Back to you, contestant A.
7.
Question 7. If 3x is equal to 36, what is x? Sorry?
12.
12 is correct, that's correct. All right, contestant C.
Number 16.
16 is gone.
15.
Okay. How many lines of symmetry does a rectangle have?
Rectangle has 4 lines of symmetry.
No.
2.
2, that's correct. Contestant D.
Number 2.
Number 2. If a liter of petrol is 26 naira, how much will 20 liters cost?
That's 520 naira.
That's correct. Contestant A.
5.
Question 5. And this is the last round of questions for this stage. Approximate 18.06 to 3 significant figures.
2,000.
18.06 to 3 significant figures.
18.1.
Say it properly. You don't say
18.1.
18.1 is correct. Contestant C.
Number 3.
Number 3. What is the value of 10 with an index number of 3?
1,000.
That's correct. And the last question goes to contestant D.
Question 4.
Okay. Find the square root of 8,100.
That's 90.
90 is correct. And that brings us to the end of the very first stage of our competition today. Give them another round of applause, please.
You're watching Walk It Out. We just finished the first round of the competition and the results are in. Contestant A scored 20 points. Contestant B scored 15 points. Contestant C scored 10 points. While contestant D scored a total of 19 points. That means contestants A, contestants B, and contestants D, they move over to round 2, while contestant C bows out at this stage of the competition. Stay with us as we go on a quick break. When we return, Walk It Out continues. Stay with us.
Welcome back. This is Work It Out, and we're at the second stage of our quiz competition today. For this stage, you have 10 seconds to answer your questions. And I'm going to start with contestant A straight away. Your questions now are from 1 to 9, so you pick 1 question from that range, okay? Over to you, contestant A.
Number 7. Number 7.
7. Find Find the value of y that will make the expression y plus 3 equals to 7 true.
Yes.
No. Yes, contestant B.
Y is equals to 4.
Y is equal to 4. That's correct. That's a bonus for contestant B. Your own question, B.
Number 9.
9. What is the coefficient of x in this expression? 2y plus 3 minus 5x.
That's minus 5.
That's correct. Contestant C.
Question number 8.
Okay. Find the HCF of 63, 81, and 108.
Equals to 9.
9 is correct. Back to you, contestant A.
2.
Question 2. Evaluate 552 minus 554 plus 677. 677. See?
679.
679
is
no.
675.
675 is correct. That's a bonus for contestant B. Now your question B.
Number 3.
Number 3. What is the square root of 900?
30.
30 is correct. C.
Number 4.
Okay. What is the value of x in a right angle triangle whose angles are 2x plus 4x?
Equals to 6x.
In a right angle triangle, two angles there are 2x and 4x. What is the value of x?
Equals to 84.
No. Bonus?
2x.
A right angle triangle, one of the angles in the right angle triangle is 90 degrees.
Yeah.
So the other two angles are 2x and 4x. You add it all together to give you 180 and then you simplify. All right, the answer is 15 degrees. Back to you, contestant A. And this is the last round of questions for this second stage.
6.
Question 6. Calculate the circumference of a circular field whose radius is 7 centimeters. No.
28.
Circumference.
28.
28 is wrong.
154.
The circumference of a circle. The answer is 44 centimeters. Do you remember the formula to calculate circumference of a circle?
Pi d.
Pi d or 2 pi r. And they've given the radius to you as 7 centimeters. Okay, contestant B, your question.
Question 5.
Question 5. Express 9 whole number 6/11 as an improper fraction.
95/11.
No. 9 whole number
105/11.
That's correct. And the last question goes to contestant C. Divide 40 by the sum of 3 and 5.
5 equals to 5.
That's correct. That brings us to the end of the second stage of our competition. A round of applause for the contestants again, please.
Thank you. Many thanks for staying tuned. Just gone by, there was the second stage of our competition right here on Work It Out. And at the end, the results are in. Let's find out how our contestants fared. Contestant A scored 20 points, while contestant B scored 38 points. Contestant C scored 25 points. And at the end, contestants A bows out, while contestants B and C move over to the third and final stage on Work It Out. Stay with us.
NTA Educational Television, promoting learning.
You're welcome. And this is the final stage of our competition today. For this stage, contestants, you have 15 seconds to answer your questions. Okay? Yeah. And you have questions numbered 1 to 8. Starting straight away with contestant A.
Question 8.
Question 8. Calculate in terms of pi the circumference of a circle whose diameter is t centimeters.
That's 22/7 times t centimeter.
Well, 22/7 times t centimeters, I'll give you. The pi is same thing as 22/7. Round of applause for him, please. Contestant B.
Question 7.
Question 7. A girl has X naira and her friend has 400 naira more than her. How much money do they have altogether?
400x.
No. $200. No, that's not correct.
400 into bracket 2x. 400 into bracket 2x.
It's 2x plus 400 naira. Your question A.
Question 1.
Question 1. A phone card costs P naira and a book costs 200 naira more than a phone card. What is the cost of a book?
That's 2p.
No.
Plus 200.
1p plus 200 naira. That's correct. That's a bonus for contestant B. Your own question B.
Question number 6.
6. A pig costs X naira and a goat costs Y naira less than a pig. Find the cost of 2 pigs and a goat.
2x plus 1y.
No. Check it again. 2 pigs and 1 goat.
$3x plus 1y.
Sorry, your time is up. Yes, bonus?
3x plus 1y.
3x
plus 1y.
No, it's 3x minus y.
Minus
okay. Your question A.
Question 2.
A closed tin of milk has diameter 14 centimeters and height 16 centimeters. Find the total surface area of the tin.
224.
No. Total surface area. Yes, your time is up now. Bonus.
88 on number 2 or 7.
No, the answer is 1,012 square centimeters. Your question.
Number 5.
Number 5. A trader opens a bank account with 250,000 naira. In 1 month, she pays out 3 checks of 49,000 naira, 34,000 naira, and 14,000 naira. How much money does she have in her account after 1 month? Yes, speak up.
96 naira.
No. She had 250,000 naira deposit in that account. She paid out 3 checks. One is 49,000, one is 34,000, the other is 14,000. How much does she have left in that account?
153,000.
Sorry?
153,000.
153,000 is correct. That's a bonus for contestant A. Now your own question.
4.
An object makes 800 revolutions in 4 minutes. Find its rate in revolution per minute.
That's 200.
200 what?
Revolution per minute.
That's correct. And the last question goes to contestant B. A triangle with unequal sides and unequal angles is called
Quadrilateral.
a triangle.
Isosceles.
No.
Scaling.
Are you guessing? What's the correct answer?
Scaling.
Scaling triangle, that's correct. And that brings us to the end of the 3rd and the final stage of our competition today. A round of applause for them, please.
Well, thank you so much for staying tuned to Work It Out. If you just tune in, oh well, you've missed quite a bit of what we have in store for you on today's edition of the program. We just concluded the 3rd and final round of our competition, and the results are in. Contestant A scored 50 points, while contestant B scored 32 points. With that, we know who exactly our winner will be on today's program. Stay with us as we return with our prize presentation right here on Work It Out.
NTA Educational Television, promoting learning.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. You are still watching Work It Out here on the NTA. Well, it's time for us to bring you our prize presentation to all our contestants on today's edition of the program. In 4th position, please welcome Tumse Owolabi.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. In 3rd position, please welcome Marvelous Adeyeye.
Congratulations.
And in the 2nd position, please welcome Victory Emeka.
Congratulations.
And for our winner for today, in 1st place, please welcome Mustafa Sadiq.
Well done. Congratulations.
So there you go. Mustafa Sadiq walks away with our star prize of today's edition of Work It Out. Remember, you can also walk out with our star prize when you come on this program. Well, our quiz master, Buki Egboche, what a performance from the kids today.
Today's performance has been so excellent. The contestants really came prepared for this competition.
Amazing stuff. Be prepared as well. Come on the show and you can walk away with our star prize. Remember, all our past editions of the program are up on YouTube. Just go ahead. It's at NTA ETV. Next week, Work It Out returns. My name is Israel Ifirobo. Bye-bye.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Now breathe in, raise your head up.
Welcome to Health and Wellness Tips, where we prioritize your well-being and happiness.
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
I don't know how to place value on people who don't place value on me.
What do you mean? You know I respect you so much.
In other words, you prefer this to your status, right?
Calista, can you please help me with a client with legit money, please?
Lucky, leave me. Leave me. I go shout kidnap for your head.
Takes it, tucks it, buries it.
From the football prowess of Kano Nwankwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okagbari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa, the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
Applying the pressure from the rest and trying to come back at Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
No, it goes in. Scoofet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best woman football player on the African continent. Asisat Oshuala.
Great ball, Musa!
Cheer on our sporting heroes as we celebrate their remarkable achievements on the global stage.
Running by Victor Moses, and the finish, well, speaks for itself. Wonderful strike, and Nigeria lead by a goal to nil. Musa went for the curler, hits the crossbar this time.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness.
Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to People and Events. Today, we're celebrating life, love, and cultural heritage. As the African proverb goes, when elephants gather, good things happen. So let's gather and share in these inspiring stories. From Abuja to Adamawa, we've got 4 incredible tales to tell. I am Kufan Shaji Ogwani. Love was in the air in Abuja as Yasmin and Habib tied the knot. Tokpe Alabi brings us the highlights of the beautiful wedding ceremony following a stunning Camel traditional engagement. Let's get this love story started.
Islam emphasizes marriage and family life. Keeping with this doctrine, Habib Ibrahim, son of NTA's Deputy Director of Finance, Ibrahim Yunusa Isiaka, tied the nuptial knot with Yasmin, daughter of Alhaji Abbas Yakubu, the AJ of Ampa, both from Kogi State, at an engagement also called Kamu in Abuja, which played host to the dignitaries, including the NTA family.
May Allah keep them together. I pray they listen to each other.
The day's downpour definitely could not assuage the joy of the celebrants.
This is a day I have fervently prayed to witness. For Alhamdulillah, by the grace of God and His mercy upon my life today, Alhamdulillah, it's a reality.
It's very considerate, caring. He looks and acts tough, but he's very soft, so I like him like that.
She sees like the goodness in everyone, very easy to be around. She's caring.
Alhamdulillah, but the rain is trying to stop us, but we're here, alhamdulillah. I'm wishing her a happy married life, congratulations.
It's a mother's wish and every parent's wish to have their child be married. And today would be a very happy day for me.
We are so happy that God has made this day possible for the couples. May they have a blessed home.
As the teaching of Islam demands, the Al-Nur Mosque in Abuja was where friends, colleagues, family members and relations gathered and joined the families of the couple as they formalized their union.
Muna fata barakallahu lakuma wa baraka alaykuma wa jama'a bainakuma fi khairin.
Habib's family paid 130,000 naira dowry as a precedent for marriage in Islam to take Yasmin as wife.
When you have 2 siblings coming together like this, it's a time for us to rejoice. So I'm so happy.
It was a memorable event as the two Ampa-born families from Kogi State later converged for a colorful reception to honor the couple. Since marriage is a lifelong commitment, the couple were counseled about the attributes of a good home.
So my advice for the couple is to be tolerant. Tolerant of each other, patient with each other, but most important is to put Allah first.
And we also appreciate the family of the bride for giving us their daughter to be married to. You know, she's going to enjoy us.
The relationship between the two families is what really brought them together. And as far as I'm concerned, all I have to say is that I wish them all the best. I wish the couples a fruitful marriage.
Let them be patient with themselves and let them keep their differences to themselves and try to limit taking their differences outside.
As much as possible, they should try to build trust and love among themselves. When there's trust, when there's love, whenever there's any issue, they should make sure that the issue is resolved between themselves.
Honestly speaking, Yasmin is very nice, cool, down to earth, very obedient.
Well, I advise them to tolerate each other, be patient with each other, enjoy each other, and take time to understand each other's needs and behavior, and eventually they will live happily together.
You know, having to raise a child with the fear of Allah, coming this far, and you know, more like completing her deen. It's a very beautiful and wonderful journey.
It's a day that I've looked forward to. And thank God, God gave me the opportunity to celebrate the joy of Habib.
You know, in every marriage, you need understanding, love, caring, and most of all, men, a road to a man's heart is his stomach. So I will advise the lady, for her to conquer my son, she should be able to know the Lord to his heart.
Now it is time for the newlywed couple to appreciate the support they received from their parents, including well wishes, and also to narrate how the journey of the union started.
Understanding our differences and appreciating our similarities. I think these are actually core factors that lead to a successful marriage. That's a foundation we're going to keep developing on. I mean, it's something we passed before getting to this stage, so it's definitely something we'll keep building on.
I'm very happy. At least now we've done the wedding. I just pray that Allah makes it a blessing to us. I feel like it's going to be interesting. I look forward to it. So in fact, I know it's going to be an amazing one, inshallah.
Who says love isn't in the air? From wedding bells to mooncakes. Our next story takes us to the Mid-Autumn Festival celebrations in Abuja. Juliana Nicholas captured the vibrant festivities, and we can't wait to dive in. The Chinese community came together to honor their full harvest moon and its cultural significance. It's a story of unity, gratitude, and delicious mooncakes.
The Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Mooncake Festival, is an ancient Chinese tradition celebrated on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. In Abuja, the Chinese community gathered to honor this significant event, promoting cultural exchange and understanding between China and Nigeria. The 2024 festival celebrates reunion, gratitude, harmony, and admiration for the brightest and roundest moon, alongside lecturing activities.
Since 1971 that we established diplomatic ties with China. So Nigeria has been promoted. So that should put Nigeria on to deliver people-to-people programs and actions.
I see a positive prospect if African leaders will give serious thoughts to the Chinese economic model.
China and Nigeria, in my eyes, we are two great countries and colorful culture. And through jointly celebrating Chinese traditional festival, we can improve our good relationship.
Here, it's a time for merriment and exploring the art of mooncake making, a delicious treat you won't want to miss. Written in the Sky, My China Story took center stage, showcasing personal narratives of international students and experts who have experienced China. The event kicked off with engaging activities and storytelling sessions, highlighting diverse Nigerian experiences in China. Mubarak shared, "I found a second home in China."
During my 5-year study in China, I witnessed modern engineering, modern transportation networks, modern medicine, modern cities, and the convenience of cashless transactions using our electronic devices. I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the remarkable progress that China and Nigeria have made. Our partnership is one of mutual respect, cooperation, and shared prosperity.
Both countries, characterized with their vast population and rich culture legacies, will strive to advance our modernization under the guidance of the consensus reached between our two heads of state.
Media executives, including the Nigerian Television Authority, were honored for their outstanding news reportage on bridging misinformation gaps in Nigeria. This vibrant cultural event fosters unity and cooperation, bridging gaps between China and Nigeria.
Mooncakes and marriage were feeling the joy today. Take a quick break with us. When we return, we'll bring you more inspiring stories, including a remarkable turbaning ceremony and a heartfelt farewell to a beloved matriarch. Stay with me. Thank you for staying there. Let's head to Daura for a royal celebration as a renowned philanthropist, Ambaru Sani Wali, was honored with the turbaning ceremony at Zanaria Matan Kasan Hausa. This prestigious event was attended by dignitaries including former First Lady Aisha Muhammadu Buhari.
In a majestic atmosphere, people from all walks of life gathered to witness the historic turbaning ceremony of renowned philanthropist Ambaru Sani Wali as the Zenere Matan Kasa Hausa. Emir Umar Farouk Umar praised Ambaru Sani Wali's selfless contributions, urging her to continue empowering the less privileged in Daura Castillo State and the nation for development. Well wishes described the turbaning as well deserved, lauding her tireless efforts.
I'm very, very happy for this title to my junior sister, Ambaru Yahya. She deserves everything in this emirate. She did everything in terms of development, manpower, empowerment of young youth in the emirate.
This turbaning will help her, motivate her, and will also encourage her in helping the needy.
Allah sa duk wanda ya zo gurin ne Allah mai da shi gida lafiya. Kuma ni kanwa ce a wurin ta da kanwa mijinta ne. Muna fatan alheri kuma muna fatan Allah ya gafarta mu yayanmu.
Overjoyed Ambaru Sani Wali, now Zenria Kasa Hausa, expressed heartfelt gratitude to the Daura Emirate, pledging to intensify her support for the vulnerable.
Ba sai na bayyana ba daga nan fuska ta an sai yana cikin farin ciki. Alhamdulillah abinda muka saba ne a garin abinda nake ne wanda har ya gani ya cancanta ya bani kuma ba zan fasa ba. Taimakon gajiyayyu, matasa, maza da mata.
Ceremony culminated in a resplendent mini durbar featuring traditional title holders paying homage to the newly turbaned Zenere also.
Leadership, love, and legacy. Today's stories are truly inspiring. Our final report takes us to Adamawa, where a community came together to celebrate an extraordinary life. Norman local government area bid farewell to the incredible Mama Judith. Simon Asher shares the moments from her funeral ceremony, honoring a life of purpose and legacy.
He sets the time for birth and the time for death, the time for planting and the time for pulling up, the time for killing.
The burial ceremony, preceded by service of songs at the Lutheran Church of Christ, LCCM Alheri Chapel of Grace Yola, was a rendition of songs of praise, offering solace and hope to the family over the demise of late Mama Judith Ambe.
I stand to advise, if you are wicked, leave your wickedness. He is still the same yesterday, today, and forever. He is that same merciful God, and he will hear you.
Ambe was on the first circle of leadership of Elson Aseri Alheri, being the first elected vice chairperson of the church.
And it is a sincere prayer that God will raise somebody
amongst your children, your grandchildren, that will continue the good work that you started. Mama, and the Vatican. Amen.
During a church service of late Mama Judith Ambe at LCCN Cathedral in her hometown, Numa local government area of Adamawa State, was a reflection of her life and times, belief and values of the deceased in the service of God and humanity. Family members, various societies, women groups, friends among others, gathered in sheer grief to honor the memories and legacies she left behind in prayers for the repose of her soul to eternity.
Mama Judith Ambe was a seasoned, registered and accomplished nurse who worked in nearly all departments within the nursing profession, making it a field of envy.
In a sermon titled, "What Will You Leave Behind When You Died?" Dean Reverend Gordon Trophimus enjoined Christians to live a righteous life to enhance their spiritual upliftment in this life and the hereafter.
Mama is living in the bosom of our Lord Jesus Christ because of the testimony and because of her faithfulness to others.
The remains of late Ambe was then committed to the Mother Earth at Numan Cemetery amidst tears.
Royal Judith daga Turbaya Kinzo, Turbaya Zaki Zama, amma daga Turbaya Zaki Tachi.
For sure, death is inevitable, as every living soul must die. And as the remains of Mama is laid to rest, it is our prayers that her soul and the souls of all the faithful departed to the mercy of God rest in peace.
We are used to her being in the house when we come, but it was different coming to the house and knowing that she was not there. There was no kaka to go and greet, at the first entrance. So it was very different, and it was very painful. Especially today when we saw her getting buried, it was a very painful experience.
She cared for all of our grandkids, and she imparted to us tidiness and how to care for one another. And that's one thing we are going to miss from her.
Whatever she is unity, unity, and unity. We will dearly miss her wise counsel.
She really trained us. She really gave us those areas to stick to very, very well and to follow them judiciously, especially in terms of God, ways, and words.
I'm happy she has lived a fulfilled life. So it's a celebration of life that we are doing. And we give God the glory for all that she has done for us.
Mama Royal Judith Ambe died at the age of 88 and left behind a son, Bala Vincent Leneke, her adopted daughter, stepmother, grand and great-grandchildren, among other relatives.
As we wrap up today's show, remember that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Today, we've planted seeds of love, leadership, and legacy. Thanks for joining us on this emotional and uplifting journey. I am Kufan Shaji Ogwanyi. Stay connected for more inspiring stories and updates. Until next time, stay blessed.
I'm going to show you how to wrap a gift and make it look absolutely adorable. Here are some things that I got for wrapping the gift, like the wrapping paper which I got from the supermarket, my sticky tape which is always with me at home, and then some old hair clips that I just found just in case it's going to be useful, my adhesive, a cutter, the gift pack, my base, size of the gift. Obviously we're going to use just maybe half of this sheet, so cut it in half. Remember, art is all about improvisation, so if you don't have a cutter, you can just get a kitchen knife and then just cut through, or the scissors. Place our gift pack right in the middle of the sheet. You lift. Make sure you have this sharp edge so that the wrapping will be very firm and tight. Then you lift. Here we have a very firm wrap. Make sure you fold it neatly so that you can have this surface very nice and presentable. When folding, try to always create a pattern. Like I just created a pattern with this silver edge. And you stretch, and then we'll begin to fold. Now this wrapping paper is going to be very interesting because we already have the lines, so we don't need to stress ourselves too much when we begin to fold and create the shape of the fan. Fold it this way, just fold it anyhow you want. Just make sure the end process is neat, so we can have something like this, and I bet you it's going to come out really nice. So put your hand on it to dry it. If you feel a little bit lazy, you could just place anything, like you could just place this on it and let it dry. I'm going to get this hair clip for my hair because I want to make the gift pack more personal. So I'm going to uncouple it and then attach it somewhere. You just personalize it doing this. You turn it around, and we'll still go ahead with the personalization process. So our butterfly is going to be somewhere. Check your 3D fabric paints to make sure the tip is open, because sometimes they get blocked, and when they get blocked, when you write, the writing gets wobbled. So okay, that means we're good to go.
This is the network service of the NTA.
a lovely time with you again on the show, The Woman. My name is Elizabeth Abai. Now, I love to read, and a lot of times when a book involves a woman, I pay attention and read even more. And recently, I was just reading one from Claire. She was one time a U.S. ambassador, and then she said something that quite interests me. She said, a woman's best protection is a little bit of her own money. Yes. Not that you have to make all the money in the world, but if you can, that's no problem. But you need to make a little bit of your own instead of being fully dependent. And my guest today on the show will be telling us what that means in the life of the Nigerian woman, what that means in all our doings day to day. You're right on time. I'm about to launch my guest, who is a whole lot of things put together. But I know that, like I mentioned earlier, she is an engineer. She is a financial expert of some sort. She is an avid reader. She is a writer. She is a coach, especially for the female folk. And she is known as Oluwatiminu Adepoju. And I'm going to ask